Peace, love, and freedom. Of course, we are on, but we're waiting for Miss Elliott. Miss Elliott is having a little bit of difficulty because of the area that she's in. So I'm just asking for everybody to give us be a little patient with us. Y'all have to excuse my background this time because I'm upstairs, not in my office because, of course, I was flooded out. So.
Shemin Hotep, I'm Sakina Ra, and as we know,
peace, family. I'm Nisha, as you know.
Dulcinea is on the phone with Miss Elliott. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Okay, let me put this down. Y'all, this is crazy from me having to deal with the storm.
Until Miss Elliott comes tonight, we're sponsored by David.
Do you see in the back?
Not sunflowers.
Freedom?
Yes.
Do you see her in the back?
Not yet.
See you.
Mm.
When my microphone's working,
okay.
My camera's working. I can't see you, but I can see me, and that's not the prettiest thing ever.
That's hard to go to our page.
Hey, little sister Danielle, how are you?
Hey, Danielle. Ask her, dude, you want her to go to our page? And she might could come in through that way. She's coming.
Y'all know I can't be talking with sunflower seeds in my mouth. This cold wedding, this cold. Remember Cedric the entertainer said that. This cold wedding, this cold wedding.
Wait a minute. There she goes. She trying to come in.
Hey, beautiful daughter. That's my daughter, Sabrina. Hey, beautiful daughter.
Sabrina, hi, baby. Oh, come on. It's going to come. It's going to come. It's going to come. It's going to come.
Oh, my cousins. How lovely.
Yes, can you hear her okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Hey, hello, Miss Elliott. How are you?
Well, I'm kind of confused, but that's kind of the way I am. I'm going to hang up the telephone.
Okay. No. Can you hear us on the screen? Can you, because Miss Elliott, it looks like you're stuck.
I think she's stuck. Hold on, let me call her back.
Okay. Hey, Chris and BV. Yay. Hey to the chat, everybody. Hello to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for showing up.
Please. I hope this is working. It's the area that she's in.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure when you come in, like and subscribe the video.
Don't forget today's sponsor, David Sunflower Seeds.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and do it from over the phone. We gave it a good try and effort, but it seems like we're having a little technical difficulties. But you guys, I'm going to have her say hello to everyone and put a 1 in the chat if you can hear and everything's okay. If you could go introduce yourself, Jane Elliott.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm Jane Elliott. I'm that meanest person on the face of the earth, and I have gotten several emails this week telling me I should die and go to hell.
Oh, are you? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Are you serious, Miss Jane?
Is it because of your?
I'm absolutely serious. This guy is determined that he is going to take me out, but I'm not out to the ball game. But he just thinks I ought to die, and I suspect he's right. And someday I will, but not right away. And I'm not going to do it because he thinks I should. So that's what's going on with my life right now. I'm going to have to let him know that I have no interest whatsoever in getting any more of his threats via my computer.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I have a feeling that he's a pale, stale male who doesn't have enough to do. And he doesn't know how to use, Roget's thesaurus.
He said it's very low. It's not coming across loud, Dulcinea.
What did you say?
That's better.
Yes.
That's much better.
Yeah, so When he reached out to you, did he see an interview or was there anything specifically why he reached out to you?
Oh no.
Well, there is no such thing as a white person. He has no idea. He is attacking me because I attack racism. And he has no idea that he isn't white and that I'm not white and you aren't black. We're all shades of brown. He doesn't know that. He doesn't want to know that. He wants to be white because he thinks that's right. And he won't be right as long as he thinks he's white. It's not possible. You have to decide whether you're going to be white or going to be right. But you can't be white. You can't be right and be white because such a person does not exist. White people don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Try it again. Tell her to try it one more time. Just one more time to try to come in.
Come on.
This is a terrible
You know what
question. I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing at all?
Well,
You can hear me, but you can't hear them.
I didn't hear a word you said. I heard a lot of talking, but I didn't understand any of the words. And I'm pretty good at understanding words, but I'm having trouble with these.
Okay, Sister Freedom, talk again. See if she can hear you.
I was going to put the link in the chat and see if she could come in that way.
Could you hear?
I'm not having any luck with this at all.
Okay. Right, hold 1 second. So let me ask.
She finna go in. Damn, James.
Nobody. Name is James Evans. You know what? Ever since the other day when I was talking about JJ to y'all, all y'all that was in love with JJ back in the day really brings up good time stuff. Stop it, Sakina.
Okay.
It's JJ and you are just, it's over.
You're right.
Okay. I mean, it's y'all done. And we're so sorry, y'all. We trying to get her in because you know she want to go in. You know Jane Elliott wants to go in. Girl, I'm trying to get water down the best way I can.
Listen.
All the lemon things in there.
Okay.
I drink water, but sometimes I just need to. What?
Yes, the culture, you are right. They tired. They trying to mess her phone. Yes, they messing her internet up.
Good evening, Brother La. Assalamu alaikum.
They don't want her to say nothing else.
Open to knowledge.
Yes.
Dustin is working with her, still trying to get her in because I want to hear her go in because I love the way she go in.
Yes, peace to everyone that just joined the channel.
Marcel,
yes, this is gonna go deep.
I'm upstairs. She gonna try.
She's saying she can't get the link; it's not working. So maybe we can try another way. You know, another time to see if we can get her in.
Another time. Let's do this sometime when I can go down to my daughter's house and sit in her kitchen and use her Wi-Fi because she's closer to the television app.
Okay, yes, that sounds perfect. We'll reschedule it for that day. And then,
okay, you let me know when you want to do it, all right?
Okay, yeah.
Wait a minute, Dulcinea. Chris said I'm getting somebody to tell me how to get her in. Now, what are you saying to do?
All right, we'll do it next week.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, bye then.
Bye. No, she was saying she's gonna go because it's on her side. It's on her side. Like
no, he's telling me what to do. Everybody needs to go on this on your thing. Go on there, everybody.
Like this?
Turn the camera off. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to send her the link. Send her the link. She got the link?
Well, that's what it is. She has the link, but it's on her side. That's what I'm trying to let you guys know. It's the internet on her side, so we're gonna reschedule for next week. She's gonna go to her daughter's house.
No. Wait a minute. Chris is trying to save so she can try it again. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, everybody's got to turn their cameras off for a minute because the bandwidth is being lowered. That's why sometimes you'll see freezing on the screen. She may have some hardware that might be out of date I don't know if that's the case, but you turn your cameras off and just have your avatars up. That'll help a whole lot. 2, tell Mrs. Elliott to allow her camera and allow her microphone to be shared. All right, and to tell her also to turn her camera off also, because for some odd reason the bandwidth is being lowered. That's why you'll begin to see freezing in the StreamYard. StreamYard is the only service, multi-screen service that does that. I don't know why. No one else does that. Just StreamYard.
Okay, tell her to try it again, Dulcinea.
We don't even use StreamYard here. We use Zoom.
We might have to set up a Zoom page too.
Yeah.
Culture. Let's look at culture praise. Lolita. I hope that's not in here.
Could you drive a forklift? Or a big 3-wheeler, 8-wheeler, 18-wheeler truck?
No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
What you bagging that thing up?
Dulcinea, Dulcinea.
Trying to figure out why these cables are running so hot here on my side, doing some troubleshooting on my side. So that should work.
Mm-hmm. Dulcinea. Dulcie.
She on mute.
Why these cables running so hot? Yeah, why they run so hot like that?
Well, wait a minute, because Chris, people can hear you.
These things almost.
Yeah, he doing something major.
Oh, I'm sorry in the chat. Please be patient with us. We are really trying.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, she just entered. She allowed everything. Do you see her at the bottom?
Give. I'm sorry, I was on mute. Give it a second. See if she come in. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
People, except for the dog freedom. I don't see her.
Okay.
Now I see the guy. Okay.
Wait a minute, Miss Jane.
Hey there.
Okay.
Miss Jane, there you go. You're trying to come in.
Yeah, she's trying to come in now.
Okay. Give it a second. There you go, Miss Jane.
Oh, here we are.
Okay, try to talk again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Tell her to turn her camera off.
Can you turn your camera off and then leave your audio on?
Where it says start cam.
Or turn my mic off.
Can you? I sure am.
Turn your camera off and keep your
Your
mic
mic
on.
Good, here we are.
The mic is on.
Oh yeah, I hear you on the screen. Yes, but talk
Hello,
again.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You. Okay. I'm hanging up.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Turn my camera off. Turn my camera off or turn my mic off? Do you want my camera?
Okay.
Okay.
Miss Jane, can you hear us?
Now my camera's off.
Yeah, we can't see you, unfortunately, but someone was saying it's because bandwidth issues. So it sounds like everybody
So
can. Can you guys confirm?
Now what are we gonna do? Okay, now we're gonna be on the telephone.
No, Miss Jane, we can hear you on the screen.
Yeah, we can hear you on the screen, and then we're all going to just keep our cameras off today. And then
you click yours on. There you go. We can still hear you.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we can still hear you.
I can hear you perfectly.
And we would love to set up another time when you are at your daughter's as well, and maybe we can all see each other and talk. But thank you so much for joining tonight. You don't understand like how much we've been excited that you came to talk to us, and we're definitely big fans of your advocacy, and it's just amazing that we get to talk to you tonight.
Yes. Can you hear us still, Miss Jane? Oh no.
If not, turn your camera
Now,
off
can
again.
you see me?
We can.
We can hear you. We can hear you with your camera off. So I think we're gonna have to keep the camera off for tonight. It's something with the bandwidth of all of it going. But we can hear you now.
Top Cat said we can hear.
Good for you.
Miss Jane,
Oh.
I got to know what made you be the person that you are. Can you hear me?
No. What is amazing is that you would even want to talk to me. That's what's amazing. Yes. Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, no. Okay. Turn my camera off again. All right. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now. Okay. That's that.
Oh no. No. Miss Jane. Oh gosh. Miss Jane. Call her phone, Dulcie.
Oh, here she's come back.
Just as well.
Okay, what'd you say? You on mute, Miss Jane. You got to take it off the mute.
Yeah, go ahead and unmute and just keep your camera off.
Let me see if I can unmute her. Nope, she got to do it. Miss Jane, unmute. You hit the mute button.
Well, the problem is we need another internet service in Iowa. But I mean, you could always come and help host.
Call her phone and tell her she didn't hit the mute button, please.
I'm calling.
Indigenous black man is so crazy. You know what? I'm gonna hurt him. Hope everybody hit the subscribe button.
They looking for
Business Brothers over on Top Cat's channel. Please make sure y'all hit the subscribe and the like, please. Oh, okay, that part. Hi, Anita. Hi, beautiful.
it is cracking me up out here.
Y'all. If any other thing, we just gonna have our challenge over here because I'm ready to
Okay,
challenge.
it says she's entering the studio again.
Okay.
Right. Don't forget to set it up for another day. You're right.
So daggone smooth.
Amy.
I gotta wait for a second because you know how it takes a minute.
Okay, so you can see us?
Come in.
Okay, yeah. Sister,
I am
Brenda,
not
you're in
me.
the bottom, and make sure just turn off your camera and keep your mic on.
Wait a minute. She's not all the way in yet. It just takes a minute.
I think we should wait for her daughter house.
No, she ain't come in yet. I mean, she's there. It's just white though. It's not. I know that's right. Open to knowledge. Leave Nisha alone. Now there he go. Messing with Nisha.
Nisha is the sweetest thing.
Yeah,
I did have her on speaker, but she's having a problem hearing everybody else on speaker.
Right.
Well, my mic is on, my chat is on, my camera is off. I can see 4 of you.
You can see 4 of us, right?
Can you hear?
I see Goddess Sister Freedom. I see Nasha. I see somebody whose name I can't pronounce. And
It's Sakina. That's Kiki.
That's
everybody can pronounce Jane,
what?
for God's sake. It's the name of
Miss Jane, we want to see you.
I know.
Oh.
But can you hear all of us as well?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Say something.
Everybody, Nisha, say something.
Trying to come in though, it really is.
Yeah. You can hear me?
There you go, Miss Jane. Can you hear us?
Hello. I'm hearing you on my telephone. Is that good enough?
But not, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's the first question?
What made you be the woman that you are today, and the woman that you were of yesteryear?
My father said, you know the difference between right and wrong? Now do the right thing, goddammit. And then I
Okay.
told him because he just swore, and he'd look at me as if, you want to open your mouth now? And I'd say, no, Dad, and I'd absolutely do the right thing because that's what he told us to do. And when the teachers attacked me because I was doing the blue-eyed, brown-eyed exercise, I'd tell him about it, and he'd say, put your shoulders back and your head up and smile a lot, and they'll wonder what the hell you've been up to. So that's what I did, and that's what they did. And they wondered, and they never did understand what I was doing or why I was doing it, because they didn't have a racist bone in their body. As they would say, I don't see color.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's right.
Every time now, some fool, pale-faced woman says to me, I don't see color. I say, I knew that before you said it, because if you saw color, you wouldn't wear that shirt with those pants, and you sure as a devil wouldn't have your hair that color.
Okay.
And they storm away absolutely furious at me because I'm accusing them of seeing color, and they think it's wiser than to ignore. Oh, I'll never forget the college instructor in Texas. I was giving a speech, and this woman stood up, probably 45 years old, and commenced to tell me, Mrs. Elliott, yes, I just look for the person's heart. Now, this is a college professor, and I said, ma'am, if you can see my heart from where you're standing, you should go down to the local hospital and volunteer to be their because you could save them a bunch of money. She said, what do you mean? I said, did you ever dress a chicken? And she looked at me. I said, you don't know what I'm talking about, did you? I don't mean to put clothes on a chicken. Did you ever cut a chicken up to get it ready to cook? Well, no. Well, if you had, you would realize that on the inside, we are all extremely colorful. Do you understand that?
Come on.
You don't have to put up with this. I said, you're right, you don't. Goodbye. And she left. And those kids looked at me like, oh, you really are a bitch. And I thought, yes, I am. And for me, bitch is an acronym for being in total control, honey.
Ooh.
That.
Yeah. And anytime some man calls you the B word, you need to say, thank you, darling. You understand that I'm in control here. Now sit down and shut up. Or whatever he needs to do, you tell him how to do it, and then he'll do it, and then you don't have to worry about him anymore because he can't scare you by calling you the bitch word.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not a nice person. You understand that?
Well, we think you're an awesome person, but I I can definitely understand that you have spunk, a lot of spunk, and that's what everyone's hearing in the chat as well.
Well, but you see, I don't have to have a lot of spunk. I'm allowed to have a lot of spunk. You aren't even allowed to have a lot of spunk, and if you do, somebody will accuse you of being too forward, or not keeping your place, or not knowing how you're supposed to act. I can act however I damn please because I have what people think is the right color skin. They don't even know that I don't have white skin because there is no such thing because I am not an albino. And only albinos are white. You need to remember that.
Ooh.
So when you were first teaching in elementary school, and I know I've done a lot of studying where they've said you came up with the blue-eyed experiment in the death of Martin Luther King. But can you tell us about Martin Luther King's life and what he meant to you before he was murdered?
Martin Luther King's life meant to me that all the things that I had heard all my life about people who were other than white being less intelligent, less worthwhile, less teachable, less acceptable than white people were. It took me a long time living in Waterloo, Iowa, with my husband, who ran a grocery store in the north end of town, which was what's called the colored section. All his customers were what we called at that time black. There wasn't a single black person there, but that's what they were called then, because we were still living with and still are living with what happened during the Spanish Inquisition, when Torquemada and company were going to turn everybody, all Christians, into Catholics. and they were ready to kill everybody who wasn't Christian. Well, they killed over 2,000 people before somebody said, we just killed a whole lot of Christians. So then they realized you can't tell what a person's religion is by looking at them. So then he decided we would have to find a new way to decide who deserved to die. So he set upon skin color. He called the light-colored people white, which is the color of goodness and purity. He called the dark-skinned people black because black is the color of savagery and evil. That was during the late 1400s and early 1500s. The word race, meaning a specific group of people, came out of France in 1580. Now that's only about 430 years ago. Imagine that we have been being controlled by the vocabulary that they were using during the Spanish Inquisition. It's time to give it up. None of us are black and none of us are white. None of us are savage and evil because of the color of our skin. And the color of my skin isn't white. But if it were white, it wouldn't make me good and pure. So we've got to give up those two colors. Also, there are no yellow people and there are no red people on the face of the earth. There are only shades of brown. Every human being on the face of the earth is a distant cousin of every other human being on the face of the earth because we all came from the same place, a country in Africa. And if you haven't read the book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, you better get it and read it so that you'll realize what brilliant people started this whole thing and how we have gone backwards since people moved farther and farther from the equator. Their eyes, their hair, and their skin got lighter. Their brains didn't get smaller, but their willingness to accept others got a whole lot less after those people got into those northern climates and their skin turned white and they couldn't stand the cold. We turned a whole bunch of people, if they had left them at the equator, they'd have been accepting, loving, cooperative human beings, brilliant human beings, but they moved, and as they moved farther and farther from the equator, their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter because they needed more and more sunlight, but as their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter, they became more absolutely determined to change the environment in which they were living because they had to in order to survive through the winter. You don't have to change the environment if you live in a hot, warm environment. But if you move farther into the north, the farther you get from the equator, the colder you get. And the more you have to protect yourself from the breeze, from the elements. You don't have to do that in warm climates. But people in northern climates they are more determined to change their environment in order to fit their needs. People in warmer climates change their needs to fit the environment. Big difference.
Yeah. We have our sister in the chat. She's normally with us. Peace Dots, daughter of the sea. She was asking, could you tell us about your position on critical race theory and what you think about
That is the dumbest thing anybody ever came up with. Number one, critical. Doesn't have to be critical. If you tell the truth, you don't have to be critical. Race, there's only one race on the face of the earth, so let's quit talking about it. The word race came out of France in 1580. Let's get real. A theory is an idea, but it isn't a fact. I use the CRT because for me, CRT means curriculum respecting truth. Nobody should have a problem with curriculum respecting truth. Everybody should have a problem with somebody who's dumb enough to come up with critical race theory because it means that they don't know there's only one race. God invented the human race. Human beings created racism. Make no mistake about that. Racism is a creation of pale faces, and it's only been going on for about 430 years, and we won't put a stop to it. But we won't put a stop to it in this country as long as it is a money-making endeavor. And racism is the most absolutely money-making endeavor there is in this country. If it weren't, we'd have stopped it a long time ago.
Wow, that's so true. Sister Freedom, were you going to ask a question?
Well, she pretty much answered my questions. But the first time that you did the experiment, what gave you the urge?
Wait. When I do that blue-eyed, brown-eyed thing, what I do is treat part of my students the way we treat people of color in this country on a daily basis for as long as they live, and we don't stop at them after they're dead. It isn't an experiment, because if what I did in my classroom was an experiment, then what we have been doing with people of color in this country for the last 300 years is an experiment. It's illegal and unethical to experiment with people without their knowledge or without their permission. I didn't experiment with those kids. I did an exercise in empathy. I wanted them to know how it feels to be on the receiving end of this nonsense that happens every single day that you're alive as a person of color in the United States of America, where we talk about the land of the free and the home of the brave, and where I, as a so-called white person, am free, and where you, as a so-called person of color, have to be brave.
Okay. I can understand what you're saying. I really can. I can really understand. It was one of the most fascinating things I ever saw. It really touched me when I first seen that. It was really, really an amazing situation. I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Wait. You don't have to appreciate what I do. Instead of appreciating what I do, appreciate what people who are considered other than white in this country have been putting up with and trying to change and succeeding in spite of it for the last 250 years. That's what you need to appreciate. Appreciate the stamina and the skill and the intelligence and the determination and, quite frankly, the Christianity of those who will put up with this without killing someone. Because so-called white people kill people all the time. It is part of, it's one of the things we have the right and the power to do, and we can get away with it. We do it. We did it to take over this land, and all those people that call themselves First Nations people are also people who came here from Africa. We did it to take over this land. We killed them. We raped their women. We killed their children. We took their land. So this is not what black people have done. This is what people have done who faded as they moved farther from the equator and became less humane, because they had to be less humane in order to survive in that climate in the northernmost part of this continent.
With the way you are, I know you got a lot of enemies, Miss Jane. I know do people try to ever debate you, like go against you in a debate or anything, to try to challenge
But I think something about not wanting to debate me. You can't not debate me, because I argue with everybody who says anything that to me smacks of, you really believe this crap.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we have conditioned a whole so-called civilization in this country to believe a flat-out lie. And now we have psychologists who are using all kinds of 4 and 5 syllable words to make it all right for white people, so-called white people, to act the way they do. Come on, social construct. This isn't the idea of races. Isn't a social construct. It's a lie. It's a flat-out lie. And you can give it 5 syllables and it'll still be a flat-out lie.
Have you ever had somebody think that you weren't real?
That's until the cows come home. It will not change the fact that we are taught to be racist pre-birth. We encourage women who are other than what we call white to have fewer babies, and they get worse care in the hospital. They don't want to go to the delivery rooms in this country to women of color. You know that, and I know that, and I have the freedom to say it. And I'm going to keep saying it. And you can, until we change the way we run this society, I'm going to keep right on running my mouth, because now they're afraid to kill me. It's really nice on a college campus and have those 3 little boys in their red hats that say, "Make America hate again." It says "Make America great again," but it means "Make America hate again." And they're pointing at me as if their guns, as if their hands were guns, and they're pulling the trigger. And I stopped what I'm saying. I said, "Look, fellas, look, I know what you want to do. You'd like to see me dead because of what I increase the level of racism in this country. You go ahead, but you need to remember, I don't care if you kill me, and I get to be with my son and my husband. I miss them dreadfully. I don't miss all men, but I miss those too. Now, you can kill me, but you need to know that if you do, you could make a martyr out of me, and then you might have to spend the rest of your life celebrating Jane Elliott Day once a year. Do you want to do that?"
Right.
I'll make passes with their persecution. No. I say, good, then shut up and listen while I'm talking.
I have a couple of questions for you, Miss Elliott. Okay, well, one of my questions is, I actually watched the 1992 experiment that you had on Oprah. And so one of my questions was, when you did that, you were speaking on the melting pot versus the vegetable bowl. And so I would like if you could kind of get into that with the audience as well as us on the panel. Can you kind of break that down for us, please?
Well, a melting pot doesn't really work because when you have a melting pot, you put all these different elements, these metals, into a cauldron, and you turn up the heat and you boil them, and then you melt them all so they all come out. When they come out, they're all the same kind. They're all the same color and they're all the same texture because you've turned them into something that you can't tell what they started as. And I don't use a salad bowl anymore. I use a stir fry. When you make stir fry, you cut up all the different kinds of vegetables, different colors, different flavors, different textures. You put them in that wok. You have to put them in a wok or it doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's moved in the wok. And you cook them up just to the point where they're just right. They maintain their size, their shape, their color, their flavor. That's what we want. We want a country in which people maintain what they are, have a right to be as they are, but contribute to the whole in a very positive way. And that's what people of color have done in this country for the last 250, almost 300 years. This is not a melting pot, and this isn't a salad bowl. This is a stir fry because you have to add the heat in order to make it work.
Now, and I agree with you with that part, but when it came to the melting pot,
realize that they're going to get burned if they keep it up.
Ms. Jane, I agree with you when it came to that, but honestly, in the beginning of that melting pot, the only two ingredients they started out with was the Indian and the African, and they both called those Negroes. So how do you consider that honestly being a melting pot when the first two ingredients were the same but not the same?
That didn't work. That's an analogy that doesn't work. That's the reason I don't use it. Salad bowl doesn't work. Stir fry works. Melting pot doesn't work. It's a silly thing to do. It's like the word Indian. There are no Indians in the United States of America unless they came from India. They didn't come from India. Columbus had a lousy navigator. He was lost. He thought he was going to reach the east by sailing west. He thought he had reached India. So everybody he found was, the people he found here must be Indians. We're still using the word Indian when none of them came from India. But you see, once something gets established, then people just go along to get along. Unless you're like me and you got nothing to lose by saying what we've been doing is totally ridiculous and makes no sense. And if you haven't read the book, The Myth of Race by Robert Wald Sussman, you should get it and read it. It is absolutely brilliant. If you don't want to read the whole thing, just read the first chapter and the last page of the last chapter. And you'll learn so much that no one will ever be allowed to call you and your children and your relatives black, and nobody will ever be allowed to call somebody like me white, because we aren't. We're all shades of brown. And a man has written a book about this whole thing, and the title of it is Shades of Brown. I hope when the book comes out, you read it. It'll come out in August.
Okay. And my last question is, my question was about reparations, and how do you feel about the reparations and the defense?
Reparations to the people who were here first. And that's those first people who call themselves First Nations people. They weren't from someplace else. They were from Africa. If we're going to give reparations, we better give them to the people who were first. And you also need to remember that there were people from Africa here long before there were people on this continent who enslaved people from Africa. Mm-hmm. Those people who we're celebrating June 5th, Juneteenth. Mm-hmm. This is ridiculous. People from Africa came to this country, came to this continent, moved farther and farther north, were invaded by the Europeans and by members of, the people from England and all those other countries came here thinking that they were superior. What a bunch of nonsense. The people we call Indians were not Indians. They were Africans. They were Afro-Americans, because that's another thing we have to get rid of. We have to stop calling this country America. America is everything from the northernmost point of Canada to the southernmost point of South America. All the citizens in all those countries are Americans. The important the part we live in is the United States of America, and the most important word in that title is united. We had a so-called president for 4 years who tried to divide this country, and he got away with it, and he's still trying to do it. The most important word is united, and we've got to call this country the United States of America, and if those are too many syllables for a whole lot of us, then you can say U.S., because U.S. spells us, and it means all of us in the United States of America, which means the 48 contiguous states, Alaska, Hawaii, and the islands off the southeastern coast of the United States. That is the United States of America. But America is that whole string of countries from the North Pole to the South Pole. You got it?
Yes.
Okay.
Does this make sense to you?
It does to me. I was loving everything that you said.
Right.
Yes. Nisha, were you going to ask a question?
There's also something else to do about the Oprah show.
Okay.
This is the reason I was only on a few times.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
To ask questions when I was doing the exercise, and it took me about 3 minutes to realize that somebody in the studio was making the telephone call, and Oprah was they were answering the telephone for Oprah. Her employees were making those calls. They had a script, and they followed the script. And the people who stood up in the audience and asked questions were also hired audience members. That's what they did for a living. I went to her first year happiness banquet, and I was sitting at this big table, all these people around the big table, probably 12 or 14 people. I said to the first person, and what did you do on the show, Oprah show? I was in the audience. What about you? I was in the audience today. What about you? I was in the audience, but I'm a professional audience member. I said, what are you talking about? She said, when Oprah wants a question asked, she calls me and they give me the script, and then I come in and go into the audience and answer the question. I said, well, why don't I recognize you if you've done it that often? She said, because I disguise myself. She said, I change my hair color, I change my clothing, I wear glasses or I don't wear glasses. She said, that's how I make a living. I'm a professional audience member. Now, does that tell you something about how... And they said, Mrs. Elliott, you need to know that ordinary people couldn't just stand up and ask questions in front of that whole audience with all those cameras on them. Oprah knows what she's doing, and Oprah does know what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing to get the questions asked that she wants asked without her having to ask them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, I do have a question. So I heard you use the term "go along to get along," and on the interview you had, you said white people go along to get along, but black women go along to survive. Could you explain that?
I suppose I did say that because that's what we do. White people go along to get along, and white people go along to contribute to their own financial gain. People of color go along because in many cases they think they have no choice. But here's the kicker. Within less than 30 years, it'll probably be about 25 years now, what we call white people will have become a numerical minority in the United States of America. Mm-hmm. Make no mistake about this. This is what is happening. This is the reason people elected a fool, Dinosaurus T. Rump, to the presidency, knowing full well that he would do what he could to keep that very thing from happening. You cannot stop the future. He tried, but he didn't get away with it. He built a wall on the southern border of the United States and said openly, we've got to keep those brown-skinned people out of here because brown-skinned people reproduce too rapidly. He said that over and over in speeches, and I hear it. I thought, my God, this is blatant racism. Doesn't anybody recognize this? Then he closed the Planned Parenthood clinics because he was quite certain that the only thing that happens in Planned Parenthood clinics is white women, so-called white women, get abortions. You know, and I know that Planned Parenthood clinics are very, very valuable for a whole lot of women who can't afford the medical care that they can get there because they can't afford it in the local hospital or local doctors. Those Planned Parenthood clinics were wonderful for all of us. But now, you can scarcely find an open Planned Parenthood clinic because he is so certain that all they were for was for abortions. People, abortion is not the biggest problem we have in this country. The determination to abort freedom in this country is much worse than a woman who decides to abort an unwanted pregnancy. And there's a way to prevent unwanted pregnancy. And this will work. Believe me, this will work. All you have to do is tell men, if you contribute to an unwanted pregnancy, you must then submit to involuntary vasectomy so that you will not contribute to another unwanted pregnancy. I don't know of a single woman living in my town who got pregnant without the help of a male. But I know that every woman who gets pregnant, whether she wants to or not, has to have the help of a male to get the baby. But she doesn't have to have the help of a male to raise one. They can get it started and walk away. And they do. You know they do. I know they do. That's the way it is, because women are supposedly not intelligent enough to say no. Well, we are intelligent enough to say no, but sometimes we don't have the power. Now, I had 4 babies in 5 years because I wanted them. I enjoyed every minute of it until it came to delivery time. That wasn't so much fun. But my husband enjoyed it while we were starting it, and he was in on the end, but he didn't want to be the one that had it. He'd be the one that helped to raise it, but he didn't want to be the one that went through the work. People, it's time for us to realize that women are not the problem, but women are the ones who are being held responsible for pregnancy or for babies or for lack of babies. It's going to all be in women's hands, and we've had a president for 4 years who wants to be a president again, whose mind was never on a woman's use or ability or intelligence. He managed as a president and before being president to knock the L out of the word Republican, because his main theme is the pubic area. You know it and I know it, and he said so.
Right.
To grab a woman in that area, people, now it's time for us to start calling that party exactly what it is. It's the Republican Party. And until we start doing that, these people who call themselves Republicans are going to go right on trying to run the show until they realize that, oh, good Lord, they're on to us. I've been on to them for several years. You need to realize that they are trying to use women to increase the number of white babies in order to keep white males from being a numerical minority in the United States of America. They can't do it.
Wow.
How do you feel? I'm sorry if I can ask this question. Knowing that people who would be, I guess, European as well as yourself, do you ever feel like you wish you weren't European?
I didn't understand what you said. You got to say it.
You ever feel like you wish you weren't Caucasian because of all the things that has happened?
Look, Caucasian is just another word for white.
Okay. Do you ever wish you wasn't white?
People Caucasian, because the people, you need to get the National Geographic. If you want this in a short form, get the National Geographic magazine for April of 2018. There are 2 little girls on the cover. One is white, what we call white, and the other is what we call black. They are twin girls. Mm-hmm. Get that magazine and look at the map, because it shows there's a map in there that shows where we all came from and how it shows that those people from Africa managed to populate every landmass on the face of the earth. Caucasians are simply people who came from Africa, but because of that, at that time, let's think of another word, so we don't have to call them Africans. We'll call them Caucasians because they're from Asia. No, they came from Africa, and things would have been so much better if we had just said melanemic. If you don't have enough iron in your body to protect in your blood to keep you healthy, you're called anemic. If you don't have enough melanin in your skin to protect yourselves from the damaging rays of the sun, you must be melanemic. Make sense to you?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the reason why I asked you that question,
precious and spacious and efficacious. If you have a lot of melanin in your skin, you're melanotic. And that word is in the dictionary, and it means having a lot of melanin in your skin to being very dark brown, almost black, but not black, almost black. We could say melanemic, melanaceous, and melanotic, or we could simply say shades of brown, because that's what we are. We are shades of brown, and we all, and you and I, are all 30th to 50th cousins, because our ancestors came from the same places, a country on the continent of Africa, period.
Okay. The reason why I asked you that is because, of course, people would consider you white or Caucasian And when you speak with all, with love and passion. And plus you speak with, that you don't like the things that has been done to the opposite race. So, I mean, I know people, don't like you because of it, but I don't know. If I was you, I might feel like I wish I wasn't white or light brown or however you want to say it. I think I would probably feel like I wish I wasn't that.
Well, here are three things you have to remember when somebody's talking to you about Caucasians or Africans or African Americans or Indian or all the rest of this nonsense. These three things you have to remember. Number one, without what we call blacks, we would have no what we call whites.
Right.
That's a fact.
Okay. I really, like I said, I know you said I should be but when you speak,
Wait 1 second.
I'm not the color of your tires on your car. Those are not my colors. I am not and have not been and will never be black. There is no such thing as a black person. Go to the dictionary and look at the word black and you'll find out that it doesn't say that they were all black. Get over it. All white people and black people faded over the centuries.
Right.
But white were shades of brown. Without those so-called black people leaving the area of the equator and moving to populate every landmass on the earth, there would be no what we call white people, nor yellow people, nor red people, nor brown people. Get that in your heads. Number two, without Jews, there would be no Christians.
Right.
The first 5 books of the Old Testament came out of the Torah, which is the Jewish book of faith. So let's stop watching these young men march around saying, Jews will not replace us. You fools. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for Jews. Jews were the ones who wrote the Old Testament and from whom Jesus learned what he knew. And Jesus was an Ethiopian Jew, which means, and it says in the Bible, he had pinky woolly hair and feet of bronze. Now, you show me a picture of Jesus that looks like that, and I'll tell you, oh, you must have visited in Egypt. Because in Egypt, that's the way Jesus looks. Number two, without women, there would be no men. So when I see these pictures of that big, brawny brute striding into history, that's supposed to be the first man on earth, I start to laugh because where the hell did he come from? Who gave birth to him? The first woman on earth gave birth to him. And the first modern human being who stayed alive on this earth was a woman, because if it wasn't a woman, there would not be any men. Now, what about men? You have to have no, you don't. You can put 2 female cells together, 2 eggs together, in a petri dish, and I didn't say petri dish like Marjorie Taylor Greene does, in a petri dish, and you mix them up, and you combine those 2 cells, and you will get another living mammal. That's a fact. They've done it in the laboratory over and over and over again. So I'm quite convinced that the first man was a result of 2 women getting together and making him. So when you hear a man bragging about what he is, you have to remember, oh, you fool, you were the second one. First person on earth, the first person who survived, was undoubtedly a woman. And it's time for us to start talking about the first woman on earth instead of the first man on earth. But you see, women haven't been writing the history, and they haven't been writing the biology books, and they haven't been writing anything else because they wouldn't be listened to. They weren't even taught. They weren't even allowed to go to school for many, many years. So it's time for us to start looking at the world as if maybe men didn't know everything. Am I making any sense to you at all?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that first woman had to be brown. She had to be very, very brown because she evolved near the equator where the sun's rays would have killed her if she didn't have the right amount of melanin to protect her cells from the damaging rays of the sun. So don't let anybody ever treat you as though you're less than because of their ignorance about skin color.
Can I ask you a question? A lot of people now that we're learning more about science and different things, they're debunking the out of Africa theory to say that everyone started off in Africa and people could have been in many different places around the world and began. What do you think of that, of just saying that people could have existed in America at the same time as Africa.
There was no America when they came out of Africa. There was no America. There was just this continent, and people from Africa landed on this continent and changed it to fit their needs as they had to. This country we called America was just another continent on the face of the earth. And it's time to stop calling it America and start calling it the United States of America. We so-called white people are scared to death right now. Make no mistake about this. The reason for the Proud Boys, QAnon, 3%ers, KKK, all those groups of pale, stale males are out there running around because they know that they are going to be in the numerical minority in this country, just as they are on the face of the earth. Only 15 to 18% of the human beings on the face of the earth are classified as white. Did you know that?
No.
That's an extremely important fact. Only 15 to 18% of the human beings on the face of the earth are classified as white. And they aren't white. They are shades of brown. But these boys are scared that they are going to have to listen and respond in a positive way to people who don't look like them and whom they have been taught to think less of not because of the color of their skin, but because of the ignorance of people who teach that there's something wrong with anybody who doesn't have enough sense to be born white, and nobody is born white. See, the whole thing has got to finally be stopped. We've got television, for God's sake. We've got all kinds of places to get information that is true. It's time to start telling the truth and kill this lie of numerous races. There's only one race of people on the face of the earth, and that's the human race. And if you haven't read the book Sapiens, Sapiens, get it and read it. It will change the way you see your world and the way you feel about what you are and who you are and how you are. You have a right to feel good about yourself. You have a right to be very, very proud if you've managed to survive in this nonsense.
Thank you. Nisha, were you going to ask a question?
I was going to ask, so why do you think, or what's the narrative behind the commercials that shows a lot of interracial couples now?
There's no such thing. This drives me nuts. There's no such thing as an interracial couple unless one of the people is from outer space. See, that's the whole thing. We are using the language of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, if you're going to use the language of the Spanish Inquisition, you women have to wear corsets that pull your waist in so that it's no longer than 18 inches around. And you have to wear lots and lots of clothes so that men won't be able to see what you look like under those clothes. And these men have to wear high knee breeches and powdered wigs. And you all have to walk to work because you aren't going to have, if you're going to live the way they did during the Spanish Inquisition, you're going to have to walk to work and you're going to have to give up things like the telephone and television and computers. Now, I don't think you want to give those up, but you certainly don't want to give up interracial. Give up the word interracial. There is no such thing. Nobody is interracial because there's only one race. You can't have a multiracial group because there's only one race unless you are entertaining Martians.
Well, in African cultures, they call the wise women of the culture, whether they have children or not, mamas. And you're definitely giving us the mama wisdom. I would love for you to come back as well and, us to have this conversation all together another time where we can actually go on the StreamYard. But I did want to ask you, is it okay if other people come in and ask you questions?
Sure, anybody can ask me any question if they can stand the answer. But make no mistake about this, as you've already learned. I don't suffer fools gladly. And when people use words like interracial and multiracial and polyracial, I think, oh my God, they didn't hear a word I said. Why am I wasting my time? I think, oh good Lord, these people are teaching their children that because they have a mother who is one color and a father who is another color, that they're members of an interracial family. No, they aren't. They are not members of an interracial family. They're members of a beautiful family in which people are willing and happy and respect and accept one another as they are, not as they have been taught to think they should be.
So, do you subscribe to the Bible?
Anybody ask, but I'll answer them the way I see the world. And at 89, I probably see the world very differently from the way most people do. I understand that. But the blue-eyed, brown-eyed exercise is the result of my having been alive when Adolf Hitler came to power. I was born in 1933. He came to power. He began the war in 1941. He'd been warring long before that, but we became aware of what he was in 1941. And so for 4 years, I watched my father just infuriated at what Adolf Hitler was doing. And now, here I am, 80 years later, and I'm watching the same thing happen in this country as Adolf Hitler did in Germany. And if you haven't read the book, When at Times the Mob is Swayed, you better get it and read it, because the author says that in his bedside table in a locked drawer, Donald Trump has a copy of the book, The New World Order, which is the writings of Adolf Hitler. You need to read The New World Order, and you need to read the book, When at Times the Mob is Swayed. And then you can go out and say, wait a minute, people, you are trying to reinstate another Hitlerite as a president of the United States of America. We had that for 4 years. We can't afford it for another 3 months. For another 3 minutes, 2 seconds. We cannot afford this. We have to get... The problem in this country right now is ignorance. And it is self-imposed ignorance, and we need to get over it. We have all kinds of ways to educate ourselves. You don't have to go to school to learn this stuff. You have to go to the library.
Peace, Leonard.
Do you really think anybody's going to want to ask me a question?
Break your neck
Oh,
on.
we already have someone that joined us. His name is Leonard, and I think he's coming in to ask you a question now.
And Top Cat, did you have a question as well?
Is he
Hi,
in the back?
Leonard. Good evening, Leonard. How are you?
Hey. Oh, I'm good. I've been in the garden all day.
Darn, I need some of that. Good.
Yeah, it was a special kind of hot, but the way the sun goes, it get the shaded area.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go into all I was doing in the garden. I put in some work today. Woo! Feel good about myself.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear a word he said, but I think it had something to do with being in the sun.
Oh, yes, he was working on his
volume
garden.
sound. There it is. Okay, her volume went low for a minute.
Okay, I turned it up a little bit. Hopefully y'all can hear. But what did you want to ask, Leonard?
Oh, are you familiar with Pangea?
Am I familiar with what?
Pangea. Pangea.
And I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
need to bring her volume up too, so I can hear, because her volume is low now. I can barely hear what she's saying.
And I had it on the speaker before, but she can't hear you guys.
Send it to me in an email, and I'll read it.
Okay, let me send it.
Or just ask
It's,
her.
Pangea is when the theory that all the land masses were connected before the Platonic shifts that made them separate land mass. And
I know that. I know that one. I know about that. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
Oh man, this is bad. I can't hear her.
Well, she will be coming back, because we didn't know, but we did at least want to let y'all hear her just a little bit.
You couldn't hear. She said that yes, she is familiar with that, but just because that the Pangea is what we all see the lands as connected. People were still out of Africa. They were out of Africa in the closeness of the equator, and then they went out and migrated throughout the world.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Pangea, Africa was the center of Pangea.
Okay. I can understand that.
Exactly.
Right.
Africa is called the center of the world because it's the only continent on the planet that splits the equator.
Okay. And what color are the people on the equator?
She said, what color are the people around the equator?
Oh, you have melanated people. When the landmass is split, you had people that adapted.
Melanated. You had more than just melanated people, but there were several, lots of humanoids of different kinds. And the ones who lasted the longest were the ones who had orange hair and were inclined to abdominal fat and didn't listen well. And our former president is obviously a descendant of that group.
Okay, look, if you're talking about now, if you're going to get into politics talking about Trump, answer me. And hold on. Answer me one.
They were the strongest
Brother
and they
Leonard,
lasted the longest, and they're
relax.
still with us.
This is not a
and they're
debate.
still outlasting
Okay,
today.
one question.
Leonard, this is not a debate.
Excuse me. Can I make my point, please? I'm not being disrespectful. Now,
I don't think you're being disrespectful because
exactly. So you have somebody cutting me off, and I'm like, that's being rude. Let's not be rude.
Okay.
Now, when you had the plate shift and different things went to different areas, right? Humans evolved over time. You had people that had a lot of hair and everything, lighter skin, lighter hair, lighter eyes, this and that. That's from a lack of sunlight, right?
No,
If you look at most
that's right. Lighter. The people who evolved, other than those who came from Africa, didn't last because they didn't have all the characteristics that they needed in order for them to last, to accept the natural environment, the physical environment.
exactly, the environment was cold, and you can't grow food. Wildlife is not there. This and that. That's the reason you have melanated people are actually the majority of planet Earth. Looking at it from a global perspective.
I believe
But
that
this lady just told you
18% of the population of the Earth.
She just told you that.
Bruh, why are you interjecting? We're trying to have a conversation here, and you're interjecting,
Obviously,
speaking
you're
out of
not
turn.
on her level, brother. You're not on her level.
Okay, Leonard, get to your point, and then
Okay. One point. And let me ask this to everyone. Okay. Since Trump is all this, the Democratic what do they call themselves? The Congressional Black Caucus. They're the Democrats, right? And they're black in the United States. Name one piece of legislation that they pushed through Congress since 1971 when they became a group that helped Black America.
Hey, hold on, everybody. Everybody mute out. 1 second.
Hey, that's Culture Mike.
Okay.
Do you know that he was black? And he regarded him, say he was called Negro in his young years. So don't tell me that only pale faces have done all the things that are done in this, as far as the government is concerned, in the United States of America. Furthermore, those people who were intelligent at that time also knew that they too came from Africa. George Washington was no whiter than I am, and I'm not white.
Bars.
Over the idea of the rightness of whiteness. And it's time to realize that if you're going to talk about politics, number one, you have to talk about Abraham Lincoln, who was called a Negro as a young man.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know that. I'm from Illinois.
And
I asked a different question. Can I get an answer to the question that I asked?
Miss Jane also throw in his vice president.
Tell me that I'm wrong about that. So let's
I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say right or wrong. I asked one question, and all I wanted was one answer. That's all.
All right, thank you for your time, brother Leonard.
They will, and they're going to write more and more of it because more and more of them are going to be in the legislatures in this country. That's going to happen, and that's the fear of white males, so-called white males, that they are going to have to live under the laws written by people who don't look like them. They're going to be females, and they're going to be females of color.
Okay, Leonard, that's enough. Because I don't think I want to give them-
Okay, sister. I just asked a simple question, and as you see, I didn't get an answer.
No,
I
no,
haven't
no,
got an answer in I don't know how many years.
right.
Well, thank you, Leonard. I think she was answering just based on her views that when you're trying to say that it's only one race of people that have done something, there is no such thing unless you're talking about the human race. So we can say that there has been some legislation that has been from what you would call so-called Black people, and there have been some legislation that are from what people would call so-called white people. But it's not based on race when it comes to legislation. It's based on who's presented the legislation to the Congress, what the legislation is for, and then them voting on it. And we know there's a conglomerate of the different races that vote on that, and men and women.
And
Well,
like
thank
she
you,
said,
Leonard.
People
Thank you,
who
Leonard.
are going to be elected from anything are the people who are in the business roundtable. And if you haven't read the book The System by Robert Reich, you better get it and read it, The System, and find out who is running this show and why legislation is written by people who look like me, not people who have a lot of melanin in their system. And once again, we're right back to where we started. It's all about money.
That's true. That is true. Did you want to wait and ask your question last, Topcast, or do you
no,
want?
ma'am. I'll just make it quick. How you doing, Miss Elliott? And I did want to appreciate you on your informing this brother that Abraham Lincoln was a Negro and also his vice president, the 15th vice president, Hannibal Hamlin, was said to be a Negro as well. So I want to appreciate you for educating people because a lot of people maybe didn't know that. I want to kind of switch the energy up. You talked about being here 89 years. If you don't mind me asking, what was the best time for you living in your 89 years? What was the best time in America for you?
What was what?
The best time period, would you say, in America for
For her.
you? Your 89 years.
The best time for me, now that I'm 89, what were the best years in this country?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The years following the Second World War.
Can
Because
you?
we began at that point to realize colors saved this country from going under. And we began to realize that this country, the survival of this country, depended on the rights, the work, the determination, the citizenship of all of us, not just white males, because white males could never have won that war. It wasn't until they started bringing a whole bunch of black men to fight in that war that we won that war. And we won that war on the bodies of what we call black men. And you need to know it. But the years after the Second World War were the best years that I had in my life. Because before that, I was born during the Great Depression. Those were ugly years. And then came the war years, and those were worse. And then came the years after the Second World War. And for a few years there, things were we were so grateful that so many people came back and lived through that. Both my uncles went through that, but they came out alive. But they were grateful to be alive because they had watched so many people die unnecessarily because of a man like Donald Trump in Germany. And I will never forget those years, and I will never forget what that man did. And so when this man began to do what he began to do 6 years ago, I thought, oh my God, people wake up now. Wake up before we lose this country, this democracy. But for about 10 years there, things were just fan-frickin-tastic.
Okay, great answer. My next question would be, you travel so many places through your long career. What was the best place for you that you have traveled to, and why?
Australia. I would go back to the outback in Australia tomorrow.
Australia. Okay, turn up. Tell us, break it down.
What?
What do you like about Australia?
Totally turn up.
I like the size. I like the color. I like the people. I like the animal life. I like the freedom. I like the accepting people who are stranger than I'm stranger than they were, and that was remarkable for them to see somebody who kind of thought the way they did, and who kind of thought that maybe there's things than the way we're doing them in the United States of America.
So I have a question about that.
were willing to put up with me, and I was joyful to be in their presence.
You said the animal and wildlife of Australia. Did you see a lot of those like snakes in your bathroom or different huge spiders or anything in Australia?
No, I didn't. I stayed in hotels and I stayed in people's homes, and they are pretty calm about not having snakes. See, that's another thing you need to know. There are lots of people all over the world who don't have snakes in their bathrooms.
After this, she rocked the Casbah.
Miss Jane,
Sleep out on the ground in the outback. I don't do that. But I was impressed when I got to. Australia was just a remarkable place to be because they were so accepting. It was like, hey, you're one of us, and we all came from the same place, and let's have a good time. And that's what we did. It was wonderful.
Miss Jane, when we see you, you're always working. You're always quite serious. Is there something about you that the world don't know? Because they take your personality very serious, very passionate. Is there something about you that the world don't know that you would like them to know?
Well, I was born and raised in poverty, and I was never supposed to amount to anything because I was the middle child. And my father said to us, now, decide what you're going to do. Either decide you're going to make $1 or make a difference, and then do it. So my brothers became civil engineers and a dairy plant operator, and my sisters and I all became teachers. And my brothers made dollars, lots of them. And my sisters and I made a difference, and I still am.
Okay. Again, like I said, you seem so passionate and serious. Is there a party side to Miss Jane? Music wise, what's your favorite song if you have one, and why?
Hymns, Methodist hymns, but Baptist hymns are better. I like Methodist hymns, but Baptist hymns have got it all on. I like hymns. And unfortunately, I love all the hymns, all the songs, not hymns, but the songs that my husband and I listened to when we went driving down the road on the way to a job. And now those come on the radio, and I turn into a soup sandwich, talking about it because I miss him so much. But music has been a really important part of my life. When I was a kid, my two sisters and I sang, and my oldest sister had perfect pitch. My second sister had a beautiful voice, and I knew all the words. I learned the words quickly. And so we sang places and got paid for it. Didn't get paid much, but we'd make enough money singing to put the gas in the car to drive home on. We had no money, and that's one of the ways we made a little bit of money here and there, but we also learned the love of music. And then we were always in the choir, in the Methodist Church choir when we were in high school. So I didn't care about what people thought of me because I could go and be with those older people and sing those hymns on Sunday morning and on Thursday night. It was just wonderful. Music is the thing that when I'm in a blousy mood, I just go get some good music and put it on the hi-fi and think, okay, I can get through this because I can remember these things that I did when we were listening to this music.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Miss Jane. I'm gonna get to the question because Top Cat's playing. So when I was growing up, I was always given a warning, and it was unfortunate, but maybe I don't know. But when I was growing up, I always was told, "Don't you bring that one home." Unfortunately, so we were always warned, "Don't bring the white boy home," or "Don't bring the white girl home." Were you ever warned of that, or did you ever have like a black boyfriend growing up or anything like that?
There were no people other than what we called white in Riceville, Iowa. But during the Depression, I can remember during the WPA, my dad said that's called We Putter Around. Well, it wasn't We Putter Around. It was a Works Project Administration put in place by Roosevelt. And they'd go by these guys working on the WPA would go by the farm on the flatbed truck, and they sang. Oh, what was it they sang? Anyway, it was a song that my dad said, "Don't be singing that song. It's a filthy song." And so that's the only time he told us to be careful was when we got a chance to hear that song. And it was a really, really clever song, but come to find out it was about having sex.
Oh.
Oh, shrimpers and rice, they're very nice. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Boomy yucky sacky, want some seafood? Mama, shrimpers and rice, they're very nice. We didn't think that that was a song about sex, but my dad recognized it. He said, don't be singing that song back. So when he wasn't around, we'd whisper it because we knew there was something wrong with that. It took me a long time to realize what the shrimpers and rice was that they were talking about and why you're supposed to hold tight.
So do you feel like maybe you missed out? And do you regret not dating outside of your race? Or outside of quote unquote being white? How do you feel about that?
I didn't hear a word she said, and I don't know why.
She's asking, did you ever have any regrets of not being able to date? And we know, like, so-called, black men or just outside of the so-called race. Have you ever been interested?
Not until my husband died, because I had my husband.
Right.
When I was 19 years old, and then he never had a chance after that. And I didn't meet any males of color that I was really interested in until my husband. I met my husband, and I think he was more black than he was white. He was just a delight. He looked exactly like Marlon Brando when I married him, and when he died 59 years later, he looked like Telly Savalas. But that's what happens if you married somebody like me for 59 years. But no, I had no, because I was a girl. And if he had been, I don't care what color he had been, whatever color he had been, he had the kind of comfort and the kind of love and the kind of
Go to your mic.
It's culture, meet your, okay. And you said, and your husband, he worked at the colored section of the grocery store. Did he choose to do that?
He worked for the National Tea Company, which was out of Chicago, and they had a store in the north end of Waterloo, Iowa, and that's where my husband had worked for the National Tea Company in Boone and in Fort Dodge, and then they transferred him to Waterloo. So that's where he was working when he stopped working for National Tea. And that was in the north end of town. And if I ever had a great experience with human beings, it was the experiences that he and I had while he was working in what was the black section of Waterloo, Iowa for those years. We were probably there for 8 years. And we never had an unpleasant experience based on skin color with those people. And interestingly enough, he was told that those people they're going to be shoplifters. Well, the only person that he caught shoplifting was the man who was a federal meat inspector. And every time he came to the store, he stole a couple pounds of meat. And Gerald didn't dare say anything, because if he did, then his meat market wouldn't pass inspection the next month. We learned so much living in Waterloo, where practically all of Gerald's customers were people of color, and they were wonderful.
Miss Jane, again, back to the I wanted to get it out of there. Okay, growing up, is there a party side to Miss Jane Elliott other than the serious side when she's teaching?
I didn't understand what you said. You want to the telephone?
Yeah, I'm a little country. Ask it for me, Dosey.
So he's asking, is there any kind of party side to you? Anything you like to do for leisure or anything, especially in your younger years?
Anything, and I like to do when I was a kid or when I like to do now?
Well, like adult years, partying. Would you be like the Woodstock people or?
Well, the biggest thrill for me as an adult was to be with my husband and my 4 kids. And now the biggest thrill for me is to be with my 3 remaining children, my 8 grandchildren, and my 4 great-grandchildren. I love to dance with my husband. It was, oh God, you have no idea what it's like to dance with someone that you're going to go home with, and that you're going to have an absolutely remarkable experience with every minute that you're around him.
All right, that's beautiful. My last question, Miss Jane Elliott.
The culture, mute out one more question, and then you'll go next.
That's beautiful. My last question.
Copy.
The culture, mute
Oh,
out
oh,
one more question, and then you'll go next.
mute up, bro.
What's the question? What's the question?
Okay, yes, ma'am. All right, Miss Jane Elliott, through your body of work, all the work that you have done, all the places you have been, all the people you have touched, who heard your message, the adversity, the good, the bad, the ugly. When it's all over with, how would Miss Jane Elliott like to be remembered?
How would I like to be
That is
remembered?
a beautiful question.
Yes, it is.
Are you asking me how I'd like to be remembered?
Yes.
Oh, well, I don't care if you forget me as long as you remember my words. As long as you remember that we are all members of the same race and that you and I are 30th to 50th cousins, and by the gods of war, I expect people to treat me like one of their relatives and not one of the unwanted ones. I don't care whether you remember my face. I don't care whether you remember what I look like or what I sound like, but I want you to remember these words. There's only one race of people on the face of the earth, and that's the human race. And we all came from the same place originally, which was a country on the continent of Africa. And you can dispute that until the cows come home, and it will still be true.
All right, thank you, Miss Elliott.
Yes, before you leave,
That was
let me
my
say,
last.
I wanted to, I honestly only asked the question because I was thinking you was kind of beating around the bush, kind of being shy. And so,
Wait, Sakina, 1 second. Let the culture ask his question. He has a lot going on with his mic. And then the culture, go ahead and ask your question, and then.
Okay, thank you. How you doing, Miss Elliott? Appreciate your time, right?
Okay.
My question is, so there's a debate between Pan-Africanism and Aboriginals, right? I heard you say that both, that people came over on slave ships and people that was here already. Well, my question is, what is the majority? Was the majority already here? Could you say like 90% was already here, then maybe 10% came on slave ships? Would you agree with that? Because there's a lot of evidence that states that we was already here through books, through paintings, through early explorers that came over here, said there was nothing but dark-skinned people here when they first came and explored here. Plus, in the South America, under the rainforest, there's pyramids that predates anything that's in Egypt. I mean, I know that we're part of the lost tribe, so I just want to know what does the majority think, so we can end this discussion on. Was the majority already here, and then say maybe 10%, 5% came on slave ships? Would you agree with that?
Look, nobody became a racist. Nobody became a racist. You had to be taught to be racist. They weren't racist when they were born. Nobody is born a racist. Racism is something you have to learn, and you have to be carefully taught, and that's what we are taught in this society. And because of the power of the United States of America, we have managed to spread our racism all over the world. If we have the power to spread our racism all over the world, we also have the power to wipe out racism all over the world. And we could do that if we chose to. God created the human race. Human beings created racism. And I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now on which it says that very thing, because I believe that. I don't believe that people were born racist. I think you have to be taught to be a racist. And if you can be taught to be a racist, you can be taught to stop being a racist. And that ought to be what educators do. I'm an educator. The word educator comes from the root dus, which means lead, the prefix e, which means out, the suffix ate, which means the act of, and the suffix or, which means one who does. An educator is one who is engaged in the act of leading people out of ignorance. And racism is pure, unadulterated ignorance. It is learned ignorance and self-imposed ignorance, and it's time to put a stop to it. And if we aren't going to put a stop to it, we ought to stop calling our schools educational institutions, because they aren't. They are international institutions, and we need to stop indoctrinating people in the idea of the rightness of whiteness, because white people do not exist.
But with all due respect, Miss Elliott, I never said anything about racism. My question again was the majority of so-called black people was already here, or would you say they all came on a slave ship?
There were lots of different kinds of humanoids over the last 30,000 years. But the
You're gonna have to mute the culture.
who came out of Africa, they survived. Those Homo sapiens. Read the book Sapiens. Read the book Sapiens. And then read the book, oh, wait a minute. He has written several, but the first one that I read, Atari, his name is Atari. And the name of the book is Sapiens. Read that, and then read, and I'm working on reading. It's hard work to read his books because he knows so much. Read Homo Deus. Homodeus. Homo Deus. Read it. And then that will answer all your questions. And then you won't have to ask somebody like me who doesn't know the answer.
With all due respect, I don't disagree that maybe man started in Africa. That wasn't my question. Well, obviously you're not going to answer my question. So I appreciate your time and thank y'all for letting me ask my question. You heard?
If you want the answer to your question, you read a book that will give you the answer.
I already read books, man. But I was just asking you because there's a lot of people in the chat that was jacking information.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I think as far as your question, though, it's something that we can't know. You want a percentage for us to guess. If 90% were here, 10% came on slave ships or anything like that, it's impossible guess for us. We have enough evidence to know that some people did come here on slave ships, and we have enough evidence to know that some people already existed here, but we don't know the percentages.
You're saying some, but the majority was already here. Every American old book shows nothing but dark skinned people here, and every early explorer that came over here, they described what they seen. They said it's all black people, no different than Ethiopians in Africa. Period.
Yeah, we know melanated people that look like us were here. But what I'm saying, as far as when you use the transatlantic slave trade, we don't know if the majority of the transatlantic slave trade that was here were people that were already here were slaves, or if they were on boats, or if it's a combination. Was it 50-50? We don't know. That's what we do not know.
We do know that they
But
all
the transatlantic slave trade works both ways. It's not just coming to America. A lot of people came from America to Europe. They took a lot of indigenous people from America to other places. The Atlantic trade works both ways. It's not just one way.
That means you know the number of people that were
Wait,
here.
hold on. Mute everybody. Mute.
We can talk about this after. We don't have to talk about this now.
All right. Come up to my house. Come to my house in Iowa.
Appreciate y'all let me ask my question. I'm gonna leave now.
That will answer all those questions, and then pretty soon we'll realize that, oh my Lord, the guy who wrote Sapiens was right. We all came from the same place, and we ought to be grateful for that and be happy with it instead of saying, oh no, my people were here first. Your people weren't here first unless they were people of color.
Oh.
Period.
Mic drop.
You couldn't have lived anyway. This is not going to be a debate any longer. If you want to send me your questions, I'll answer your questions, but I'll probably answer your question by giving you the title of another book to read. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much for that. And Peace Dots, thank you for joining us. I hope you have been having a good time tonight.
Yes. I try to come on as soon as I can. Hi, Dr. Elliott, how you doing?
Well, call me again sometime.
Oh, we definitely will. Did you? Well, Dots has a question before you
actually, she answered it already. That was going to be my last question. In terms of what are some books, good references to read, but she already answered that question, so I'm good.
Miss Elliott, next time are we going to be able to get you at your daughter's house, and then maybe you can connect it?
I'll be at my daughter's house, or unless you want to wait until December 1st, then I'll be in California, and the reception is really good there.
Well, let's do both.
See, I'll talk to you another time then, and we can see each other.
Okay.
When are you going to meet your daughters?
What?
When are you going to be at your daughter's?
Oh, I can go to my daughter's anytime I want to because she lives 6 miles from me, but she's got great reception on her television, on her computer.
Okay, great.
Well, we
Well,
do
yeah.
appreciate you coming. I'm telling you, I really always wanted to have a conversation with you. So I appreciate this so much, Dulcinea. I really,
It's not, this is like a dream come true. You don't even
really,
understand.
really
Like,
Yeah.
it's definitely a jewel.
yes, we definitely learned a lot.
What are the 3 things I told you to remember forever?
That we are all the same. We're the human race.
There's only one race is human.
That's right. And we're all brown,
There's
not
no
black.
white or black.
There would be no Christians.
Right.
Without women, there would be no men. Those 3 things you have to remember, because if we can remember those, we can get rid of we won't have to teach about racism or anti-Semitism or sexism. We can cure those 3 ills with those 3 sentences. Without blacks, there'd be no whites. Without Jews, there'd be no Christians. And without women, there'd be no men.
Okay, I like that last part.
I like all 3.
I like all 3 as well.
Thank you so much.
Teach it to your children and make me smile a lot, okay?
Yes, we will. And we definitely will be bringing you back soon.
Yes, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye now.
Bye.
Thank you.
That was awesome. I wish she was on the computer or whatever to connect, but next time we'll definitely get her to connect. But what do you guys think?
I really love her. Always have, from the first time I ever seen her do her experiment. I know she don't like to call it experiment, but that was really an amazing,
life-changing
experiment that she did. I seen people walking out of there crying and all kinds of stuff the first time I ever seen, from way back when she was a young girl, when she was like a teacher in school.
Come on.
And she was like really, 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 going in and make. I mean, that's why I had to ask a question. I want everybody to know I didn't ask the question to be disrespectful or not. Do she like who she is? Because we do know that even though she's saying what she's saying, and I appreciate her saying what she's saying, there is somewhat of a difference. And I always felt like if I was a European, with all of the wickedness that has went down between the status of the people called blacks and the status of the people called white, I don't know if I would want to be white if I really was against what they were doing. I would kind of feel awkward. And that's something that's always I said. So I thought I would ask her that question. And that's why I did, was no disrespect. I don't know if I would like being after all the things that I know that they did to another race. That's all.
Yeah, but you have to see it as, and I kind of see it the same way, like those people are mentally ill. So she doesn't see it like she's a conglomerate of white people. She's one race. I've always said, like, I'm not a color. I'm not from a crayon. I'm not black. Like, I'm much more than a color. I'm a person. I'm a human being. So when you don't sum yourself up to those terms, like, it's not like, oh, I'm in a unified group with those white people. No, those people are insane because they're trying to make melanin mean something that it doesn't mean. So I would never see myself.
She didn't mean no harm. She probably misunderstood you, because you got to keep in mind she's 89 years old.
That part.
I don't think that she misunderstood.
You don't?
No, not at all. She didn't misunderstood. She 89, but she's swift. She's spry. She understood everything that was saying. She intentionally did not want to go there. That's what I feel.
Because she don't see color.
To that question before, she had said that people were all melanated all over the planet Earth, and I thought I heard her say before that the people that were all on these lands were like dark complected.
No, she said they were all with or without melanation, but we were all brown. Like, brown is brown no matter up and down. Remember how I described you can get a white shirt dirty as you want, but it would just be gray. But you can make it black, but you could bleach black to white. Remember that? And so that's what she's saying on the opposite side.
Oh.
That white comes from black. So we were all the same. That's why she's just saying it differently.
Right. I do get what saying. But
So she's not trying to answer it. She's just saying she's black or we all the same. That's all.
Yeah, because the way she was saying it, I was almost thinking that she was saying that she was that she was black. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That's why there's one human race. She is saying she's saying black is first, so everything came out of black.
Exactly. So in a sense, that's what she's saying. Because remember, we got 8 primary colors, and no matter what, somebody said you can put a little more to one and it'll come black. No, you can scribble all those colors together and she make it black.
Where's Top Cats?
Exactly. Because again, I just want to
I appreciate your questions for her, Top Cats. They were all good questions. And even the question that Culture had was good. He wanted to clarify it. He wanted it to be clarified, what was said. And Dulcinea, Renegade. No, he's being good. Wait a minute, that's not. Wait a minute now.
I believe that the historical part, remember how you asked her, has she ever been debated? I think they were trying, I don't want to say debunk, but I think they did want clarification.
The knowledge is so bad.
Teacher, but at the same time, I think they wanted to really get into that information like we trying to get from Top Cats. I think they really want to get, you know what I'm saying? Because she's a teacher versus, I don't want to say she's not a scholar, but because she's a teacher, I don't know how much she knows about their subject and what they know, but I think because of some of the stuff she mentioned, it was touchy.
Yeah. But a lot of people think they know. But the thing is, with that particular subject, people like Top Cats, people like Open to Knowledge, people that are in that field, they study nothing but that. And that's why I feel like they know a lot more than a lot of other people's, because this is what they study. This is just the direction that they just study this.
Yeah, that's why I said touchy. That's why I said touchy.
Race is going to be touchy, especially in the presence of another race.
Look at Gemini. She over there being the king.
Being up on the panel. Stop. You know what?
Gemini down there being what I call you, Dulcinea? There go your sister.
She did, Danielle. She did get emotional. She was talking about her husband.
I totally agree with Gemini. Debating is a part of this channel.
It sure is.
If it wasn't for HOK, I wouldn't know none of y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what?
I mean, you could respectfully debate. It doesn't have to be
right.
But to challenge, and I call it challenge some things that
y'all gotta get it off my nephew, Renegade J. Now leave my nephew alone. Let him speak. He can speak. That's my nephew.
They trying to make him get on the panel.
Okay, well, get on the panel, nephew. But y'all gonna have to get off.
I'm not a paddle.
No, he ain't getting no paddle. Let my nephew
speak. So school riding.
Let my nephew speak.
That's right. That's right. I thought Cosmic Minds was gonna come in and say a few words, but I guess he didn't feel like it.
Money.
I did.
He called Cosmic Mind.
I know. We dropped it at the same time because he said it. That's why I was like, yeah, he said drop the link. And what you'll notice is I went in there and I changed a few people to be moderators as well. But I don't know who else you want to be moderator. But.
No. I mean, I didn't say anything. Open to Knowledge and Top Cats. But I didn't, I just was saying, I thought, because he asked to drop the link. I thought that he was going to come up and say something. You coming in, Renegade? Because I really want to know what you think about the situation. I got a question to ask Top Cats. Are we considered Indians? Are we considered Aboriginal or Indigenous? Which word fits?
He's going to say Indian.
Right. I don't think he like Indian.
I want to know why. Where is Top Cats?
I asked him that question before. Indian comes from Gente Indios.
Hi, Juju.
Nina or Nina Indios, which means the people of God, the children of God. So Indians really are about the bloodline of being of the gods.
I know you will, TK. Hey, Queen Juju. Listen, you know Abo means two is not a woman.
But look,
it's not
Aboriginal.
Right, it's not original.
Okay, but wait a minute now.
Abo means
you said it, but where's Pat said because he need to answer for himself.
Right. Original is after ab. Ab means heart. So I don't know. What does it mean? My heart.
And Abba, think about it. Abba, Baba, Abba. So Aboriginal.
That means
really like
the offspring.
Father,
right.
Mankind. That's what Aboriginal really
child. Right. So it's two. It's the second. It's a junior. So it's not original. It's an offspring. Again. So that's not original. That's a child. Ab is the heart. Ab means from the beginning. That's an offspring, though. Ab is your heart. Exactly. And so therefore, like my heart, like Isis is the eye of. So you got two eyes. So ab is your heart. And we would know your heart is your offspring. Original comes after the ab.
Servant, I thought.
Okay, well, you say ab is the beginning.
No, that's what culture is saying.
I know. That's where I'm reading it from. Culture saying ab means beginning, but in Medunetta, ab is your heart. So the original come after ab. You got ab, original.
It's an Arabic word, but I'm just saying.
So that means two is not a winner. Three, nobody remembers. What races you running? Culture? I'm with you, but you're making me think. Words is college.
Open to knowledge. Do you consider it Indian, Aboriginal?
My sister saying it means run away from. So come on now.
Open to knowledge is Indian as well, but hopefully he can come up open to knowledge. But they're Indians. I mean, they've said it in the chat enough times where they do not like being called Aboriginal. They do not like being called Native American.
They want to be called
They
Indian.
are American Indians. But yeah, I think open to knowledge should be able to explain the same thing.
All right, because I don't want no Abo teacher. I need originals.
But A1, your boo, A1, he's not Indian. He's Abo.
Now who's Abo boo?
That's your boo. That's your
boo. I'm the right way. If I get the wrong information, I might lose.
You were trying to get him some Sister Freedom earlier. That's what
you know what? Don't y'all start that. Won't be nothing. Indigenous. See, that's what I'm saying. Indigenous black man.
I just don't think
why it's got to be three different statuses for the same people. What the heezy?
Okay, culture. You ain't got to holler at nobody.
It's not the same people. That's what they're trying to tell you.
What happened, Nisha? That's how
Tom doesn't think he's better than us. He comes on all the time to teach us. We may not agree with all his teachings.
Not at all. He's not black. He's not white. He's not black. He's not white. Hey.
Oh, wow.
Okay. He said that in his chat. I'm just agreeing with him.
I just don't think that it's to them, to the Indians, it is a difference. Oh, so Sister Freedom, they're not looking at it as they're like us. Right. For open to knowledge, he do acknowledge the African in him. He knows it's in there somewhere. But for Top Cats, he don't acknowledge it. You heard him say what you know is cap, that his test is 99% Indian. You know that's not true. That's not even happening. They haven't even tested that many for it. If mine say that little bit that is in there, come on now. He can't be 99. So, but they don't look at it as they just indigenous to this landmass that we're on. So it's a difference. But they don't all agree. So you got the Abos disagree with other Abos, Indians disagree with other Indians. Then we're gonna take it to the Moors disagree with other Moors,
Right.
and then we're gonna take it to the Christians disagree with other Christians. So what the F is going on for real? And that's why my stance, I don't care about none of that shit.
Come on, for the what?
For real. I got bigger fish to fry. Period.
I'm allergic.
Peace, love is my religion.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
I'm fine. Yeah, it's good. Years back, I watched a documentary by National Geographic, and they, based on DNA decoding, said the origin of man comes from Africa. And that was very inspiring. And how man started his journey from Africa, came to India, and there was, after years, there was a blast and people spread all over. And this documentary is, I don't know if you guys have watched it, The Journey of Man by National Geographic.
Does it Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Yeah,
Morgan.
for that, yeah.
So it's such a documentary that opens one's mind. You know, if one really looks at this. And based on the documentary, when I looked at it, and I was impressed, and I ended up actually writing a song.
Oh, you like this hearing it?
Okay, is that okay with you guys?
Yes, come on.
Okay.
A rap or a song?
It's a song, actually. I wish I knew how to rap. I don't.
Is it a limerick? Is it a
This is
limerick?
an Unscrambled Mind exclusive.
Let's share it with you. So it goes something like this. All of us are from Adam, be black, brown, or white. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All of us are from Adam, be black, brown, or white. Got to learn how to live together, not to hate, let love abide. Got to learn how to live together, not to hate, let love abide.
You better sing it.
Diversity is a beauty we got to realize. Diversity is a beauty we got to realize. No matter what your race or religion, walk side by side. No matter what your race or religion, walk side by side.
Oh, you closed your eyes when you said that.
How old are you? How old are you?
What do you say?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm a senior.
You better be a
senior. Where are you from?
I'm calling you from basically USA, New Jersey.
That's all right. I heard you close your eyes and say,
Well, is it bad that I hear like a little Indian, like India?
Oh, yeah, very much. I'm from India. In fact, I'm from that part of India which is called Pakistan.
I heard it.
Yeah, I could hear it. Yeah, I was thinking like
I needed some things on my finger to do like this.
Oh, that was good. You should have.
I was gonna get down with you.
This goes so far. Thank you.
And being from India, I have got another quote which I wrote down is that I'm not black and I'm not white. All say that I'm brown. Take care before you tread on me, for I am the middle ground.
Uh-oh. You better be the middle ground.
Bro,
I think it's a middle ground. You have love in your heart. And if that's all you want to see, and that's what you put in your mind and out in the universe for positive measures, and I think that's good.
Yeah.
So if all you want is love, that's all you're going to get is love.
You see, diversity is such a beautiful thing. I don't know why people are saying, "Oh, I'm this, I'm that." Enjoy the diversity. That is the beauty of life.
Yes.
Instead of saying, "Okay, I'm better than you, or you're better than me," and all that stuff is no good. We got to be equal, and
You
that's
know
what
what? I think it really.
you got cut off. What do you say?
Nisha, you froze.
Oh, okay. I think sometimes what it really is that everybody else know. Now this for real. Everybody else know. Like he could go to India. We got people could go back to Ireland. To people could go to Switzerland, whatever. But for us, why it's an issue is where we going, where will we go back to? Like we don't really 100% know for sure, and that's why we be debating these things and trying to figure it out because really our identity has been lost.
Yeah,
Period.
That
It
part.
really has been lost, and we're lost. So that's
yep.
why we trying to hold on to something, and I got to be this. I can't be that. That don't feel right. We've been here. I got to be this. I can't be that. So it's a battle. And really at the end of the day, the Indians, the black Indians, what's the purpose? Y'all not no better than us niggas.
They
Mm.
did this too.
Y'all not no better than you. I mean, we are the same. In the eyes of this world, we are all the same.
Exactly. It all depends on our how do we take things. We got to be, we got to promote each other, love each other.
It
That's
put
what we
us
need to
in the
do.
same pot.
But you know what? You got a lot of people around you that hate themselves, and they put that on. I've never heard so much hate for yourself that you put on other people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're miserable about your own self, you put that on other people. Your misery, your twisted up bull crap, and all kinds of stuff. People hate themselves, and that's the reason why we'll never really find any peace. Because they put a bunch of misery in the world because they really hate themselves.
Can
But
I ask you a question, Love is my religion. Are you familiar with the history in India and the Hinduism and the Vedics? And if you are, have you ever heard any connection between that and the Americas? Specifically like the Mayan culture?
Yeah, I have. You see, the thing is, there's got to be connection, and that's what I got from watching that, documentary, because it shows that there's a connection, and it's not just they prove it through DNA that there's a connection. So basically, there is a connection. Now we learn, and in the learning process, we are promoting, we are going further and further and further. So as long as like our concern for others, in fact I would say our concern for the betterment of other proves that we are human. If we are not, and we shouldn't be concerned that okay, white or black or brown, it's okay, human. Yeah, we should be concerned, and without color, race, religion, we should. That's why I say love is my religion, because that's what the key thing is going to be: love for humanity as
Hmm.
such.
Black Lion Supreme state says, show us evidence of our ancestors all over the world. Well, I've always been puzzled about that Black Lion Supreme because of the slave trade, and they divided us so many different places. So really and truly, how do we know who is related to us and who isn't? You can have a family member because once you are separated and you go off somewhere else, just say that they took us from Africa and divided our family, all over the place. You took on the language of the people that where you was at. How would you know? You know who you were related to or not?
Well,
Because
nowadays they have.
the division that took place during the slave trade, and they were saying that they were coming over here, taking the people from over here and taking them over to different places too. So the indigenous people that were on these lands were taken from these lands and taken to other places. Yes, the Caribbeans and things of that nature. Right, I agree with you. So, but then you don't know because a lot of people, from over in the Caribbeans and stuff, they go to what is it France and all them different places. You know what I'm saying? My kids is Jamaican, and England is where my son's grandmother and stuff lives. So I'm just saying, how do we know who's related to us and who's not?
Well, there's a possibility nowadays
Slavery.
with the DNA decoding, you can know who, how, and where you're related.
Huh?
Yes, there's a lot of people over here that just they're very skeptical of the DNA testing over here. Love is my religion, but definitely that is a way to know. But it's just the way that they've gone about the panels,
Feel
what
better.
panels that they use as references, and that they don't have a lot of participation with different cultures or a well wide range of cultures. They a lot of people just feel like that's inaccurate in the grand scheme of things. But situation number 9 wanted me to ask you: do you identify as an Indian? And then what do you think of the fact that in America, people identify as Indian, and they say that the original India would have been Hindustan?
Well, that's yeah. Are you asking about religion, or are talking of nationality?
More nationality than religion.
I see. Yeah, basically the thing is, like I have kids, and they are born here. Two of them are born here, and I tell them, I said, look, no matter what you do, one is about to become a doctor, right? And I tell them that no matter what you do, people are going to look at you as Indians. Don't you ever forget that. Okay. Now you're born here, you got nationality, you are US citizen, everything. I'm a US citizen now. And we are thankful that USA has provided us the means that all my kids are well settled in the sense of studies. I have been to I was in a place called Dubai. Dubai for I was there for years, and two of my kids were born there. But what was the problem there? The problem there was these kids who were born in Dubai, the country would not give them nationality, which means as soon as they turn 18, if you are a boy, the guys have to have either a student's visa or a work visa. If they don't have a student's visa, if they don't have a work visa, they have to leave the country in spite of the fact that they were born there. For girls, they have some leverage in the sense that they'll say, okay, the girl can be 22 or 23 before she has to leave the country. So we decided to come to the USA because the kids who were born here were, of course, nationals, but the other kids also are nationals now. They have all the rights. So we are really grateful to USA for giving us these rights.
Wow. Mm, mm, mm.
Do you get my point?
That's good and bad at the same time.
Bad in what sense?
Because the right, and at the same time, it shouldn't even be a right. It should just be your natural liberty.
Of course, natural. We are natural, but sometimes it's like a blessing in disguise.
No, I'm saying in Dubai. I don't understand, but each country is,
Oh, in Dubai, okay, in Dubai. Yeah, these countries. So basically, what I'm trying to say, being in USA is itself a blessing in the sense, if you take it. Now, take people from India. Now, why are they coming here? Because the life is better. Now, India has been fortunate in the sense that they, years back, they had this leader called Rajiv Gandhi, that he talked about computerization. And when he spoke about computerization, uh, everybody started going towards computer. And today, India is leading in the software technology. And though you have, you can keep servants there, here it's no one can afford a servant. There people have servants and all, but they still prefer to stay in the USA. Why? Because the life here is far better. And same goes with people like, take the people who are from Africa. Now, in spite of the fact that they came here under unwilling circumstances as slaves, but today the African people over here are far better than the African people back in Africa. So that has turned out to be, in a way, a blessing. And we should be grateful. Yeah, we should be grateful to our great grandparents, and they suffered to make our life better.
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, it's been a few years since I did some studies on this, but I do know that although you guys have good technology and whatnot in these other areas, not even China, but I do know that when it comes to using the internet itself, it's really high for the internet services. So y'all might have a lot of cell phones and the technology, but when it comes to the Wi-Fi and the services, that's a whole nother ball game, because that service is very expensive. Y'all don't have the means for the internet itself. So that's the problem itself.
Yeah, there are places, not of course, if you take the major cities, there's no problem. But then if you go deep down, then in the villages, then there's some problem. But now it's almost, they have also overcome that. Now Wi-Fi and internet is pretty readily available everywhere now.
Okay, let me comment on. I can't hold it back. Listen, you say it's a blessing. No, it's not a blessing. Okay, because we don't know how our life would be and we were left alone. Okay, if the colonizers hadn't came over there, and I'm talking to the Africans, I'm not talking to the Indians right now. Okay, so we don't know how things would have been if we were left the freak alone. If we wasn't sold either by us or by them, whoever.
Whatever.
Wait a minute. If we was not sold, period, and we were left alone, you can't say that it's a blessing to be over here. It's a blessing to you, maybe, but not to my people. You cannot say that. You cannot speak for us. It's real out here. The things that we have to deal with on a daily. You give some people some trinkets. You allow some people to acquire wealth, and everybody, y'all got it good, this, that, and the other. There is still a lot of things that we have to deal with, that we have to struggle through. There's so much of trauma, so much of generational trauma that we are still dealing with. So it is not a blessing that we were enslaved. Africa is a beautiful land. And if we were left alone, if we were really just left alone, then we don't know it. Look at the stuff that we had to go through and we still going through. A blessing? Are you serious?
The fact is we don't owe nobody. Everybody owes us. Everybody. We don't owe nobody. Nisha,
Well,
that's beautiful.
what's
And
the
right,
context of you calling it a blessing?
You see, the thing for me, it's as I said, it's a blessing because our kids came here, they studied, and now they are on their way to become doctors and other such stuff. All right. So what I'm trying to say,
Couldn't we done that without slavery? And do we
no,
know, if slavery never happened and there wasn't this hatred of people beyond races, we don't know if we could have still been doing that, if we still could have been traveling, going all over the world and having more opportunity just based on because we will have a love for knowledge or the wealth for knowledge, or we want to share cultures with each other. I think we use hate as a basis to say, we wouldn't have gotten this thing without this hate, but we possibly could have gotten to the same place without slavery. Do you get what I'm saying?
let me ask you, what about the people who are there now? Take the place now. If you trace your forefathers, where are they from? Now, people living in those areas, are they better off, or are you better off today?
I don't know what you mean, but you act like you missing the point. You
Yeah,
missing
well, I was out to say my forefathers were slaves, so we're definitely better off today. But
but what
I would
you
say
trying to
if
say
I go
is
further
because
back,
you're slave,
though,
you
I
are the
can't say that we are
okay.
better off than previous to when race was taught and hate and let's separate or anything, because right, those things are the history of saying that, oh, we always hated each other, we always went in and stole each other's land and um, raped and pilgrimaged and or pillaged and things like that. I don't know if that's true.
Let me talk of India now. Let's say India, right?
Are you
Now,
talking about India or are you talking about us as a people? Because you
no,
shouldn't have did that if that's what you I must have missed it, but I'm just saying. Are
let's
you
no,
talking about India? You
I'm
feel
I'm talking about India now. Now, let's say uh, years back, India has been ruled by Mughals and by Nawabs and by Rajas. And as such, what was the state of the common man years back in India? The common man was nothing but a peasant at the mercy of the
gosh.
landlords, right? Now, the Britishers came and they ruled India. Now, what happened is they came to loot. Of course, they came to get business and get the gold and all the other stuff, whatever it was. But in the process, they started building schools for the common man. Right now, the common man benefited from the schools they made. They started building hospitals for the common man. Now, these education was there before. It's not that they bought education, but it was only for the elite, not for the common man. But the white guys, I'm not trying, they did slave people, they did loot, right? But in the process, what they did, it benefited the common man. They put up schools, they put up colleges. I'm talking of India over here. I don't know if they did that in Africa or not, right? Now they build up, so the common man got education, and today, because of that basic education system they put up road networks. India is still using the same railway network, the road network which was built by the Britishers. So we have to say, okay, our forefathers did suffer, and they, but in the process, what has happened is we did gain. Today, India is leading in tech, in the software technology, is because if the basic school education was not there, they wouldn't have led. Am I right or
Right
wrong?
with this.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you a religious man?
I don't know, but it's
No,
it's 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 way past me wanting to hear anymore. I could tell you that.
Well,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me ask you,
too.
what's your religious belief?
you see, love is my religion.
Okay,
Oh,
so that's the problem. because you don't have a religious preference, nor do you have racism background or issue. So you see America as a whole, just like you see wherever you came from. I don't want to disrespect you in that manner, but I'm just saying because I forgot. So you don't see that as a whole. So when you came, you see America as U.S. as in us. So therefore, you have an experience other than how your country did you and your family, and then you see America as a freedom, just like when you saw the Statue of Liberty. So until you can see how your people have been done outside your family, or how your religion was done outside of that, you don't have a stance. So you don't have, understand me, Renegade, you don't have a white man experience or a black man experience or a indigenous or a man experience, because right now you see America as your savior. It helped you and benefited your family. You see America as a whole. So you don't have this kind of understanding of how we were done or how they were done. You see the British, you just see it as that. You don't see
it does sound like Sakina. It sounds like he's saying because we was in slavery, it benefited him and the Indian.
No, he don't see it as that. He see America as a whole. So it engulfs a whole bunch of people. So he don't see none of that.
Let me ask
Come on. He say 4 fathers, so he looking at 4 people like they all came from, not that they came from 4 states. Not that they came together from 4 different aspects or 4 different states. He see them as all coming together, and them are 4 fathers. None of them had 4 different aspects. None of them had 4 different points. Not that they all came together. Not that they dreamed sometimes about killing each other. Not that they served the 4 different purposes, and none of that. He's just saying our 4 fathers. None of you, and we know that them ain't our fathers. Our fathers, some of them people on that damn mountain was raping us and all kinds of stuff. He don't see that. He think them are our 4 fathers.
And let open
some bullshit. Hey, let me ask him a question real quick. Hey, brother, so you say you're Indian?
Yeah.
From India?
I said I'm from that.
What year was India called India? And what was the first time y'all was called Indians?
India, what does that matter? How does that matter?
Nah, that means a lot, because that's where the problem comes in at, because you got people saying that they're American Indians over here, which the name Indian was given to people in the Caribbeans and all of that who Christopher saw first, but Indian was never given to y'all when y'all was getting enslaved over there doing the Muslim slave trade, when they was enslaving y'all over there in Hindustan. It was all Hindu. So when did y'all get Indian? And another question, do y'all get reparations from the Spanish, from the British, and from the African United Nations to come over here and do what y'all do?
Of course not. We don't get any such reparations.
So is nobody in the UN speaking for y'all?
Of course not. This.
Stop it. I talk to Indians every day. They got a corner store right here in my road. I talk to them every day. And they know when I tell them I'm Indian, you know what they say? Yeah, you're the first Indian. We the second Indian, but we don't call ourselves Indians. So I'm asking you, why do you call yourself an Indian when some people in India don't even call themselves Indians?
I mean, basically the thing is, that is the problem. Thing is that India, do you know India? Everybody knows India. Now, it was Hindustan, right? It was Bharat, right? But the common language used today is India. So to me, to say, oh, I'm not going to call myself Indian because
he ain't Indian, he's Hindu. And also Sikh. You're not Indian. Hindu.
Right, right. They Hindu, but they claiming underneath the Indian banner. And this is where the problem comes in at. They got the name Indian afterwards.
Of course, when the Britishers
India wasn't out until the 1800s. India didn't come out till like the 1800s. The slave trade, Christopher was over here, so-called 1492, when he gave that name India. So was he looking for India or was he looking for the Andes? Which one, brother?
The thing is, if we keep trying to, like America, when was America formed, right? So we can say, oh, America was formed. I'm not going to call myself American because I don't belong to America.
But you reaping American benefits. What the fuck?
But that's
now
what
y'all
he's
see.
explaining. No. Open to knowledge. You cut in. What he's explaining right now is the fact that America wasn't always American. So, that America wasn't always America. So, considering yourself American before America was America doesn't make sense. So that's what he's going into right now.
Well, please show me a source of the name of over here before it was called America. I'm waiting.
What it was called before America? It was Red Indians, and basically they came over, they overtook the land and everything. I'm not saying that the white guys, they did loot, they did enslave, but if we keep living in the past, where will we get? We have to stay. Okay, now we stand here. Where do we go from here? Where we go forward? Okay,
the thing is, you got some people that's out here really fighting for what is due to them because of the past. Y'all saying let the past go because y'all coming over here and y'all reaping the benefits. Y'all kids going to college, y'all kids going to doctor school, and y'all claiming a name that ain't really y'all's, and y'all getting the benefit of that. So what I'm saying is, listen to me closely. I have no problem with my Hindu Indians. I have no problem with them. Not at all, brother. But what I'm saying is, the things that you were saying earlier, you know what I mean? It kind of touch a certain basis, because that lets me know what y'all propaganda plan is. You know what I mean? That's coming from over there. Just all of a sudden, y'all have a chain of stores leading from the south all the way up to the east coast, or from the east coast all the way down. Hold on, Dulcinea, or from the east coast all the way down. So what I'm saying is, when it comes down to American people calling themselves Indians, it comes a clash, because they looking at, well, shit, we giving the Indians this and that. So who are y'all? Which one is the real Indian?
Not them. They Hindu.
Okay, so love is my religion. I have a question. Are you against Black Americans getting reparations?
Of course not. I mean, they should. I don't have a problem with that.
Are you willing to help fight for them?
Good question.
Help fight for them? Of course. I mean, if it's something which I have really not looked into this, but if you are fighting on some sound ground, and if the ground is there, you should get it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If
I mean, you have a case for this, right? And
what do you think? What do you think our case would be?
What I'm trying to say, because I have not fought the battle which you are fighting. So for me to
what do you think that we would be fighting for? Because you said if the thing was solid ground or whatever. What do you think we would be fighting for?
You would be fighting for the mistreatment, the looting, and because the slaves, the way they treated you and took advantage of you, not paid you.
Not the fact that we built America.
Of course, you built America.
You damn right.
Yeah, you did.
All the money, all the rich
The richness came off the back of our ancestors.
Totally right.
Oh, okay. Just making sure you realized it.
No, I'm totally with you on that. I don't have a problem with that. I tell you, I
Now,
don't.
you did say Red Indians before. Do you know of the conspiracy that Open to Knowledge was talking about, that there were Indians that lived here that looked like our skin complexion on the panel, and that they actually took the land from them, made them slaves, and conspired against them to not know that they're from America?
And then mixed us up with Africans. You can't tell the difference.
Hey, listen, on some real, the Indians was getting taken up the them Hindu Indians was getting taken up the North African. They was getting trained and colonized up there with Christianity, getting indoctrinated, and they came across on the ship too. Let's with Christopher.
Well, he probably doesn't know all of that. If he's
Well, okay, well, I'm just saying in general.
I get it, but I asked him
he need to know. But my bag
goes
in there. But I'm just telling you, he need to know. They was on the ship too, along with Africans, along with Moors, along with Hebrews, along with Jews, along with Spanish. They all was on this ship together, on these ships together. Let's cut around the bullshit. Nah.
Okay, thank you, Open to Knowledge.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Wait, I want him to answer my question first, and you guys cut in. So back to the question, and I definitely want to repeat it so you can know what I'm asking. Love is my religion. Are you familiar that there were American Indians that lived here that were taken into slavery and told that they're not from here and conspired against to be like they're not Indian, so they would not know that this is their land?
No, I was not aware of this. You have added to my knowledge, and but again, what I'm saying is I totally believe it, because, as I said, I was inspired by this documentary, and which tells us that that people started the journey from Africa, and as such, if Africans were the first to be on this earth, then they should be everywhere. To me, I don't have a problem with that.
All right, then, peace. Then I understand that. So you willing to learn about that and to know what really happened?
Yeah, I'm of course willing to learn, because I didn't know that the area was the Red Indians were not actually red; they were black. I just learned today. So, which I've
you also had a tribe of Redskin Indians too that was really in Washington.
You see, now if you
yes.
So basically, even Indians were at one stage black.
So you consider yourself black?
Well, I don't. Now, if no, what I'm trying to say is I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying we all came from black. So if we are the outcome of a black, we to say, okay, even the whites, according to this documentary, came out from the black, the DNA decoding. Now, but would a white today say that he's black?
I don't agree with that, but
would you are you yes, they're the cities, and are you familiar with the Dalit people of India?
Yeah, Dalit, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. I had asked I just shared that with Freedom.
I'm sorry. I done clicked it. You didn't want me to click it?
No, that's fine. All right.
India's forgotten Africa. Okay.
Yes, how are you? Yeah, so my question was whether or not you were familiar with the CD.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm agreeing with Nyambi's statement.
I again don't. I'm familiar with this. Now, again, going back to keep referring to that documentary. Now, this itself is proving that the documentary is right. Because the documentary says that a group of Africans, they came to India, and when they came to India, of course, they had kids, and they have further kids, and then there was a blast, and people went all over, and even they showed how they crossed the Siberian desert and how they crossed the ice, and they said, okay, how is it possible for people to cross this ice? and he goes there and he talks to people who are living there in temperatures where if you take your hand out, it will freeze. He's saying, look, man has that ability. And when they went over to Europe, their skin started turning. As they traveled from one place to another, the color started changing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So basically, this documentary is pretty good. I would suggest everybody looks at it. Now, I know there are some challenges. People are saying, no, this is not right. They just bought, this up. And there's always going to be challenges to every such thing. But I do believe that the documentary, based on the DNA decoding, got to be something which we can somewhat rely on, And I don't have if I was totally, I have family members who are totally dark color, So do we say, okay, oh, we don't want to meet? No, they'll come. We have lunch, we have dinner, they sleep with us, and all that stuff, So but frankly, I tell you, when I came to the USA, there was a movement. There was a guy who was shot in New York. Now, this guy was Ahmed Diallo. He was shot in New York by 6, I think so, police officers. Being a black guy, they just shot him as soon as he opened the door or something like that. And then I said, what? I wrote a song against police brutality. And we recorded the song. And the guy who was the producer, the studio guy, he was from Jamaica. And then he says, okay, I'm going to take this. And what was his name? Al Sharpton was leading this whole thing. And then he says, oh, the song has come out good. I'm going to take it to Al Sharpton camp. And hopefully we'll. And then after 2 weeks, he says, sorry. I said, what happened? He said, as soon as they heard that this is done by an Indian, they dropped the song.
Hey, so, all right. We about to look at this video.
So you see, this is happening from both sides. We brown people are facing it from both ends.
Yeah, it's up to you guys if in fact you guys wanted to watch a few, but I just wanted to put a visual up of the CDs, like when I had asked the question. But I want to say to you that, at least for me personally, this is my view, not not the other people on the panel. And I do not, and I don't want you thinking that I'm asking, you to be responsible, for anyone else's actions per se. I get the perspective, knowing the history of India, and just how it was partitioned and what it became, and so forth and so on. This is why it's so important to get those stories out, right? When we're talking about genealogy per se, right, and then back that up with science. That's so important, yeah. So while I do appreciate you at least acknowledging that, right? Because I've always been of the like mind that the group of people, let's just say, that started the problem or caused the problem, need to fix it. And that's why earlier with with Jane Elliott being here, what have you, I remember when I had first read her books and was introduced to sort of like her, her theory, her belief system. I was in college. And so it becomes much more powerful when there is somebody from the, let's say, quote unquote, colonizer group, or you can identify her as such, being a white woman here in America. I feel like it is her responsibility to fix it, right? We weren't the ones that created the problem. So when you say and you share about your your perspective, me just having a little bit of context and background information to the history of India, I understand why your point of view is what it is, if that makes sense. So don't take it as don't take it as beating up on you or anything like that. This is a conversation amongst adults, right? And come with it as it may. So I just wanted to say that, but y'all can play the clip if you want. That's up to you guys.
Please go ahead.
I don't know what way is it doing it. You gotta play it.
I have to play it.
Thank you for clearing that up, Doc.
Okay.
Peace to you, sis.
Hey, brother, you already know. Here we go. Hold on.
Hey, Marcus.
My sister just cleans stuff up better than I do, but
They dance to the beat of the African drum, deep in the forest, mimicking a disappearing species that they've grown to love, the Asiatic lion. They're part of the 20,000 Siddhis, an ethnic group of African descent who live in Gujarat, Western India. Though far removed from their ancestral lands, the Siddhis have cherished their culture. Now it's a source of income for them.
कहीं होटल होता है, पहले हमने 1500 से स्टार्ट किया, तो इसमें से रोज का 2-3 सीजन होता है, तो 6 प्रोग्राम रहता है, तो उसमें 1 आवर का खेल रहता है.
Imran is a Siddhi, a descendant of the Bantu people from southeast Africa. He believes his ancestors originally came from Uganda. Now he lives in a small village called Jambor with his mother and grandmother. The village is surrounded by the forest of Gir, the last bastion of the world's 500 remaining Asiatic lions. Centuries ago, Africans from Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia sailed to the Indian subcontinent as merchants, while others were brought as slaves. The Siddhis say they were an elite group of slaves serving the ruling class only. Because of their loyalty and military skills, they were favored by India's Nawabs, or Muslim rulers, and the Mughals, a Muslim imperial power in the early 16th century. The Siddhis rose to positions of power, serving as kings themselves over princely Siddhi states, a little-known fact around the world. Ambassador Saeed Akbaruddin, India's representative to the United Nations, says the Siddhis form an important part of India's history.
Pause it right here for a second.
Yes, no problem.
These were a very small minority. Look at.
So yeah, like are you familiar with the cities of Is My Religion?
No, I'm actually not familiar with the city itself, but I know that, like I've heard about the city. I'm not familiar with it, but in fact, it came up in one of discussion on YouTube itself, and then I looked into it.
Okay, so what came up before, and what do you think about this as far as the displacement? I know you were saying as far as previously with slavery, which is what really, set everybody aroused, that we don't see any good in enslaving another human being. And that was a fault of ours as human beings in the past, not ours directly because we're the descendants of those enslaved, but as human beings, we should have never believed that a human being can outrank another one. So what do you feel learning about the cities, the Africans, and knowing their displacement because of slavery and different things like that, even though, you have this opportunity in America, like you said, to become a doctor or a lawyer?
The thing I said, I was, for 4 years I worked in Dubai. Frankly, I was far better off in Dubai than I've been over here. But the thing that brought me here was the future of my kids, because in Dubai, as soon as they turn 18, they have to either have a student's visa or a work visa, or they have to leave the country. Now, that is the reason I came here, in spite of being far better off there. That that, okay, it's good for my kids. Now, as far as talking about this documentary, I have, I love such information because it tells me again that, and as I said, all of us are from Adam, be black, brown, or white. We have to start saying, okay, we came from the Africans, and now today we have diversified. Now we have to take that diversity and accept it. Now, it doesn't mean that we forget our past. Now, when I say forget our past, now if you ask me about my forefathers, I know my forefathers for my grandfather and his grandfather, and I don't know anything more about it. So I'm going to say, okay, to me, India. Now, I have also learned from my ancestors that we were part of our family came from Iran, part came from Turkey. Now, India has been somewhat of a melting pot in that sense. People have come there and like, okay, so the blacks were there, they mingled with other people. Now, so diversity comes. So we have to accept that diversity. Would you not accept such diversity which is taking place?
I thought you said you was black. We are from Africa. So how you singling out a black race that was in India? You talking about your own peoples?
No,
before y'all mixed and turned the color that maybe y'all is now? Or what are you saying with the blacks? Blacks was there.
He's
saying clarify that, please. Oh, my bad. I ain't hear you, sis.
Yeah, he said he's just now learning about it. He don't really know himself.
No. What I'm saying, I don't
Okay,
have a problem. I don't have a problem because, as I said, we all have come out from Africa, according to the DNA decoding.
Yeah, you a corner store owner, ain't you? You own a corner store, don't you?
Got you finished.
Huh? Love my religion. You got a corner store, don't you?
Okay, in what sense are you saying that?
Nah, I'm just saying because the way that you talk, I can tell that you've been around some of the Indians that's at these Hindu Indians that's at the store around my way. When they in a mix inside the hood or the neighborhood like that, they have a different feel or aspect about their culture or their religion over there. They have a different point of view. And that's what I'm sensing from you. Like you're open to see the other part of it, of what really happened or may would have happened. And some people just closed-minded. So I respect you for that. That's all I was saying, bro.
I think we got that from The Simpsons, though.
Yeah, basically, you see, I don't act differently when I'll act the same whether I'm in a group of Indians or I am here on your stream. Now, like I was saying, that I'm talking of India because that's what I know. Now, back in India, when we were slaves to the landlords, right? And they were our own color. They were Indians, but slaves. The peasant was slave to the landlords. Not only he, but his entire family was slave to the landlord. Now, that slavery thing changed when the Britishers came. Now we became slaves to the Britishers. But the good thing about the Britishers coming is they built schools for the common man. They built hospitals for the common man. The elites always had education, always had these doctors they could go to, but the common man had nothing. So yes, we were slaves back then, and we became slaves and the Britishers came, but at least the Britishers did build schools and colleges, hospitals, road network. So we have to accept the fact that there was some progress. And that's why I said blessing in disguise when I say that it became a blessing for the common man in India.
Why you say the British? The British came after, the Muslims came first.
No, but the Muslims did not build.
The Arabs came down that way first now and did all the war. Now remember now, before you can say anything about any European or Christian like that, the Muslims was doing all the devastation over that side. So
No,
let's
you're
talk
right.
about them. They was in India first. I mean Hindustan first.
Yes, they were slaves to the Mughals, right?
No,
And
they was conquerors.
they were conquerors, but what? No, then when they became conquerors, they slaved the Indians, right? But then what happened? They did not build schools for the common man. They did not build hospitals for the common man, right? The wealth of India, and I have these discussions with my Indians. I said, look, the wealth of the Indians, yeah, we say the Britishers took all the wealth. The wealth was never with the common man. It was with the landlords. It was with the Rajas, with the Nawabs. It was never with the common man. If they took it from the Rajas and the Maharajas, not from the common man. But at least in turn, they provided schools. They provided road networks, railway system. So when I know the Rajas and the Maharajas, the reason I'm ignoring them is because the Rajas and Maharajas, what did they do for the common man?
Hold up. Who are those people real quick? The Marajas and the Rajas. We don't understand that lingo. I don't understand. Can I please ask, who are those people that you're calling that?
Rajas are basically princely states. They were the prince. They had small states. They would have, say, 5 or 10 miles radius, and that would belong
upper class.
Yeah,
the upper class.
Upper class, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I got you. Continue on. My bad, brother. We just don't know about some of the words you call it because you getting into it.
Is that still on? Her? I wanted to ask her a question. Dots.
Yes, I'm
here. Yeah, I have picked this book up when I was down farmers market. You ever heard of these people? I mean, it's beautiful pictures in the book.
No, Caillou? Is that how you pronounce it? No, I don't. Yes. I haven't heard of them.
I have never heard of these people. Let me tell you, this whole book, all through the book, and these are actual people, from another tribe that they done found. Do you see melanated complexion? Look at this. I mean, through the whole
book. Where
at
Sister Freedom? Where they find them at, Sister Freedom?
Let me see. I think it's North
Africa.
Northeast.
I'm being sarcastic.
You see,
Northeast Nuba.
Take the Aborigines. They are from. They are
South Nuba.
Are the Aborigines from Africa or they were there?
Oh, those might have been the people who turned into the black pharaohs that they try to write out of history, huh, Sister Freedom? They from Nubia.
I'm gonna keep my camera off too as well. But I'm not really sure where these people came from. I was always interested. I got this book down farmers market, and I guess I'm gonna get into it and see what this is. Southeast Nuba. I mean, but they still finding little tribes of people, and every time they find a tribe, they are dark complected people. Every time.
That's what I was literally. I didn't realize. I keep forgetting that I'm on mute. Because I was gonna say they look, physically speaking, at least they look Nubian, and the Nuba people, I do know they're one of the indigenous inhabitants, like in where we would consider like Sudan, for example, in that area right along the Nile River, but under Nubian people, there are different indigenous, I guess, groups within the Nubian people over time.
Right. Well, Danielle did have a good request. She said the next time we have one of our party nights, our karaoke nights, would you like to come? We want to, we'll invite maybe you. I mean,
that was lit. I was in the chat. That was lit.
Funk you up.
Let me ask y'all one question real quick, and y'all can go around and ask.
I got the reggae set one.
If we all was to get together and just say, you know what I mean, just like how we say, you can leave your religion at the door. We don't care about your religion. We just care about uniting our people. So if we was to unite our people and say, let's take off the construct of being a Pan-African or being a Hebrew or anything, leave all that stuff out the door, or be an American Indian, what do y'all think will be a common ground that we can come on to unite and move forward? If y'all saying that we are the same people, that's why I'm asking this question.
I'm talking about
first of all, we have to be open to accept diversity.
Answer. Right? He can't answer for us because he ain't one of us.
Music, that's the answer for me.
Music, of course, music. I tell my wife, I've been telling her since we got married, that music is my first love and you are second.
So, oh, hell no.
Nisha.
That's the one time.
Damn, how much of your family you done got married to come over here?
Music and laughter is the two things that we can commonly meet on. That it's not about color, it's not about race, it's not about religion. We all can laugh together, we all can dance together. And that's the one of those two things that we can do. And it don't matter what color you are, it don't matter what race you are, it don't matter about religion. And those are the two things. Honestly, because when COVID came out, you was happy as a MF to be around somebody, other than if they were sneezing and coughing. You was in the house so damn long that when you got outside, you was happy to see somebody and go, hey! Yeah. And they was, hey, how you doing? It was so happy to say good morning, to see somebody else outside your family, right? Because that's how it was. You was happy to get 6 feet close to somebody, not 6 feet away from somebody. It was that's how happy you was. Because I was so used to saying good morning to people, haven't you? And then when they say good, they didn't say good morning, say, well, maybe it ain't good morning for you, right? So, that's how it was. So music will always, you will run up, and sometimes when I used to go out, sometimes you go in the bar or in the club and the music playing, and they be like, where the party at? It's here because I'm here. And as soon as you walk in, you start dancing. Sometimes you don't need nobody to dance with you. Dance by your damn self. People just walk up to you and start dancing. There you go. So that's what it is. Mm-hmm. It's music and it's comedy, right? Sometimes you don't have to laugh. You say, I'll crack me up. You don't have to always make somebody laugh. Sometimes you make yourself laugh. They say, what are you doing? I'm cracking me up. You don't got to have nobody else. And sometimes somebody laughing so hard, you be laughing too, like, what's so funny? You just start laughing because they laughing. They ain't told you nothing yet. So those are the two things.
And yes, music, even sports, sports brings people together.
Well, I would say it's different for me. For me, what's going to bring us together is restitution. We can't keep playing these games like we know we're African, we know where we come from and all this other stuff. But on the same token, we're treating the African people the worst. We're treating the dark-skinned people the worst. They have the poor life. They don't get the same opportunities. Once they restore and say no human life is more important than another, and we are sorry for what we've done, and here's what we owe you to equal out the playing field, that's when we can walk together into the sun. And we can say we're all one. But until that day,
how close are you to get your restitution?
That I don't know, but I want to feel like we're closer, but that I don't know. And for me, I will teach every generation that's under me to fight for it.
When did you find out about reparations?
Just now.
Exactly. So you can't miss what you never had. So you're not going to be happy about no damn reparations that you just found out about, and now you want them. So you was happy before that, and you're going to be happy after that, and you'll be happy until you get it. So it's more to it than that. You can't miss what you never had. So it's not about no reparations. Now that you know about them, you want them. And I don't blame you because I want them too. But it wasn't reparations. You was happy when you got married. You was happy when you had that baby. You was happy. So it's not about reparations because you just found out about them. And really, they to us.
Well, I didn't say reparations. I said restitution for a reason. I say restore our status. Restitution being maybe that will take a check, maybe it won't. But what I'm saying is That you can't say we all came from the same people, we all came from people that look like you, but then we treat the people that look like you the worst. You have to restore us back to being the same level as everybody else. Restitution.
Right, because
the only time we was together is when the colonizers came and they try to colonize us. That's when we all was together. And if you look at it, it wasn't no different than the civil rights movement. When they started kidnapping and they started killing people, then all the blacks was together. They even had even during the Black Panther movement, they got all races and with melanin involved with that movement. That's why it was so strong. It wasn't a separation what we have now. So I'm trying to find out, where did the separation come at?
Yeah.
It's been a separation, and I'm not the civil rights movement to me was some bullshit. It really was. It really did more damage at that time than being helpful. It really did, because at the end of the day, when Martin Luther King, before he got assassinated, he was waking up. He was coming to his senses. He was like, I've led my people into this burning house. I done effed up. I should have been on this stick with Malcolm, and we could have been doing this. But no, I want to kumbaya. That's why love is my religion. Want to come in here and kumbaya like everything all right. It's not okay. It's not.
Fuck that, Nisha. Deflect from that, Nisha.
Ain't no deflect. I ain't deflecting.
No. I'm talking about leave him alone. Let me talk to you though. But Malcolm didn't realize what was going on until he got locked up, and the NAACP and the church turned their back and said, well, God damn, we can't keep getting you up out of jail. When Malcolm came and met his wife and got him out and put the focus on him, that's what woke him up. And that's when he started talking about the war and all of that. So that's when Martin started changing. Yes, we know that. You know what I mean? I mean, it's no doubt about that. But at the point of it, the civil rights movement, you can't say all of it was bullshit, because the result of that was a young group that was coming up in the youth, the SNCC organization. They the real reason why that march on Washington happened. JFK, them boys funded Martin and all the rest of them boys to take control of that. But it was because of them young college students that started that. And so that's why I support the youth. So when it come down to whether you this or you that, when it come down to you, dog, I don't get into that. You know what I mean? I come on YouTube and I do that for awareness or whatever like that. But when it come down to the youth, we got to find a common term, because it don't matter to us no more. It matters to the youth. So where can we find a common link at, and where do we go from there? That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Everybody need to stop classifying themselves as this, that, and the other. Because that's the division.
Right.
Facts. Okay.
Sorry if
I respect all y'all.
I got to leave now, and I'm sorry the way she feels about me. I am here for the purpose of unity.
She don't feel like that about you. Don't take it.
No, we don't. No, yeah, we definitely know you're here for the purpose of unity, and we're just having the conversations, kind of like how you were saying that you have with your people and Indians, to be like, hey, listen to this history and let's rethink. Is this bad? Is this good? This is what our channel is about too with Unscrambled Minds. We want to take a look at everything and say whether, are these good things? How should we look at this history? And we hope that everyone can grow doing that.
Yeah. And that whole name, Indian, and that ocean over there was over here. That name was over here first. I mean, just come on to it, man. And love your religion, man. Hey, Nisha do that with us too. Just the first time me and her ever agree. That's the pit bull of Unscrambled Mind.
Right. If Nisha don't give you a bone, how you know you can come back?
Right.
A real dog will come back. You know what I'm talking about?
It's been said several times in the chat that Y'all have like maids and servants and stuff over there in India. Y'all treat them terrible. Is that true? Beat on them, hit on them.
It's a caste system.
Mm.
He said he was a slave.
Is that true? Love
Hey,
is my religion?
love my religion. How did you come over here?
Come to this channel?
Yeah, you
Basically,
sound black now. You got a voice box. Some words be coming out. Some words be coming out part Hindu, and then some words be coming out black as a motherfucker.
See,
I mean, yeah, I mean not black like that, but you know what I mean? Melanated, goddamn. What the fuck? How do you
He
find
is
this channel though? No, for
melanated.
real. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
well,
What time is it?
Did you subscribe?
Yes, that part.
oh well, I'll join you guys maybe some other day. I don't know when you have your karaoke sessions, but the reason I was looking at, I was just said what's running live. I hit live, and I liked the title of. I said, oh, this looks interesting. Let me listen to what these guys are saying. And
We made it, guys.
Well, you know what? I think I can talk the same way that you talk because I done been around them people for a long time. And I'm gonna tell you like this: you don't sound real Hindu, man.
Oh.
Okay. Well, you see the
Right,
thing
I
is
get near 12 o'clock. What time is it? What time is it?
It's 10
It's 11:20.
Yeah, yeah. 12 o'clock, y'all. It's Monday. Can we be done at 12?
It's Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, it is Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I'm tired, y'all. Shoot. It's Wednesday. But we still need to be done at 12. We don't need
But
to.
Love is My Religion does sound like
I know she
from
crossed
India.
that.
I have a best friend that's from India, and I can say that's how I knew off the rip that he was from India or somewhere around in the area when he started talking. So that's why I was like, I don't want to be racist here, but I'm getting a full-fledged India vibe right now.
Well,
But
my,
I think it sounds
my
like
nephew is Philippine, and when he went to India on one of his tours, I told him that don't come back confused when he go there because he gonna come back and say, Auntie Dana, I very, really miss you, and we really, really had fun when I said, William, you don't talk like that.
the other thing is that like
Hey, love my religion. What part of ism are you? What kind of ism are you?
well, as I said, basically, I tell you that my family, of course, there was a time they were Hindus. I don't know about that time at all. Then I heard they accepted Islam. Then it came to that my grandfather, he left Islam because his father had more than one wife. He was the kid of the first wife, and he didn't like that. He says, I don't want this religion where you can have four wives, five. So he left that religion and he accepted Christianity. Now, if you ask me, I have family members who are Muslims, who are Christians, and if I really dig deep, the other day, my wife was telling me that she has someone who's Hindu, right? So we, as such, again, as I said, diversity. You find diversity in us because we have gone through this, and that's why love is my religion. My basically aim is why do we talk of negativity in religions? Let's try to find common grounds. Let's try to find things which bring us together. If you go to channels, they're talking against this religion, they're talking against, one is talking against Christianity, the other is talking against Islam, the other is talking against Hinduism. what's going on? I mean, basically, the key thing is our concern for the betterment of others proves that we are human.
Okay, love is
Are
my
you?
religion.
Can you let your religion go to back the movement of blacks or people of color?
What's your religion?
Now I'm asking you, can you let your religion go? Because you say you love your religion. I'm an AME.
No, she's saying
I
love
was
is
brought
his
up underneath.
religion.
I was brought up underneath Christianity. I
Okay.
don't have no problems with that. Up underneath the AME, Methodist, Catholicism. Yeah, I don't got no problem with that.
He's saying love is
I'm
his.
very good.
He's saying
Oh,
love
okay.
is his religion, open to
Oh,
knowledge,
okay.
not
So
as
he don't.
a religion. He's
Oh,
saying
so
love.
he don't have no religion.
Yeah.
He said he was Christianity. He said he was Christian. Dosane, he said his daddy was Muslim. He left Muslim and he went into Christianity. So I feel that he's into Christianity because he talked about his daddy.
Are you a
So
Christian?
I was
Love
just
is my
asking him, is
religion.
You see, I was brought up as a Christian, right?
he?
My mother was a Muslim. She converted to Christianity, right? Now,
She got tricked too.
so
Sure did.
I
Big
have
time.
I have family members who are Muslims. I have family members who are Christians. So I know where the common ground is, and that's what my I have. I have another channel, not a channel. I have go by another name, and that is when I'm on Muslim channels, or I go by the name of Masihi Muslim. I say, okay, and the reason is I want to get the Muslims and the Christians closer instead of fighting. And what do I use for that? I use scripture, both from the Quran and the Bible, saying, look, these are the common things which are in these religions. Why are we fighting on these things? Instead of
Okay. I
finding.
respect that. That's that Brahma. That's that Brahma. And that's the Kabbalicism and all of that right there. Brahma is really Abraham in your religion. I understand that. Okay, no problem. No problem. I don't care about no religion, bro. It
So
is what it is.
I have a
Whatever
question
makes
for
you
you.
better. Whatever makes you better.
Before you go, love is my religion. Genealogy is an important subject in this is on this platform. So, have you done your genealogy, and do you know how far you can go back?
Well, I have not. I mean, basically, years back, again, these guys, National Geographic was also offering, please send your blood sample and they'll give you your genealogy. And I have gone back as far as history is concerned. Is that okay? We are from India. As I said before, I didn't trace it back to where we came from, Africa. And part of us is from Iran. Like my grandmother's side is from Iran. So we are from basically that part of uh, uh, India, which is Pakistan. And in Pakistan, there's a place called Peshawar where all the Pathans are, right? So it's pretty much a melting pot in that sense. So I come from that melting pot. Now, if I should I say, oh no, I don't want to be a part of this melting pot. The fact is that I am, right? So to me, to say, oh no, I got to, just stay and try to find where I came from. Of course, as I said, DNA decoding shows us that mankind started his journey from Africa. Period. So, I mean, that's what I believe in. And I say, okay, yeah, that's where we started our journey from.
So, did you do a DNA, or do you know like who your great 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 grandmother is on your mom's side?
As I said, as far as I didn't do a DNA, no, I did not.
Okay.
Uh, but maybe one of these days I will. And my kids, in fact, my kids are asking me to do it. Dad, why don't you do this? I said, okay, guys, I will. So my kids are grown up, so we are very much in the sense, we are independent, they are independent, no one lives with us, and we have a wonderful life. They come, they say, look, visit is good, we don't want you to be staying with us.
How would you feel if you found out that, like you said, you say that you guys are from India? How would you feel if you find out that you weren't?
I would have no problem. You see, I would not, try to go against the facts. If I found out a fact that, look, this is this and this is this, why should I be in denial of the fact if scientific study, unless somebody is giving me the wrong report and all that stuff? First of all, why should I challenge it if I don't know? If I was a scientist myself, I would challenge it. If I send out for my, say, okay, genealogy, and they come back and tell me this, I'll say, oh, this is where we are. So I'll have to accept that unless I have the ability or the resources to say, oh, no. First of all, I'm not going to fight it because these guys are doing a scientific test based on a DNA decoding. Thank God we are living in a century that we can do these tests. We can find out where we're coming from. And I, again, would encourage everyone over here to go and look at that documentary. It's called The Journey of Man by National Geographic. Thank you for the time.
We appreciate
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you for coming.
When do you have your karaoke moments?
You still ain't never answered the question. How did you find out about Unscrambled Minds? It's no problem, but whoever you found out from it, make sure you tell them to come and subscribe and support these ladies.
He did answer.
Make sure you do that.
Find out.
His YouTube algorithm.
Oh, when you put old girl name up.
No, he didn't put anybody's name up. He just saw the title. It came up. So it means that he must look at channels that are close to this or about these sort of things. So his YouTube algorithm pulled it up for him to be like, you may like this.
Yeah,
right. So all you need to do is subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for all the notifications. That way, when you see the title, you will get notified when we come on. And if you like what we're doing, then you can come on in the room.
Certainly, I will. I think so. Did I subscribe to this or not as yet? I think so. I hit the subscription. I'm not totally sure, but because usually if you want to put a comment or something, you have to first subscribe and then you have to.
Hey, listen now. He can't be the Indian of this channel. I'm the American Indian. Me and Top Cats them boys now. He can be the Hindu Indian now. We ain't got no problem with sharing space now. Don't y'all make me jealous, Unscramble.
No, he can't.
Man, how are you connecting yourself to India?
Nah, you welcome, brother. Hey, good talking to you, man.
Okay, thank you for. And sorry if I hurt anybody's feeling, but thank you.
Not over here. Our feelings don't get hurt like that. We good.
All right, we good. And Renegade, we do have to do that.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you for coming out, for real. We love to have new guests and new supporters, so it's great talking to you.
All the best. Thank you.
But yeah, we have to get shorts done. I know, Renegade. We have a lot of potential shorts. We have a lot of potential shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta do them. Just gotta short this stuff.
So
yeah, especially
maybe that top
when he had first said that shit.
Afros, and Ashe and Tanisha being like, "What?" And then
Nisha you can't put you can't put us in your short.
Yes, we can. Y'all are over here. Everybody's up for grabs. Sorry.
Nah. Who say we up for grabs?
You guys are mono. They're short. But it's not like we're going to put the short that's going to be bad or anything. Why wouldn't Top Cats want a short of himself teaching?
Oh, we ain't worrying about that. Ain't nothing bad we ever did or say over here.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is making shorts about it.
Nisha the bad one.
No, I'm
See that
definitely
face
glad
just
we're
now?
short of
She
Nisha
only
Giggles.
thing she didn't do just now was the what? What? Hey, Nisha did win. Nisha did win the old school, new school hits. Nisha did have the classics. Nisha was playing some stuff that nobody know, and they was classics. Shouts out to Nisha. All y'all did good, but Nisha was doing it.
I want to go to Nisha's party for sure. It's gonna be lit. That's all I gotta say.
I got what you need.
Dots took us to the Caribbean. A lot of that stuff I didn't even hear before, man. You know, that's a whole nother level, man.
Yeah.
That was a great show, man. Y'all got to do that again. Great show.
I'm not bad. I'm good. I'm the sweetest thing on here. Yes, I am.
We all good. We all a little bad. It's all good.
Yeah.
That's part of being an unscrambled mind, being balanced.
There it is.
Like the Sour Patch Kids.
There it is.
So first they're sour, then they're sweet.
Right.
Damn.
See, now
don't be like your dude, okay? We don't do that. We don't do God damn.
I like the sweet and sour. I like the goodness first. That way, before it gets sour, I spit that bitch out.
Oh, you talk about E Bizzle when he say that.
Yes.
Stop it, lady. Stop it.
Yeah.
We Renegade said we just got to 800 plus.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
We'll
We
do
already
we have to do a special
told you we
music
bring the
stream
gang,
for the
gang.
1K. Once we get to the 1K, we gotta have the party.
Yeah, that's definitely a party. You feel me?
Right, we're gonna wear the stilettos too. We're gonna bust it, baby. What the?
Sister Freedom's gonna twerk.
Hey, definitely.
Like the other night, I see her try to lean on the desk and try to. Oh, I said, oh shit.
Right.
Oh man.
Way to Mexico, TK. That's just the start.
That might get y'all over 2,000 when y'all get to Mexico. You feel me? Mexico.
About that.
Nisha, talking about that, we gotta talk. Nisha, you
Hey
coming.
Nisha, so
We
you
all
saying
go.
you ain't coming?
Yeah,
Don't be no country motherfucker now.
Right. OTK.
Oh, my bad. Excuse my language. My bad.
OTK got your ticket. How you gonna turn that down?
You going? Me casa, you casa.
And I'm gonna send the money in advance, so it ain't no catch-22 or no none of that. Y'all do your own reserve. Since I heard somebody say, "Oh, money ain't good money," you know what I'm talking about. Motherfuckers who work for their money is good money. You know what I'm talking about.
I was gonna put you on blast, like okay,
yeah, I break bread. Nah, you good? You good? I break. Yeah, I break bread like Jesus. You know what I'm talking about.
He does. He facts. 25K rings and everything. But anyway, it's not Memorial Day. Oh yeah,
Stop
I think it's Veterans
Stop
Day.
dosing.
Oh, my birthday on the 12th.
See, so right before your birthday weekend, you gotta come to Mexico.
What you doing on Monday, Dulcinea? Y'all doing something live for your birthday? Y'all turning up or what?
I'm turning up. I'll be here live and turned up for my birthday. I don't know what we're doing though. We're gonna just chill, right, Sister Freedom?
Hey, Renegade, you know $20 ain't no money, man.
Y'all want to do karaoke night? Since we got in trouble playing the music, y'all want to sing the music this time?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes, I would love karaoke night for my birthday.
Yay! We don't know the right.
Well, how we gonna do that though? Because that's the instrument.
Yeah, just the instrumentals. We'll just play the instrumentals and
That
sing
was
on top.
interesting. That was very interesting with what she was saying.
Because I think technically we're changing it, but it being us that's singing it, so they can't. They were doing that. What you say?
Remember you was talking about the silent party? I've never heard of that before, and I thought that was so interesting.
Yeah, I said that behind the scenes, but what I want us to do is, come to a medium place. I don't know where that medium place is going to be to have this official Unscrambled Minds party. There's a thing called silent parties, which is that we can rent out headphones. And what would be cool is that everybody has their own playlist, so you can go back and forth between all our playlists through the headphones, and you click it like it's a radio station of whose playlist you want to listen to. And so all the girls of Unscrambled Minds will be giving you their playlist, their party songs, and then you can be listening to whatever in your headphones. But we'll all be partying together.
Okay.
Renegade is like 24 at best.
Nephew, cut it out. Before we think you 15.
Right.
We haven't seen him in a while though. He been hiding.
Yeah, he said he don't want this YouTube drama. He said he's sick of this shit like Boys on the Hood. I'm sick of this shit. Remember when he came here fighting? He said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" He said, "I'm sick of this shit."
Nah, y'all leave my boy alone now. Y'all know how I get now. You know what I mean? Age ain't nothing but a number. No, let me rephrase that. That shit ain't no good no more. God damn, that age ain't nothing. What the shit was going on today, I can't say that. Let me rephrase that. I'm gonna shut up.
Top Cats is 25. We have all the babies on the channel.
Lies, honey. He not no damn 25.
Top Cat said, "Drop the link."
What?
Top Cat said, "Drop the link."
You already know he coming. I told y'all it's an Indian channel. Hey, y'all convert. Y'all converts, man.
You're not going to get on them that you had to scout the Hindu alone?
Top Cat
together to do those things?
Top Cat did say that he was going to help promote this channel today and try to get y'all at 1,000 subscribers today. And he said he was going to promote it heavy, and he did. So
he did. Thank you. I saw a lot of BCU in the chat. And, shout outs. I don't want to mess up her name, but Lola Leah or Lola. How do you say
Loletta May.
She's always in the chat. She's been supporting us before, I think before you guys. So please, sister.
And let me tell you something about her, man. She always saw me inside BCU chat, when I was first coming in. And that's when Q Butter was on like a marathon. And I asked him, could I come up? And them boys was like, yeah. And she was in the chat and she was like, open the knowledge. Go ahead in, man. Hey, listen, we all fall, but it's all about getting up or whatever like that. So because of that, sister, it was the first time I ever gone on and spoke my piece and try to get my point across about South Carolina. And I'm very protective over, and I never met her, but that's a good sister, man. And I just want to tell you, man, that's like that's my motivation right there, man. And that's a BCU rep, you know what I mean? Where
okay, that's what's up.
That's what's up. Okay.
Well, Dustin, are you on my side? Can you bring anybody in?
You can't, Dulcie.
I just brought Top Cats in, but yeah, I
Oh,
can.
okay. That's why I'm glad. Okay, good. Because I was like, damn, I can't even. I got to go put my clothes.
We know you about to.
You over
You about to
there naked? What you say now?
Oh, no, don't come for Niche. She don't
Come
play
up.
no games.
Who
No,
over
he's
there
talking
at
to
naked?
you.
Who talking about they over there at naked?
He's talking to you.
Oh, shoot, honey. Y'all know I don't play when it get near 12 o'clock.
I know, and you
Y'all
good
okay.
for
You know
real.
what
A
I
little
do?
wine,
I'm
little,
comfortable now.
yeah, a
Shoot.
little red wine.
Because, usually I'm downstairs in the basement. My
Do you
bedroom
have
downstairs. And
do
I'm
you have
up
the ceiling fan on?
so bad.
You got the ceiling fan on?
What?
You got the ceiling fan on?
Yes, I do. You need to.
Oh, nice and comfy. Big old
Yeah.
pillows. A lot
And
of
I'm
pillows in that bed.
Baby, let go with the flow.
You sleep
Oh,
with a lot of
goodness.
pillows in the bed.
Yes, I do.
I was just
Oh,
about to tell on her. I was like, you should see all the pillows she has. It's
oh,
all
girl, I didn't
comfort.
read it. Did I read
That's
it?
why I was saying A1 ain't ready.
Did
He
I
ain't ready.
read it? Yeah, I just read a little that. Yeah.
Yeah, you did,
Go, go,
Peace, Big
go
Chief.
ahead. Peace, fam. Go ahead with your bad self.
I know, honey. I get real comfortable. I don't play. Shoot. Daniel, no. Anyway, though, seriously, what was being said?
You hot?
No, I'm not. Because it's cool. But see, what happened was, y'all know I had a disaster in my office.
Oh
In the
yeah, the
basement.
basement flooded. Yeah.
Yeah, it flooded, and now I gotta get. I think I'm gonna get the proxy. I think that's what it's called on the floor downstairs, so I won't have to put no rug.
Epoxy.
Yeah, I had all my rugs and everything pulled up last. I had to. I had no other choice. I still got stuff to do down there. Still wet and everything down there.
Did you look into what I sent you?
Girl, y'all sent me. You and Sakina sent me so much stuff. The red.
Okay, we'll go through it. We'll go through it like no
Okay.
later than Friday. I'm
Okay.
off Friday, so I'm gonna call you.
Okay.
And after y'all go through it, that might be something that y'all need to have on the channel about that, what y'all gonna go through, and just in case somebody else go through that. Y'all gotta think a lot of females watching y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
for
this
sure.
was
Like,
scary. This was really scary in a situation I don't want to ever have to go through again, because I am alone. I'm here, and it's bad because I actually seen it coming in. It was nothing I could do to stop it. I mean, what could
Lonely
I
and
do?
depressed and need a thug in your life.
Lightning, and it's nothing I could do. And I'm like, there's nothing I could do. So
I
I
just
just
know because Texas usually has a lot of natural disasters and everything. So you got to know who to reach out to, know who owes you a check. But there are checks coming when that happens.
Right. I just, this was just, unless you got flood insurance, your regular home insurance will not help you.
No.
They
I
told
couldn't
me
believe that it doesn't come with that.
it
Like, how
doesn't.
can it not come with
Separate
flooding?
insurance. It's a separate insurance.
Yes, there is.
It's a separate insurance. That's why I said anytime now on I rent the upstairs out the apartment, I need you to get renter's insurance. It's separate from the home insurance too.
Yeah, that's everywhere now. Definitely. But that renter's insurance protect your property was inside. You know what I mean? That's crazy. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But that flood insurance is very expensive too. It's expensive. Because when I bought the house, I thought at first it was gonna make me get flood insurance, but then they said the area is not
A flood.
They said it's not a flood zone, so that's why I didn't.
Hey, Sister Freedom, didn't you say you had a question to ask Big Chief? You've been calling him since earlier.
Oh
You
yeah, I
had a
did.
question to ask him. I don't know if he's still here. Big Chief, you still here?
I'm trying to remember.
Legendary, you still here?
Well, He already knew about the question that I asked him, which I still don't understand it. But I guess, you know, I mean, maybe I'm forcing myself not to understand it. But the question that I asked him earlier when I was on the channel about, and I don't think Top answered it. Excuse me for yawning. Well, how long do you have to be on these lands to consider yourself Indian or indigenous or aboriginal? I just don't get why, you know, if you could take it all the way back 200-300 years on these lands, and I'm talking about past 100. So, okay, 200-300 years. Why can't you be indigenous to these lands? Even because I look at it like this: even if you came from over, even if you're originally from Africa or somewhere over there, you know, I'm saying, and then you similar to like almost the first ones on this land, you start developing your family here. Why wouldn't you be indigenous to these lands? I just don't understand that. Why would you not be?
Then what do you consider to be indigenous, first of all?
I mean, because you start, okay, even when Christopher Columbus came, he said that he's seen dark people over here, right? What I'm saying is, even if you are from Africa,
South
you didn't
America.
trace yourself all the way back.
Yeah, that was South America. That was South America and the islands. He never made it to North America now. So the people he was describing was from the islands in South America, maybe some parts of Central America, stuff like that. But as far as my research showed, he never made it. He never touched no land in North America. But I heard his son did.
Right, but I'm still saying, how long do you have to be in America to consider yourself original from America? Like, really? You were definitely on these lands before the Europeans got here. I mean, so what's, you know? So why can't you be indigenous from these lands?
I can't answer for no other man, but to me, anybody who's born here now is no different than how they changed the American name. American was applied to a certain specific group of people until they changed it and it said anybody, including Europeans or whatever that was born here. So it's no different with native. If you're born here, I feel that you're native. If you've been here. So now let me ask you a question before I go farther. Your DNA goes back 200 years, right? When y'all do the DNA test, it goes back 200 years.
I believe so. But that's
okay,
what.
So 200 years from now,
further.
200 years. Okay.
Yeah, it goes further than that.
Okay, well,
why? Well, how far I go back, Nisha?
From what I see. Oh, hold on. I'm thinking about something different. I think I'm thinking about my tree.
You're thinking about genealogy. Yeah, you're thinking about genealogy. Yeah, you're thinking about genealogy. Genealogy will always take you farther back. But anyway,
okay, so
let me, DNA only goes back 200 years, right?
Right, but let me step in right
Okay,
there.
hold on, Rob. I'm gonna stop real quick.
Okay.
So 200 years from now, this is 2023. 200 years back will bring you to 1822/23. Slavery ended in the transatlantic slave trade ended in 1808.
Okay, so my question now is if we basing all of that on that, then we still going with Christopher Columbus. Now we still got to incorporate before he got here, or even after he got here, they still mixed us indigenous, the red ones and the black ones or brown ones, whatever color you want to call us, in one pot, and still you had the black laws, and now you got to define what they classified to be white. Because
sorry, excuse me. So Chris, yeah, okay. So
right, Chris wanted the link. Definitely dropped the link. So
okay,
if you have to classify what was white,
I'm sorry.
So if you have to classify what was considered to be white, and now you got red Negroes and brown Negroes in the same pot, and then you still have to classify what to be white, and that involved being Christian, right? So now how are you going to find out what is and what is not indigenous?
Yes, I agree with that. You know what I mean? I feel you on that point. You know what I mean? Just like how they say that because of the transatlantic slave trade, they people lost their culture, people lost records or whatever like that. The same thing happened within people that was already here. Records got lost. Some records didn't even get documented. Let's be for real. You know what I mean? Documentation really didn't come in until colonization. So when it comes to that, you know, I'm all open for that. I'm down to hear other point of views of that, but I'm here in South Carolina, so you know what I mean. Anything that somebody want to say about South Carolina, I could definitely put on the ground because I'm 10 minutes from Charleston, where everybody say they came in at.
Well, I know I had
you know what I mean?
with Top Cats because he telling there were no slave ports in Georgia, and that's all lies, honey.
That might have been it. Hold up, you talking about in Savannah, baby? That was an export. That was an export port, right?
No.
That's how Georgia became Georgia, right?
No, you're not telling me nothing about Savannah.
No, I'm asking you, was Georgia then, or was Georgia part of South Carolina and part of Florida?
Georgia was Georgia.
How did Georgia get its name?
From
when they left from South Carolina and they branched off from Florida.
See, I read a source that said the early Georgians was from the islands and South Carolina. I did read that source. I think it came from somebody because when people show
it was no Georgia. It was no Georgia. It was all either South. It was all part of the Carolinas or either part of Florida. When Georgia was formed, that happened because of the export of slaves. It started as an export. Now, if you're talking about later it became an import, I haven't researched that yet, but I'm down to look at that. You know what I mean? I'm down to see what you're saying. But from what I know, that started from an export where they was exporting slaves out. Also, along with Charleston. See, people don't know most slaves got exported out of Charleston, then that was brought in during a certain amount of years. So if more slaves was exported than brought in, who are the slaves that got exported?
If you don't mind me asking you, where are you getting that source from? Where are you getting that information from when you say more slaves were exported out of South Carolina and Georgia?
All right, you remember I brought the source up, Chris. You say you was playing your fucking video game on Cuba.
You don't have to cuss. I'm just asking you for an answer.
I brought the source up, man. And Truist was on the show that day. And Truist asked me, so what does this matter? And I also show you the source where Indians and Black and Africans was getting mixed in and calling all the same thing in the census in South Carolina. Remember, I stick in South Carolina now, Chris. I leave other states to other people. I stick in South Carolina now.
Okay. Once again, I asked a simple question. Where are you getting that source information from saying there were more slaves exported out of South Carolina and Georgia? Where are you getting that from?
All right.
Yeah, because I'm not feeling that.
Okay. No. What happened? Hold up. What did he ask me then?
Wait.
He said Georgia. He said something about Georgia?
Yeah, he asked about South Carolina and Georgia about the source that
I said no. It was. I said that it was more slaves
exported out than imported
out of South Carolina than that was brought in during a certain amount of years. That's what I said. I wasn't talking about Georgia with that now.
Okay,
can we get the source for that?
All right.
And do you want to share it?
I'm on my phone, but no problem.
Okay,
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, Dulcinea, and then you can pull it up, all right?
The first enslaved Africans in Georgia arrived in 1552 with Lucas Vasquez. 1526. Thank you. In Savannah on River Street, you could see where they held them, the tunnels that go to the middle of the downtown area
For a
where they
second, open the knowledge.
Yeah,
Mute.
Mute
Oh,
knowledge.
okay. My fault. Hold on. My fault. I'm up in here searching.
Mute your thing right
My
quick.
fault. Yeah, my fault.
So on the port, you could see the holding chambers where they got off the ship, and they were you could even Google it and look at it right now. And they held them. And there's other tunnels that lead to the middle of the city where they actually sold them off at. It's not a farce. It's real. I'm from there. I learned about it my whole life. So by not having slave ports in Georgia is ridiculous. I know it from a fact. Nothing I heard is what I saw. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
I think Open the Knowledge is getting the information on it. Big Chief Top Cats, are you with us?
And since we're on it, I just want to let everybody know the definition of indigenous is people that were here before the colonizer arrived. So if you guys are calling yourself indigenous, what was the name of your tribe? What was your language? What deities did you worship? What type of foods did you eat? What was your culture? Can you give me an anthropological study instead of all this hearsay? Because you're saying that you were here before the colonizer. That's what indigenous means. I don't care about floating definitions.
Well, in defense of that, wouldn't you say then by that definition that some of us would have been indigenous to Africa, correct? To different parts of West Africa?
Yes, I would say that most of our DNA goes all the way back to Africa. I heard somebody say incorrectly that DNA goes back 200 years. No, the E1B1A, E1B1B haplogroup variant goes back 25,000 years to the Horn of Africa. So when he started saying, whoever said 200 years, that was very disingenuous. And if you're going to speak DNA and genetics, you got to be correct on it. You can't use floating definitions and terms to try to define it or try to create some type of agenda for your own argument. That's not right.
I agree with that part, but with the question that you asked about the indigenous people of, let's say, America, and asking them to have the information as far as before colonization, a lot of us are indigenous to places that we don't have the information you're asking. Like we can know, like you said, from the DNA that we're E1B1A, but we don't know at our name. We don't know what language we were speaking or anything like that. We just know that we were indigenous to a particular area.
But wouldn't that make everyone in America be indigenous, Chris?
No, because your DNA is your DNA. Your DNA is going to define who you are. It's going to tell you your origin.
So who's in America?
Culturally, we're American. Culturally, we're American. We celebrate American holidays. We speak an English language. We eat American foods. So culturally, we're American.
So
American. I would not argue with you on that. Not at all.
Who's the original Americans?
Those people that were here before we were brought here. Those people of Muskogean, all those Indians, they were here before the colonizer arrived.
Hey, don't speak on Muskogee, homeboy. You don't speak on Muskogee. You're not a Muskogee. I am, though.
Sure, ain't. No, you're not.
Yeah,
you're a Muskogee freedman. The Muskogee freedmen were Africans.
Brother, the freedmen
yes, you were
in Oklahoma. Freedmen were Oklahoma. Hey, y'all, let me show y'all something about Chris and why he need to get his education up. People with the title freedmen came from the Indian Removal Act. So if they were removing Indians, how come when they moved them, they went to Oklahoma, which was called Indian Territory until 1907? When did these people become African if they were removed through the Indian Removal Act? And what did they be replaced at? Into Oklahoma, which was called Indian Territory. So yeah, fam,
that's horrible. Everything you just said. In 1863,
In
That's what
1863,
freedmen.
after
Listen,
this,
brother,
excuse me, no, that's not true. That
Freedmen's
is not true
Indian
what you're saying. You're
freedmen's
telling that is
Indian
not true.
freedmen's are attached to the Indian Removal Act. It's simple, brother.
That's a straw man, and I'm going to
That's
explain
not a
why.
straw man,
The
brothers.
freedmen themselves, the freedmen themselves identify as Africans.
Name
They
a
identify
freedman you know.
themselves as
Name a
Africans.
freedman you know. Name a
John,
freedman.
it's
Name a
irrelevant.
freedman. Name a
It's
freedman you know.
irrelevant.
So
That's
why
irrelevant, and
you
that's
out here
moving the
just saying
goalposts.
shit? You
Excuse me.
talking out your ass.
Excuse
Then.
me.
You
Here,
just
I'm going to
making
give a
shit up.
source real quick. No, you're just yelling and
You don't
crying.
know no. You don't know no freedman, nigga.
You have the Muskogee freedmen. You have
Brother,
the
you don't
Cherokee
know no
freedmen.
freedman.
You have
And where
the
do they live?
you
What
also
state?
have the Choctaw freedmen,
What
and you have the
state?
Black foot freedmen.
No
All
problem.
these
What
freedmen were
state?
African. Excuse me. All of
What
these were
state,
African
brother?
slaves who escaped into the territories before the Civil
What
War.
state,
And
brother?
after the
What
Civil
state?
War, the United States Union, the Union Confederacy, sat up there and said that the African slaves were to remain in those Indian reservations.
Brother, what
Now,
state?
during the Indian Removal Act, excuse me, can I finish talking? You don't know what you're talking about.
And no, it
The
sound like
Indian
you
Removal
don't.
Act is something, excuse me, sir, can I finish? The Indian Removal Act is something completely different, and it has nothing to do with Africans being called freedmen. They were called freedmen and labeled freedmen because they were freed after the Civil War.
Okay,
And those
y'all, this is why I
freedmen
come in and
stayed
help
with
out.
the Indians on their reservations. The Indian
Okay, yeah, that's
Removal
not
Act
true.
happened a lot
How the
later.
hell? Why would
You
you be
sound
on the
stupid.
reservation if you're not an Indian?
Because slaves
How in
escaped
the hell
into those
bro,
reservations.
are you serious? Bro, it's not
Yes.
even logical what you were saying.
Yes, it is.
Okay, now
Slaves were escaping all the time. You don't know what you're
okay,
talking
brother, no
about.
problem. I'm the only Muskogee on this line right now. So let me speak for our
Can you
people.
prove that?
Yes, sir,
Can you
I
prove
can.
that?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, can you show us your paperwork that you say you don't read, that
Listen,
you
I
don't
can
deal with
show
the
you
white man, but yet you want his paperwork?
what
Go ahead,
paperwork,
show
brother?
it.
What is the
Show it.
paperwork? What paperwork?
Show it. You're the one on your channel all the time saying you got to get your paperwork.
Brother? What paperwork?
Okay, so how do you prove that you're a Muskogee then? Don't you need DNA?
Through bloodline, brother. You don't need DNA.
Okay, so how do you prove the bloodline?
Listen, brother, you steady, Chris.
This is
understand
horrible.
this here. You are steady screaming about a DNA, but you don't even know what tribe you from in Africa. So, brother, you need to chill out with this DNA because you don't
Dude,
even know.
arguing with me about my tribe in Africa
Brother,
has
that
nothing to
means
do with your
everything.
claims.
That means
Extraordinary
you don't-
claims
that
require
means
extraordinary
your
evidence.
DNA doesn't work, brother, because you still don't know who you are.
This is
You
a
don't know who you
horrible
are.
argument.
You don't have a culture. You don't have a nation. You don't have a language. You don't know nothing about yourself. And the
Can you
slave
say hello
trade
to
is
me in your language?
excuse. Yes, I
Can you say hello to me in your language? Say it. Say it.
Shole is no ma. Fuck is you talking about, nigga?
Give me a full sentence.
See, listen, this
You a
how
nigga from
play
Texas
crazy.
with gold teeth.
This
Shut
how
up.
you play crazy.
You ain't no
on the
damn
niggas.
Indian.
Yeah, you ain't know I could do
What's the
this,
name of
did
that
you?
language? What's the
You
name
ain't
of that
know
language?
Kasadi, homie.
There's
You
no
ain't
such
know
thing
that.
as a
That's
Kasadi
Muskogee.
language.
Okay, all right.
No,
brother.
it's not.
All
There's
right,
no such
brother.
thing as a
rest my
Kasadi
case.
language.
You ain't know I could do that. Stop
It's
playing with folks,
Muskogean.
bro.
Anybody can say see
you do
Jumbo, who Jumbo, peace,
do that with
Ashan,
your
and all that other
language.
stuff.
No problem, brother. Can you do that? Can you do that for your nation? Can you speak your
Yeah, I
nation's
can.
language?
Actually, I can.
We're
Actually, I
listening.
can. Kwaheri Ndugo. That means hello, brother. That means hello, brother.
In what?
It's an East African tongue. It's an East African tongue called Swahili.
I thought you was West
Dulcinea, did you
African.
get that? Did you get that source?
I thought you
That
was
I
West
mean,
African.
Hold on.
Right.
Hey, the brother spoke an East African language.
So I want to
but
show
in here
everybody
talking
that
about
he just
West
lied.
African.
I want to show it
He in here
everybody.
talking
I
about
just
he
want to
West
show
African.
everybody.
Was
I
anybody
want to
else
show
sharing?
everybody that he lied about the Muskegon about the Muskogee freedmen. And as a matter of fact, I'm about to read this to you all right now how
you
he
just
lied.
got
Watch
mopped.
this.
You just got mopped.
Not really. You just
got
yelling,
mopped.
man. Stop.
Speak your language.
Stop.
Speak
hey,
your
Chris,
so watch this.
Chris, freedmen doesn't always mean that they got freed from something, my brother. Because you got freemen.
Dude,
and then
that's
you
what
got
freedmen mean.
freedmen. So, but hold up, Joe. How do
Stop.
you differentiate? How do you differentiate between freed and freeman? Because we know it was freed
Freeman is a
Africans
last
that
name.
was coming. Hold up, brother. It's paperwork out there, it's books out there, and there's documents out there that free Africans came over on the boat too. So what I'm asking you is, what's the difference between? How do you tell the difference between freed and free? And how do you differentiate between are they African American or are they Indian? If we all got mixed together, brother. I'm just asking.
That's cool. When you give me your source to everything that you said, I'll answer it. But first, I want to deal with the
Hey,
Muskogee Freedmen.
Dulcinea, pull my
All
source
right.
up
So this
before
is
you finish
this
talking.
is for.
Hold up.
Excuse me. This
Hey,
is from
chill
Creek
out.
Freedmen.
Dulcinea, pull the source up.
Can I
Pull the
read,
source up,
please?
please. So I can get. Let me
Can I read about? Let me read about the Muskogee Freedmen real quick.
so I can pull this shit up, bro.
Okay,
Chris,
so
you
I want to
making
read this about the
mad,
Creek
bro. You
Freedmen.
making mad,
You know what I
bro.
See,
mean?
y'all
One thing
talking
about
over me now. That's
about
funny.
me, bro. No, my bad,
Hey,
Chris. I
what
ain't
do the
talking over
Creek
There's
you. I got
only
Freedmen have
one
to
respect
do
for
with
Okay, y'all
everybody,
anything?
Chris.
talking over me now.
Hey,
This is what y'all
brother,
do.
we're not
When the
Creek
information get ready
Freedmen.
to come out, y'all start doing this.
How is that relevant
You
when
said
we're
Creek
not Creek
Freedmen weren't
Freedmen?
Africans. Now you
They're
backing off
not.
of it.
They're not, brother.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna read it to
You
you.
reading the pseudo
I'm gonna read
source.
it to you.
Ask the
Oh,
people.
now it's a pseudo source, but you ain't
Yes,
came
sir.
with
So
none.
what's
And this is a treaty with the Creek. This is a treaty with the Creeks in 1866.
what Creek
This
Freedmen
is the
you know?
treaty with the Creeks with the Union Army with the
Okay.
Union Confederacy of 1866. And I'm
Okay.
gonna read it to you. Okay, now watch this. This is easy work. Now we're
We
gonna
about to
read what a
find
Creek
out.
Freedman is. Okay, cool. Watch. Now, Creek is a term for emancipated Creeks of African descent who were slaves of the Muskogee Creek tribal members before 1866. They were emancipated under the tribe's 1866 treaty with the United States following the American Civil War. Everything I just said. During which the Creek Nation had allied with the Confederacy. Freedmen who wished to stay in the Creek Nation in Indian territory, with whom they had often blood relatives, were to be granted full citizenship in the Creek Nation. Many of the African Creek freedmen had been removed with the Creek from the American Southeast in the 1830s. Two different time periods, as I was trying to tell you.
1830
With the
bro,
Indian
Indian
removed.
Removal Act. Exactly
Stop.
what I've been
In
saying.
1866, and in 1866, these Africans became Muskogee freedmen. Those same people that escaped to their territories prior to that. Stop. So let's keep going.
Brother,
Many of
that's
the
cap.
African
Name
Americans
one.
had been removed with the Creek from the American Southeast in the 1830s and lived and worked in their land. This term also includes their modern descendants in the United States. At the time of war, since many of the Creek freedmen were of partial Creek descent, registration of tribal members under Dawes Commission often failed to record such ancestry. In 2001, the Creek Nation changed its membership rules, requiring all members to prove descent to persons listed as Indian by blood on the Dawes rolls. The Creek freedmen have sued against this decision. It's because the Creek, the Muskogee Indians, excuse me. No, you're not gonna move the goalpost now because you cut. The Muskogee freedmen began to sue. Hold on, the Muskogee freedmen began to sue because they were saying that they were members of this tribe by blood because many of their African mothers or African fathers had created a quadroon child, which would be a mixture of an African and Muskogee baby. And this is where people like Top Cats try to come around and try to say he's the original Muskogee. No, you were African first. You even came on your channel. You even said on your channel,
Chris,
excuse me, now he's moving the goalposts again. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Let me finish reading here. Let me finish reading because you ain't showing no source or nothing.
Bro. You've been reading for 30 minutes.
Right. Good. At least everybody, hey, don't crash. Don't crash into pseudo.
Nothing you said.
Don't crash into pseudo. I'll tell you that.
Finish reading your Wikipedia article.
All right, so I'm reading from the 1866 Dawes Rolls Commission Treaty. That's what I've been reading from. And this is an archive in Oklahoma and Louisiana.
The Dawes Rolls.
Oh my God. But the Dawes Rolls explain, excuse me. Oh my God. But the Dawes Rolls explain,
brother.
Boy, you be moving the goalposts like a motherfucker.
Let me help you out, brother. So when
you be moving the goalposts like a motherfucker.
Hold on, brother. When you're reading that treaty, they have two different people listed in there. You have Article 2. I think then you have Article 4 or is it Article 6 when they bring up the Africans. But they speak about the Indians before they speak about the Africans. At this time in 1860, brothers, Africans could not own property. Correct or incorrect, brother? They couldn't get citizenship until 1870, so African couldn't own property. But in this 1866 treaty, what happened?
So you're admitting the Africans were there. You just said earlier that the Africans were not there.
Listen to me, brother. Hold on.
You just got caught again lying.
Let me help you understand
Dude,
something, brother.
Man, you can't help me understand
brother,
nothing.
Let me help you understand because you're a student, okay? And I'm a teacher. So once what did the Creek get out of this settlement? They got 140 acres. What did the mixed races get? They got 140, the same thing. So this is what they're arguing about in court today. They're trying to get their inheritance. Now, an African couldn't own land in 1866, brother. By law, nigga, 1870, that's when they tell you Africans were able to own land. So how in the hell you were African in 1866 and you got allotted 140 acres? They were Indian, brother. That's why it's called the Indian removal. The 1866 treaty is tied to the 1830 Indian removal. The 1887 Dawes Road is tied to the 1866 treaty, which is tied to the 1830 Indian removal. It's not an African story, brother. So you, Sheila Jackson Lee, and all of y'all, y'all can keep playing these games. But see, it's a new day, and we waking up, and people are going back through their information, and they're finding out, brother. Ain't no African just like you, Chris. Speak your tongue,
Okay,
nigga.
so one more time.
Speak your language.
He just took, hold on, I want to show y'all what he just did. He just took 85 years of history. He just took 85 years of history and put it in a bag and mixed it all up and threw it out and threw it at everybody, right? So he doesn't even know on the Trail of Tears, which happened during the Indian Removal Act of 1830, guess what ended up happening? Here's the funny thing. The same Indians, the Confederate Indians with the Muskogee and the Cherokee and the Coshada and all Cosaty people, all those people were found to have slaves. And the same people that were dying with the Cosaties, they were dying on this Trail of Tears. The slaves also died on that Trail of Tears with them.
Brother,
so they were still mixed. Stop. And you can read that in the book, Black Slaves and Indian Masters. He don't know what he's talking about. Shut up. Goodbye. Thank you. You're done. You're done. You're done. You ain't gave us a book, date, nothing. You just taking history. You need to go to a library. That's the stupidest question I can hear somebody say. You're not Cosaty, because if you're a Cosaty, that makes you a freedman. You're not an original Cosaty. That is a Muskogean people.
Brother Cosaty.
What that mean?
All right, let me help y'all out.
You were just down there?
Hey, y'all, once again, y'all, only way that you can be a freedman is if you are coming out of Oklahoma. The Indians in Oklahoma became freedmen. I'm from Texas, brother. We're not, the Indians in Texas and Louisiana, we're not freedmen. This what I'm saying is, brother, they have no clue about what he's talking about. Why white folks gotta stay out of Indians' business. A white man could never know American history. Your history is not from America, brother. Guaranteed, if you did your genealogy, your people have not been in America 200 years. You are an immigrant, brother. You don't look like us. You don't come from our culture.
Okay, you guys. I wanted to say, because he asked open the knowledge, and I have open the knowledge first. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah. You wasn't supposed to cut that off, no dosing there. You let Chris finish and say what he had said, man. You wasn't supposed to cut that off, but everything good. Go ahead, slide down. And hey Chris, you respect this source right here? Oh, you're not
hey,
here no
watch
more.
this here.
No, I'm here. Who's the source? Who's the source written by? I'm asking you, who's the source written by?
Pull it back down. Pull it back down.
Hey, bro, you can go to the Goose Creek Men mile marker, bro, and it tell you on there that it was no slaves. So go to the historical marker from the Goose Creek, or you can go to the book, The Other Slavery, and it also speaks about it in there.
I didn't even want to go to that yet. Top that. I didn't even want to go to that yet.
This is easy work, man.
Hey, pull it down, Dulcinea, to I just want to get straight up. Hold up. Can you blow it up for me?
Hey, why are you looking for the hate? What's the definition of a freedman?
You asking me that?
Yeah, I'm asking both of you all that. What's the definition of a freedman?
Google it.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know? Y'all been arguing it the whole time.
No, I ain't been arguing that. I'm asking you.
Bro, I'm from Texas.
Where do you determine?
Wait a minute. Hold on. So we're up here arguing and you guys don't even know what a freedman is? A freedman is an emancipated slave.
Hold up.
That's all it is. That's all it means.
Ain't nobody arguing about no freedmen.
Yes, he did. He said that freedmen. Hold on. Not you, OT. Hold on, not you.
he stated that freedmen only happened in Oklahoma. No, all African emancipated slaves were called
Brother, that's not
freedmen.
true, brother.
But there were, dog, you
Indian
don't know
freedmen
what
and
you're talking
African
about. You want to know why?
freedmen
Because
are
the
different.
Emancipation Proclamation
Only
was signed on
Oklahoma.
January 1st.
And
Dude,
Indians wasn't
stop.
included. Indians wasn't included in that,
Excuse me.
brother.
Excuse me.
Indians were
He
not
don't know what he's
included.
talking about. The
Okay, so
Emancipation Proclamation freed all slaves on January 1st, 1863. It took for the Union to defeat the Confederacy and march into
took for
these
Indians, brother.
Confederate lands.
Indians
Stop,
defeated them,
stop,
brother.
stop.
Okay,
You don't know
I'm
what you're
about to
talking
show you.
about.
I'm about to show
The
you.
Confederacy did not win. The Confederacy lost. And the
Brother,
Muskogee
Indians
sided with the
defeated them.
Confederacy. Stop. The
Indians defeated
Confederacy
them,
sided
brother.
with the dog. Stop. The Confederacy, the Muskogee
Indians
sided with the
defeated them,
Confederacy,
brother.
and they lost.
Okay, who
This
was
is
the
where we
last
get
general?
June 9th. Hold on. Then this is where you get Juneteenth from,
Bro,
because
stop
on
lying, nigga.
June
Juneteenth come
19th,
from my ancestor,
Juneteenth.
Al
No,
Ellis.
well,
Shut
the
up
fuck
lying,
it
nigga.
don't. They did this.
Look
The
up
Union
Al Ellis.
Army, excuse me, the Union Army marched into Galveston, Texas, and announced to all the slaves, over 250 slaves, that they were freed. This nigga lying on history. This nigga
Okay,
lying.
so if I'm lying, watch this here, y'all. So everybody, y'all watch my page. Y'all seen that I was in Galveston this weekend. I mean, last Juneteenth, and we walked out there. All of the people from Galveston that we asked, what did they say on there? The videos are up. All these people identify with their American Indian lineage. They family been down there. We ran into a family down there who was chiefs. Their fourth great grandpa was chiefs down there in there. Their grandmother has a street named after her out there, and they have American Indian lineage, brother. So when you're talking about general special field order down there, you had Indian slave trade going down there in Texas, brother. You need to stay where you at, white boy, in the woods, Florida somewhere. You don't know nothing. And in order to be a freedman, so look, the Indians.
A freedman is simply, by definition, an emancipated African slave.
So the 14th
Stop
Amendment,
lying.
brother,
You don't know what you're talking about.
The 14th Amendment, brother, was Indians included in the 14th Amendment?
Sir, what is the 14th Amendment? Can you explain it to everybody? Can you explain to everybody what the 14th Amendment is?
Included in the 14th Amendment, yes
Sir,
or no?
can you explain to everybody what the 14th Amendment is? Because it's irrelevant at this point. He don't know what the 14th Amendment is.
So how you gonna have a conversation of freedmen, brother, if you don't know that this is relevant?
Can you please explain to everybody what the 14th Amendment is?
Explain, since I'm the teacher, right? So the Indians wasn't included in the 14th Amendment. So that's why they came with this 1866 treaty. They defeated the last general to surrender from the Confederate was Stan Wade. Okay, he was defeated by United States troops.
Wrong again. Okay, now you're telling another lie. The Senate passed that on 1866. You lied. He lying. That law was passed on 1866, and it simply tells you that it says born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and provided all citizens with equal protection under the laws. That's what the 14th Amendment is. You telling another lie.
Let me.
Can you make it bigger, though?
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to do.
Dog, you be lying. You just be making this shit up.
Let me read Open to Knowledge first, because that's where it started. And he was asked about a source that said that more Indians were shipped out than slaves were imported. So it says from 1670.
And I did clarify. I did say during a certain time period.
Right, you did say during a certain time period. So sorry, he did say that. So the source says from 1670 to 1720, more Indians were shipped out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported as slaves. And Charleston was a major port for bringing in Africans. The populous Choctaws in Mississippi were repeatedly battered by raiders, and many of their neighboring lower Mississippi Valley Indians also wound up spending their lives as slaves on West Indian plantations.
Hey, Dulcinea, stop. Wow. Dulcinea, take that source down, because that was some of my presentation that was supposed to be on your channel. I just wanted to pull that out for Chris. I didn't want to go too deep in that, because that's gonna rupture.
Yeah, we know they mix with the people. We know they mix with those people called the Arawak people.
You asked for a source. Now, do you respect what I gave you, brother?
Yeah, but the way you were using this source was disingenuous because you asked. I'm gonna show you guys what he
said
did.
exactly
I told you I could respect the source. No, you didn't. You asked. You raised the question and you said, "Who were those slaves being taken out?" So you raised the question. You didn't say that they were Indians. You were raising the question so you could create an argument from ignorance.
No, I really was asking. I really was just throwing a question out there. Just being like,
sure you were.
Hey Chris, like on some real
sure
shit,
you
bro.
were.
On some real shit. I was saying,
now
like,
that you read the source, now that you read the source, you sound silly. Because they delineated between the Indian and the African. Fuck out of here.
I gave you that source on Cuba. I gave you that source on Cuba.
Y'all niggas
but
be sounding
said,
stupid
nah,
with
you
this
was
shit.
playing some old lollipop ass game.
Okay, well,
and you didn't read
so
the
was.
source.
You can't afford it.
But I said that it was more Indians, more people taken out of South Carolina, out of Charleston, then it was more Africans imported through a certain time of year. You say, where's your source, sir? I showed you my source. Now you fucking playing that Charlie Brown moving the
No,
football
what he did.
shit.
No, what you did.
You know what I mean?
No, what you did was you read. You mentioned this source and you used half of it.
Okay, well,
you didn't use the source correctly.
Because the rest of the
this ain't got nothing to do with you.
The rest of the source was gonna kill.
No, what he's doing, what he's trying to do is make it look like. What he's trying to make it look like is. I don't want you to respect me. I don't care. What I'm showing y'all is what he's trying to do. What he tried to allude to is to try to make it look like more Indians went to. Hold on, he tried to make it look like that more Indian slaves were being shipped off than Africans was coming over here, so they could try to place themselves with the Indian and not with the African. That's what these pseudos do. This is what the pseudo sophisticated do.
What did that source say?
Hey, but listen to this. Check this out. I got a whole different question.
I know what y'all be trying to do.
Check me out, Chris. I got a whole different question. And my question.
So y'all stop fucking using sources. From there on out, y'all need to go with what y'all fucking grandmama say, like how we roll. Y'all stop using sources, because when I bring a source, a legitimate source, and I got Brown Ivy League sources too,
Stop.
bro,
That's not even a legitimate source. I don't even know what that source came from.
Not legitimate?
Who wrote that source? No, it's not. Who wrote that source? Is it a primary?
Oh my God. Okay, all right.
No one's doubting that Indians weren't removed.
Everything good, Chris.
And nobody's doubting that.
Everything good, bro. Everything good, Chris. Everything good, Chris. Peace. Peace to you.
Y'all killing me with this self-hate.
Nah, you killing yourself.
I just want y'all to listen. I want a fair answer from both of y'all.
Hey, nigga, you don't even know what tribe you from. What nation of people?
Look at it. Listen to this fool. Listen to this dude. You don't even know what tribe you from.
Calm down for a minute. Let me ask my question. My question is about the Colfax riot or massacre in Louisiana. I just found this. I've been doing some history, and I'm trying to get an answer from where'd Chris go? Hello?
He ran.
Okay, well, listen, this is what I wanted to know about. If he come back,
and I'm a fucking nobody in this community, dog. All I do is read and study.
Nobody.
Because I ain't nothing on YouTube, and I ain't trying to be nothing on YouTube. I ain't trying to debate nobody or nothing. I'm just trying to bring awareness. You know, since they like to do study and they like to do researching and shit like that, I say, well, fuck it. I'm going to bring research with their own peoples, and some of these books is from New York, so they already know that.
Okay,
they already know this shit. So I'm in the South. We got these books late.
Everybody ain't gonna be your enemy.
You know what I mean? No, I'm not. I know ain't nobody my enemy. Shakina, I'm just saying though, damn, when we present a source, now our source ain't good enough. So I'm saying, what else? So all I'm saying is just leave us the fuck alone.
No, you want to somebody ain't gonna be.
Let us just stay in our lane. They need to leave us the fuck alone. Y'all stay in y'all Pan-African lane. Let us stay in our lane, man.
Gotta let the source speak for itself. It's up to him to do something about it. The source clearly said more Indians were exported than Africans were imported. Now he got your turn. That's my chess move. Now it's your turn. So
just leave us the fuck alone, though, man. That's it.
Don't nobody want y'all arguing. I'm trying to diffuse the anger. Let me shift them and ask a question so y'all can get off of that. Because if you ain't gonna be something for somebody, but somebody else gonna want you. I used to run to the guys that say, I just want to feed you. I'll be like, I bet you do. Next thing you know, you're gonna say, get up off your fat ass and get it yourself. After that, look here. So you ain't gonna please everybody, but you're gonna please some damn body, okay?
Thank you, Shakina. Peace,
Cold
Shakina. Thank you.
massacre, Shakina. I brought it up for you.
So this is what my question is on. This right here. What the hell do this got to do with y'all arguing about? Shit. Somewhere in the middle about what everybody talking about. So if you had this peace treaty that happened before this, then how the hell did this happen? Okay? Because I've been studying.
That's the thing, Shakina. Damn near every peace treaty they reneged on after a new person came into power, they reneged on. Damn near every peace treaty.
With this situation here, this is more when they were moving into the lane of this white supremacy. They were moving white people into certain positions. So I'm trying to think of the white organization. It wasn't the Ku Klux Klan, but it was a okay, it's another
the Garvey backers. Yeah, the ones that
say it again.
It was the ones that was backing Garvey.
No.
It says more than 300 armed white men, including members of the white supremacist organizations such as Knights of White Camellia.
Okay, there you go.
And the Ku Klux Klan attacked the courthouse building. When the militia maneuvered a cannon to fire the courthouse, some of the 60 black defenders fled while others surrendered.
Come on. Over 150 Africans died and only 3 white men died.
But watch this here, Mom. I want y'all to understand something. Those men that marched down there to that courthouse, guess what? They were landowners. So, I mean, this in what, 1870s?
Yeah.
How are they owning? So you got African, we slaves, we Africans, we ain't got nothing, we working for free, but we owning all of this beautiful land. We have all this cattle. We have all the resources growing on our property. These people were free.
This was 4 years after that peace treaty, right?
After what peace treaty?
After the one you was talking about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The brother Chris don't understand. This is Louisiana. The freedmen, okay, the Indian Removal Act, they agreed to move to the area what is known as Oklahoma today. Not Texas, not Arkansas, not Louisiana. They agreed to move to what is called Indian Territory until it became a state in 1907 and became Oklahoma. Now, these people that moved from 1830 Indian removal went to Oklahoma. They didn't, after the 14th Amendment, which made some people that came into the U.S. jurisdiction citizens, they did not have a status in the government for indigenous people. So they had just came out with the Freedmen's Bank, y'all know O.O. Howard and all of that, the Freedmen's Commission, whatever. So that's when they classified them in 1866 as a freedman as well. So that was because that was the status that they gave these other people that were coming into the system. You know, these people that agreed to fight in the war for them, and they'll give them citizenship. So the people that was in those areas that went into the U.S. jurisdiction, they became freedmen in there because they didn't have a classification for them. You have to understand, when they created the United States, you still had indigenous governments out there, or what they call chiefdoms. So once the statehood, the union come in, and they come into statehood, establish themselves in their jurisdiction, in their government, they have no status for this indigenous population. They can't have you as a sovereign inside of their government. So their job was to bring you into their jurisdiction, which is citizenship. That's the 14th Amendment did. Indians weren't included in the 14th Amendment, so they created this class system for them on their own, which became these Indian freedmen titles. But these were for people who were in Indian territory only. So like I say, I'm from Texas, right under Oklahoma, but the Indians in Texas are not classified as freedmen, if that helps people understand. The freedmen are only attached to people that went through the 1830 Indian Removal Act. That's why we only find them in Oklahoma.
Did you want to share something on that?
Oh, no, ma'am. I didn't. Well, let me see. I guess I'll share this. Let me see. Okay,
I apologize. I apologize to y'all too, Queen.
Am I on the screen? I'm on the screen, yeah.
I'm not.
No. Yeah, you coming up now. Talk that. Yeah, make it bigger, Big Chief. Make it bigger, Big Chief.
Oh, that's the lowest I can get it. That's my whole screen. Oh, well, hold on. Let me see. All right, so right here we have the Civil Rights Act of 1866. All right, 14th Amendment to the Constitution by declaring that all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding who? Indians not taxed. And the Indians who are not taxed are basically the Indians who are not recognized under this United States government. So we know that they haven't even been in around even 100 years at this time. Okay, 1791. So this is 1860. Haven't even been 100 years. So the Indians who are not taxed are the Indians who basically assisted. So in 1791, yeah, they get the new government, but they also created what is called a civilization plan. That's what this whole thing about 5 civilized tribes come from. These are people who adopted the civilization plan, basically who said, we will form as a government. We will form as basically a extension of the United States, but it'll be under Indians. It'll be ran by the Indian, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So they're excluding Indians. So they don't have nothing in their constitution. You cannot be a citizen or if you're an Indian not taxed, basically an Indian who opposed the Union and basically fought against them. And so in Indian country, citizenship intended purposes was to dissolve native political sovereignty and make the Indians' lands available for sale to white settlers. All right. So they basically, now this were occasionally forced together as in the Civil Rights Act 1866 and the 14th Amendment. They worked, so now they gave them an option to come in and become citizens. But once you become a citizen, guess what? You lose your Indian sovereignty. If y'all understand, that's why Indian country citizens' intended purpose was to dissolve the native political sovereignty. So now you have to come into the U.S. jurisdiction and you're subject to our laws now, which in the U.S. system they enslaved niggas. That was their game. So I want to give a map of the territory here, the U.S. slavery in 1850. All right, so everything down here, these are the slave states in red. Very important. I want y'all to take a look at these states. These are what they call the slave states. Now, we want to take a look at the maps of what happened here for as the indigenous, because a lot of people don't talk about the domestic slave trade. So we have all the slaves in the South and all of this shit here. But what we have to understand is that was the U.S. Since these motherfuckers been over here, been at war. And we have to keep in mind that U.S. expansion of the 13 colonies did not happen until 1812. Okay, to 1815, and then you get the Seminole Wars from 1816 to 1858. So we're gonna start with this here, 1711, 1713. At this time, according to the source that Brother Open pulled, there were more Indians exported through Charleston than Africans imported. And I'm about to show y'all why. So we're gonna look at this map. Maybe I need to come down a few first. Hold on. Let me come down here to the larger map. All right, so we'll look at it this way. So now we have all this action going down here. Let me go here so we can tell the colors or whatever. Okay, so green is refugees, the red are slaves, and the blue are captives. So we're gonna go up here. Here go the captives. These are the Appalachians. Here go this Georgia, Florida, Alabama area. Now we see these are captives. The red are slaves. Now we're looking at the trail. Where they going, family? If y'all can see that, can somebody help me out? Just let them know I ain't crazy. I ain't talking to myself. Where do we see the slaves going?
Where I'm at.
What? Let the people know.
Chucktown.
Charleston already. So we're gonna come over here to New Orleans because they were talking about these slaves that are running away. And my tribe, my nation are actually known for the Underground Railroad, which took place down here because a lot of slaves were coming with us and they were running our river systems. We were the ship makers for that area. So right here, we see the Natchez, red, indicating what? Slavery. So we're going to see them being sent down here to Santo Domingo and into Haiti. Right here, we see the Greens. These are refugees. These are Indians, Appalachian Indians. What are they doing? They're fleeing. So we see them leaving here, this Georgia, Alabama area, coming over into this Louisiana, Mississippi border, Louisiana, Alabama border, I'm sorry, and over into Louisiana, like I say. Now the Chickasaw, here go your slave traders. These were Indian slave traders. They used this Upper Creek route, which was a trading path, and they brought them here. So when we go up, let's move up to North Carolina, to the upper colonies. Well, I did that one. So now let me put a map on side of here of the U.S. Remember the slave territories, y'all. Okay, now look over here. Look at the map where the slave territories are at. Now we're gonna look at the map right here where these Indian slave trade went. Can somebody help me? Am I tripping, or is that the same territory? Or am I just tripping?
Nah, that's the same territory, and all those territories got forts now.
Now let's do it like this here. After the war, he talked about the freedmen. So they didn't have they didn't have a status in the U.S. system for these people, the indigenous people. So they called them contraband. So they had something called contraband camps, and these were the people who built the bridges, who did the cooking, who did the scouting, who did the map making. They were the interpreters, and so they called them contraband because there was no title for them or status for them in the newly U.S. government. So they had what they call freedmen camps, contraband camps. So when we look here on this map, we take a look coming up here from Delaware. We're gonna come all the way down. Here go Beaufort, South Carolina. We're going through Georgia, the Florida Islands. Now these are where these contraband camps are located. Now let's go over here where this Indian slave trade is going on there. Why are they identical? Can somebody help me out? Why are all the contraband camps and all of these freedmen camps are in the same locations where the Indian slave trades had been going on since the goddamn 1700s? Can somebody really since the 1600s with the Beaver Wars? Because if I take you to the upper maps up here coming out of New York, that slavery happened earlier with the Iroquois leagues. So yeah, I end it right there, man. But yeah, they better stop playing with me, man. I am the legendary motherfucking Big Chief.
Boss.
Okay, Neon dropped this in the chat.
Hey, I didn't mean to like get disrespectful with Chris, man, on y'all panel or nothing like that, man. You know what I mean? I respect everybody, man.
That nigga white boy.
We respect white people on this channel. I just want to say that first. But Chris is not white.
He just light-skinned. My son
He don't look like
my son.
A census taker would have marked him down as a white man.
No, he's not.
Man, that nigga Chris would have got white privilege. That nigga would have been marked down by the census takers as a white man.
Well, they still do that right now. So
he would have had the choice. He would have been able to choose.
They would have called
depending on his status. Depending on his status, he would have been able to choose.
Well, hell,
if he was in South Carolina, at a certain time, he would have been able to choose.
That's how they do it right now. So you on the fence?
No way.
Okay then.
No way. I could never look like a white boy.
Y'all copper, Shakina.
Well, I'm not copper. I'm
that dark copper. Hey, copper got many shades. And you know, and let's kill this copper thing, man. Columbus was only talking about the islands and what he saw. Now y'all need to go and look at what the British and what the French saw when they came across here.
Copper shades are more like caramel, burnt caramel. I'm not that.
What kind of copper you look at? What kind of copper you look at?
She's not copper though. She right. She's not copper. She's right. Okay.
She bronze.
Anyway,
See,
So,
Hey, you and me,
what do
dog.
you?
See, everything good. You a black Indian, you know what I'm talking about? If that's how they want to classify us, but you know, sometimes we
No,
get
let's avoid the
misclassified
T-top
because we was
hats. We'll
darker,
say I'm a
you know.
Sephardic Jew. Don't
Oh yeah, you
disrespect
are
my
that.
people.
You are
So
African more. You
anyway,
are that. So we not knocking that.
what do you guys think of Dr. David Imhotep?
Pseudo.
Why is he pseudo?
Because he's a pseudo. First 1 minute he running. Listen, look at the information he put out. Africans in America. Tell him prove it. Prove that the Olmecs are African. Prove it. He can't. See, he used to say that the Olmecs weren't African and that niggas was in America before them, and then he just all of a sudden a couple years ago changed up his whole tune. So that dude A1 who you talking to, he have an interview with Imhotep and he's giving all the game up, and then he go back and switch up, So we know a lot of these people are paid and working for institutions, and they're being paid off to say a lot of these things.
Okay, Niambi says she just disagrees with saying that we are not connected to Africa. And I guess I can say that information changes, it evolves. Not all information is true. But I don't like the term pseudo because we know as we learn and we gain more information, everything grows, but it doesn't mean that our previous teachers were all wrong or we can't take their information and learn from it.
Two of me spit out the
Right.
bone. Two of me spit out the bone. Take it with apply. Everything ain't gonna apply to everybody, but some things might, apply to you. So chew the meat, spit out the bone. I mean, you can learn from anybody.
Right. Facts, man.
So I
And that's
agree.
the thing. The thing is though, we not out here trying to convince everybody, oh, you Indian or all that. Y'all don't see us out there like that. But yet everybody trying to push on us that we African. And if you got a one drop of African in you, oh shit, you African. That's the shit I don't like. You know what I mean? Let me choose. If I find African or I find European or which I know it ain't no white European, you know what I mean? I already know what I got in my blood, but if I want to claim that, then let me claim that. But the thing is, don't tell me who the fuck I am. And when people say my grandmama lying, that's a form of disrespect. And in some spots, though, you get killed for that. You know what I mean? We used to fight over saying your mama. If a person said your mama, dog, we've been bamming. You know what I mean? We've been getting it in over that. So you know what I mean? It's a line. All we do is ask y'all, show us evidence of y'all tribe from over there. At least we can acknowledge our tribes and we can date our tribes back. Not everybody has an Indian story. And we agree with that. Not everybody can put themselves in the story, but don't knock the ones that can.
F those tribes. It's 2023. But anyways, so what I would say is that a lot of that, I don't think anyone should be telling anyone else who they are. But when it comes to this whole, name this, know your actual language or anything, that's why I brought it up with Chris. I think that's false. I think that's a straw man argument. We know where a lot of languages have gotten changed. We know that for foreigners. We know that for Africans, where they've been colonized and they don't have the same languages and they've lived in those places. So some of them are from the places, indigenous, as Chris would say, to those lands, and they don't know their original language. They don't know their original tribe. They don't know their original family. Like, we know colonization happened. So all these arguments that is like, oh, know what stuff was before colonization is just dumb to me.
Hey, tell Warrior Breed, come on the panel, Warrior.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, Sister Dulcinea, and I respect that because the colonization that happened in Africa, from what I read, they got all mixed around, got moved out of places, so they couldn't, because it was different dialects and different languages, so they couldn't comprehend with it. The same thing happened over here. they moved people to different places so they couldn't comprehend each other. But when they did come to a common language, that's when they say, you know what? We can't deal with these Indian slaves no more. Let's just get rid of them. Let's try to move them out. And that's when the Indian Removal Act came out, because they was like, look, we through with them. Let's bring these Africans in to replace them. The whole thing about the Indian Removal Act was to move the indigenous people over here, and whether you call them Indians or not, you know what I mean? Because I see people talking about that. But the American people over here was to move them off their land and make room for the African American to come in their place. But most of them died off. I got an article that say a third of them died off.
Well, Danielle had a good question, which I think she's gone now, but it's a question that I've always asked as well. If we know a similar thing happened with the Indians to the Africans that were here, why can't we all just come together now?
Well, we have to find Africans. We don't hear nobody with no African stories. Nobody. We see no one in America in the colonies.
You talk to people that say they're African all the time. Chris Harris.
They say.
That's fine. Okay, but I'm saying then why can't we come together? Us that say we're African.
Leave us the fuck alone.
What type of African?
Lane and we stay in our lane.
Leave you guys the fuck alone. If you know your sources say Africans were here, they were enslaved. Even if less were imported than the Indians were exported, it still means Africans were imported.
Okay, watch this here,
Miss
Dosey.
We're mixtures.
Watch this here, Miss Dosey. Let's say Africans was here. Now we still have to figure out who were the Africans, because we know that the European populations that came here were melanated. We know the indigenous populations here were melanated, and if Africans came, we know they were melanated. So what that means is, everyone needs to identify exactly who they are and who they are in the story. So we can't just come out here and pick, because we're not the people that said we were Africans. This was something that was put on us. All of these classifications, whether it be Negro, colored, black, Afro-American, African-American, we didn't have a choice in these. None of these represent a nation of people. And so the African, we wouldn't know what calling ourselves African. That's why we don't have the stories at home. Ain't nobody at home sitting us down talking about we have an African ancestor and this is what tribe they was from, this is when they came. We don't hear stories of people in Africa saying my ancestors were taken and my such and such ancestor were taken and this and that. Those people don't have those stories. That's why they laugh when people say that they're African from America. I lived around real Africans. My experience is different. So I understand that real Africans from Africa don't believe that niggas in America are African. Just like when you see an African walking down the street, you know that nigga is African. Just period.
But didn't I just speak to that point that we don't know a lot of the history pre-colonization? So
let's just go by what we can prove. That's what I'm saying. Let's just go by what we can prove. If we can't prove it, then we really can't use it. Okay, so when I met the ADOS and FBA back in 2021, and they were going with HR 40, and their story was we're African slaves that came here. My thing was this is a legal matter. So if it's a legal matter, you would need proof or evidence that this crime happened to you. So what they did was adopted my methodology for genealogy, and a lot of them went back to go find the slave in their story to see if they had that in their ancestry. So now when you look at FBA or this group Freedmen that was created off of me, you know, I'm proud to say they're my kids. A lot of the elements that the FBAs took. So when that room went viral with 30,000 people in there, Tariq Nasheed them on Twitter, I was there. I was there before Tariq got there. So what I'm saying is a lot of them movements that's out right now, a lot of them are based on genealogy. So when we get the AB 3121 in California reparation movement, guess what? It moved from race to you have to prove an ancestor that actually went through this. And so a lot of people don't even know that came from me, something that I gave them. The freedmen told me that the two most important people to the Reparation movement was Dr. Darity and Big Chief Top Cat. I didn't say that, they said that, and I appreciate them thinking highly of that or the information that I gave them because they utilized it, and a lot of them were able to go back now and make a stronger case, even get it passed in law to where they're looking at it under AB 3121. So my advice to this here is that this is universal. The Pan-Africans can use it. The Hebrews can use it. You can still claim your denomination. You can still be a Christian. You can still be a Muslim, a Hebrew, or more. But you can identify, but you still will have to go by your bloodline. You feel me? You can still keep your religions, but who are you through bloodline? What is your family story here in the Americas or wherever it leads to? That's my message. Zachary, Jalonda Zachary, what tribe in Africa are you from? I see you a lot, Zachary.
She said her people's from Beaufort, South Carolina too.
South Carolina.
She say they Geechee Gullah.
She a Black European.
Yeah, that's why I try to tell her. My people them started. My people them started Beaufort.
That's the famous Juju. She is the
one. Yeah. She good people. She good people.
Source up or shut up.
Yeah. She good people. She Dagger Squad, but she good people. Definitely. Or not Dagger Squad. Not my bad. No disrespect. She not Dagger Squad. She's with Unc them. She's with Unc them.
Pseudo killer.
Yes. She's a pseudo killer. Yes. Much respect.
White man science.
Yeah. But Beaufort, Dulcinea, I showed you the paperwork of where Beaufort started from. When the first colonists from Barbados came over there in Beaufort. They met my peoples then. And my people them came straight from Beaufort.
You can't tell me that ain't no Black European right there. That ain't the face of a Black European.
Coming up, and it's not the face of a Black European because it's a lot like my face, and we're African.
You don't look like her, Dosey. Stop it.
Yes, we do look alike.
No, of course not.
We have similar eyes, similar nose. Yes, we have African features. That's what it's called.
Thank you, Dulcinea.
In your chat,
that's a compliment, Juju.
Thank you, Dulcinea.
That's a compliment, Juju.
I take that as an absolute compliment, Dulcinea, that you let me stand in the same square as you, sis. Thank you. Much love to you for that. You already know why I hit the panel, though.
Yes.
What plantation did your family come from?
Y'all already know why I hit the panel.
What plantation did your family come from?
Yeah. Let me begin by saying, one, I don't take orders or questions. Since, like that, I only come in to speak my truth. And first truth is, to you, Top Cat, I'll be respectful.
It's too late. You down there talking noise in the chat, so don't be respectful.
Let me talk, please. I haven't taken my DNA tests yet, and I have not done a full and complete genealogy. What I can tell you is what my grandmama told me.
Watch out now.
Well, I can tell you what my grandmother's told me, and
I would love to hear that.
Let me finish. And what has been affirmed by other members of my family, just not my granny, and also affirmed by the material culture that surrounds me. So usually when you have anthropologists, historians who do research, Top Cats, they just don't rely on genealogy, Top Cats. What they rely on also, including genealogy, Top Cats, is DNA and material culture. Okay? So I wanted to backtrack to when you were saying, as you do on all the panels you go on, and I can absolutely confirm without a shadow of a doubt that we already bodied you on Not a Coincidence platform.
Mama, no one
And
bodied me,
we
Mama.
already
I am
bodied
the legendary
you
Top Cat,
on
Mama.
Sean's
Sorry.
platform.
I'm the legendary Top Cat,
And
Mama.
explaining to you where and when people of African descent started to recognize themselves as African. So I would just go through it really quickly for you.
With the church. With the church.
I will go to it really quickly for you. Has nothing to do with the church, beyond the church. That Phyllis
Name an
Wheatley,
African calling themselves
speak,
African before the
OPT,
church.
let me speak, dear.
Okay, my bad, sister.
That,
My bad.
that Phyllis Wheatley spoke on it. You also have Terence Africanus during the Roman times speak on it. Gosh.
What do they have to do with your bloodline?
Who else?
That's where Africa get its name from.
Yeah, can't nobody validate. No
what
one
it
else
has
can
to do
validate
with
your bloodline.
people of African descent recognizing themselves as
Well, I
African.
had no problem with that.
That's
do we have
what it
your
has to do
family?
with.
What about
because
your
you
story?
just said on this panel and you lied to the
But
audience.
what about your
bro.
story,
so
Mama?
I had to
No
come
one
up here and
else's
correct you.
Africanness
My
can
story
validate
doesn't-
yours.
Listen, that's anecdotal. Do you understand? But we're talking about the breadth of African culture and people, and being Gullah
There's no
Geechee
African culture
from
in America.
Florida by way of Georgia and South
Gullah
Carolina.
Geechee is a
I can
language,
tell
baby.
you with the
It's a
shadow
language.
of a doubt that we are of West African descent with over 3,000 loan words in the Gullah Geechee dialect, okay?
Mama,
and
what
over
year was that
30
discovered,
ethnic
Mama?
groups that have been proven through DNA
Oh, you got to show me
from
them 3,000
African
long words.
cultures. 30 different African ethnic
Actually, what year
groups
did they
have
get
been proven
proven?
through
Yeah.
DNA to be of the Gullah Geechee people.
Hey, listen, you can't
Okay?
talk about
So I
Gullah
don't
Geechee
know
nowhere
what
else
other
unless you
proof
talk about
that you need.
Louisiana
Sweetgrass
first.
baskets. Even the type of basket weaving that Gullah Geechee people do is West African.
What did y'all
Even
use
the
to
type
weave
of
them sweet
cooking that
baskets?
Gullah Geechee do is West African. When you talk about bear rabbit and you talk about Anansi, which is our folklore that Gullah Geechee people do, and then when you talk about the spiritual systems like Lukimi, Ifa, Santeria, Shango, which are
All of
found
that's
all
new,
across the
Mama.
Caribbean
That's new.
and South and Central
Very
America
new, Mama.
and practice here is West African culture. Oh, let me not forget hoodoo and my nickname, what most people know me by as Juju. Juju is a remnant of West African culture. So I don't know what the problem is. OTK, Top
Yeah,
Cat.
I want to know what
Why
I want to
you
know
all
what
keep
culture you
trying
got
to
in
make
South
Gullah
Carolina. What
Geechee
culture?
something
What
that
culture?
it's not? When you can talk to Lorenzo Dow Turner, who is a
Man,
expert
fuck all them,
and
man. I'm here. I'm
a
here. I'm here
professor,
where y'all
triggered.
say Geechee
They
Gullah at.
triggered, which I can clearly. I clearly know what I'm talking about because I
Don't cut
clearly have
over Dallas.
studied
Please
from
don't
the
do
elders, studied
that.
from the experts, and I have sources for days to go on this. You could talk about the Africanisms found in America. That
There's
is
no
beautiful
Africanism in
source.
America.
It goes into all different types of the culture, even about how Gullah people felt about life and death. But when we ask you all to give us some history on your culture, the only thing y'all can tell me is what your grandmama told you. My grandmama told me
Mama,
that
you
I was
started
black
out
and
saying
beautiful.
what your
My
grandma
grandmama
told you.
told me that we was great people. What my grandmother never told me is that we was always here and that we is anything but African. My grandma ain't never told me that, bro. So I just don't
No
get it.
problem. What
I
tribe
don't
you
get
from in
it.
Africa? What tribe you from in
Okay.
Africa?
So and then it's hard for
What
me
tribe are you
to
from in
sit
Africa?
here and believe anything you say about FBA and ADOS with the ideology that you preach. Like that don't even make no sense. Like
Them my
that's
kids.
oxymoronic,
Them my
homie.
kids.
Like you a straight liar.
Them
And
my
I'm sorry to
kids.
say it, but you lying. And
Them
you
my
gotta
kids.
stop that. It stops.
It's
You
all
gotta stop
documented.
it.
It's all
Take that
documented, Mama.
elsewhere.
all
Stop lying,
documented.
speaking on children. Kids is what goats have, but our children do not need to be deceived by that
It's all
anymore.
documented, Mom.
Period. So, as far as your questioning, that's an abo tactic. That's some pseudo judo. I'm not playing with it. I came to address the stuff you were saying to tell you that, brother, you're wrong. We've always associated ourselves with Africa, always. And I mean, and let me put that in context. The moment, see the thing, the moment we stepped on that slave ship, we fought.
What year was that?
We
What year was
fought
that?
every aspect of the
What
trade.
year?
Also, the moment we stepped on that slave ship is when you can see Pan-Africanism starting. You know why? Because we're an amalgamation of many different tribes and many different cultures. That's why your questioning is disingenuous when you ask people what tribe you come from. Hell,
That's
we
not
really don't know.
that's a
But
real
we can
question.
give you a location, and
That's
that
a real
location
question.
has been affirmed and reaffirmed 1,000 times to be somewhere in the Senegambia coastline. Now, I do have a friend, a very close friend, a college friend I love dearly, and me and her are still very close to this day. She actually did do her DNA. And you know what? It gave her not only a proximity,
That
but it
don't help
actually
you.
gave
That don't
her
prove yours.
it actually gave her the tribe that she came from too in West Africa. And not only that, she was able to reach out to some of these people, and they've been dialoguing. We are also planning a trip next year to go to Sierra Leone and meet her family members. So, and not only that, she is related to the people that she related to are considered to be royalty. So she actually comes from a royal bloodline,
So what about
which I
you?
think is pretty hot.
What
And
about
again,
you?
I answered, you asked me, what about me? I answered that question in the beginning. I'm sure the audience caught it and the panel caught it. When I said that I had not done my DNA or genealogy yet. You know why? I never felt the need to, because again, my granny, who was born in 1918, homie, check that, has always told me that I was black and I was beautiful. And we ain't nothing but African, homie. So I'll yield.
All right. So far as the Gullah Geechee conversation that she brought up, not to hurt nobody's feelings out there, but Gullah Geechee, this Geechee didn't come around until the 1990s. Okay, we first started hearing about the Gullah Geechee in the 1980s. Okay, now, boy, as African loan words or whatever you're speaking about, ma'am, that didn't come from Lorenzo Dow Turner. Did he start the research? Yes, he went through him and Melville Herkovich, who is a white man who is known as the father of Pan-Africanism. Okay, so let me show you your other white daddy, because Lorenzo Dow Turner worked under Melville Herkovich on this project. Okay, so this is an exclusive, y'all. Meet Joseph Apollo. Okay, who is he? He's a historian noted for establishing the what? Gullah connection, the historical links between indigenous people, West Africa, Sierra Leone, and the Gullah Low Country. So now he used the works of Lorenzo Dow Turner, but Lorenzo Dow Turner didn't prove it. That was in the 1930s. He traced many elements of Gullah speech to West African. They didn't have enough proof. In the 1990s, this brother here, Joseph Apollo, and his crew, they came through and created this. And now people come out and regurgitate it, not even knowing that this is some fake shit that come from some white people. Okay? Now, I can go a little deeper, but I'm going to back up. I think I had something else I wanted to share. Let me get
talk
here.
that. Yeah,
I really go in on that. Ain't no Gullah Geechee. That's why you don't hear. That's why you don't hear Gullah Geechee in the 1700s. You don't hear about Gullah Geechees in the colonies. You don't hear about Gullah Geechees until the 1980s, and it got hot in the 1990s. Okay, that's when you get your Gullah Geechee and anything about an African connection. This is very, very simple work. I am the legendary Big C.
And that came through by the church. Talk that. And the Gullah Geechee is a very limited group. You know what I mean? It was a trade language. It was a language mixed together for them boys to communicate. It was mixed with indigenous. They took indigenous words and then they mixed it for everybody else to understand. I mean, let's be for real. I'm from here, so I know. That's why I try to tell them like that come from a
Cali
Creole
is active
based
say that it comes from the
language.
1800s. Brother Cali is active. My 8th ancestor is Billy Powell, Chief Osceola of the Seminole Indians. The story that they're trying to say that the Gullah Geechee is coming from these people who are called the Seminole Indians, which is directly linked to my family coming out of Alabama, bro. So,
Right, and the Gullah Geechee didn't start in South Carolina. It started somewhere else, and then it migrated to South Carolina on up to North Carolina. But it was only on the coast. So therefore, if it was only on the coast, therefore we know it was a trade language.
what in the Seminole, you don't get that label until 1816, which will lead up into the Civil War. Now, later, after the 20th century, we seen them split. We see a split happening. The people who call themselves Seminole today, they'll tell you about their history and their betrayal of them. But you also have people, Muskogees, down in Mexico. They identify with being Seminoles and all of that because that's what they retreated to in Texas. But yeah, man, it's easy work. Gullah Geechee didn't come into the 1980s, and it didn't get popular into the 1990s when you had these white folks come out talking about they found these African loan words, and then they got these black Pan African niggas out here regurgitating it, teaching it to our people, miseducating us, and it's the shit that I'm saying.
Okay,
Hey, the
so
first time
may I speak
anybody that
now?
knew anything about South Carolina was from the Gullah Geechee language, which they turned into Ebonics and started teaching it in schools.
They never taught
Ebonics
Ebonics in school.
came
That's
from South
wrong.
Carolina. Hold up, don't tell me they didn't teach
That's a
Ebonics in
lie.
school, man.
They
Ebonics
never
was
taught
taught
Ebonics
in
in
West
school
Coast
there.
school.
You're lying.
No, not here
You're
because it was
lying.
our original language. It was taught otherwhere as Ebonics. That's what I said, Yolanda.
That's okay. Whatever. Yes.
So
So there is a
Ebonics
such
wasn't
thing.
taken to California.
Yes.
So
Yes.
our language
Being
wasn't
someone
taken
who
to
has
Cal.
dealt
Okay.
with that situation, there is a such thing as African American vernacular English. Learn the term.
So
First
African
off, I
American
want to
mean mixed
address
with
Top
us,
Cat
right?
when he
That mean
talks
it's
about
mixed with American.
Herskovich. When he talks about Herskovich, he keeps using this. So let me explain it to you. Herskovich, whoever the fuck he was, and we'll go back when we talk about the whole YMCA situation. You'd be trying to educate people on a Herskovich. So check it out, dear. Even though certain of our, African American brothers during, the Harlem Renaissance and some time after that used his buildings, you do understand that they still had to pay rent to use those buildings. So then and again, that's some BS. Herskovich had nothing to
Okay,
do
Mama,
with
the
the
Herskovich
ideology
didn't
or
own the
the
building.
history
It wasn't
or
Herskovich,
anything they
Mama.
were teaching. Nor does he have anything to do with Gullah Geechee history. So you also have other people besides Lorenzo Dow Turner, like you have Mrs. Pat Gunn. You need to go look her up. And you also have Quinetta. Do you know who Miss Quinetta is? You
You
should
talking about the
know
lady
who
that
Miss
started the
Quinetta is. Yeah,
501c3?
that's
Yes.
Mrs.
The lady who
Queen
started the
Quet.
501c3.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
now
Mrs.
okay,
Queen
now
Quet.
let me
So,
inform you on something.
no, I'm
Let me
not
inform you
finished.
on
I just
something.
gave you all the floor for a good 5 minutes. So let me have it back. Open the knowledge about you saying Gullah Geechee started elsewhere. I want to know where is that Gullah Geechee people stemmed and started from. And yes, we can also talk about the domestic slave trade, which had a lot of impact on the back and forth of Africans from the Caribbean to the mainland and back. So yes, that did have some implications, but nothing changes still. That's why when you do hear Gullah Geechee speak, it sounds very much like Creole that they speak in Louisiana, or it sounds very much like patois that they
Nah,
speak
nah,
in Jamaica and
nah.
some of the islands. Just
No,
like it.
no,
The
no,
Gullah Geechee
no,
corridor
no,
stems
no.
from
The Gullah
Jacksonville,
that the people down
Carolinas,
here
all the
speak
way
is
to
closer to
Jacksonville,
Haitian.
Florida. It includes
can
all
you
of
share
that
my
and those
screen?
people. And when we talk about the Seminoles, like, first of all, get it right. The Seminoles itself was not. It's funny because I heard somebody say yesterday the Muskegee is not an actual tribe. Well, if you have to say the Muskegee is not an actual tribe, you also got to say that the Seminoles aren't either. Okay, so y'all can squash that BS.
Well,
So the Seminoles is an amalgamation of people. First of all, started with the Creek and moving down into Florida because they're being pushed out.
Nah, it actually
And
started
once
with the
they
Yamasee, baby.
and
Get
once
your
they and
knowledge
the
right. It started
Yamasee
with the
are not
Yamasee.
original
Stop it,
African or
baby.
Black
Stop it.
people.
All of
The
those are
Yamasee are
original.
indigenous
The
Native
Black
Americans
Seminoles are the
who,
mixture.
like the Seminoles, amalgamated with some freedmen who happen to be African, which could
That's when
have
they became the Black
intermarried
Seminoles.
and had mixed offsprings. But the
That's
That's
Yamasee
when they became the
themselves
Black
were not
Seminoles,
true. It's
baby.
Black
miseducation.
or
Hey,
African.
do you know anything about
This
the
what
300
happens when
years of
people are
war over
triggered
here in
when their
America?
Can
information
I share my
is getting
screen?
challenged because they're on some bullshit.
Can I
Some
share my
straight
screen?
Hey,
fuckery.
Juju.
This
Hey,
is what
Juju.
happens. And when we talk about the Seminoles,
Oh,
we
Lord,
want to
have mercy.
speak on the wars. So there were distinctions. There were clear distinctions in what an African person was and what an Indian was, period. So all that is out the
When?
window. And they even
When?
knew. And do you
When?
know that
Source
even
up.
when
Source up.
these
Since you say
Indian
you came up with
tribes,
source up or
and
shut up,
even
show
though
us
with
a
these,
source.
well, I'm gonna pull what y'all always pull. I'm on my
Yeah.
phone, so I can't. Fuck it.
Oh, no.
But
I
even
sent it to
though when these
Dulcinea,
indigenous tribes
Yeah.
amalgamated with Africans or freedmen, do you also know that the freedmen's had their own like living area over here and the natives were over there? So it wasn't like they always like fully mixed
We don't
in,
know what over
you
here and
know?
over there
And
is.
that's just the facts, because the Africans or the freedmen knew of their African heritage and they still wanted to practice and dabble in that and share that and
So why they don't have no African
pass it on
culture?
to their offspring, just as the natives, indigenous Americans, had their culture they wanted to retain. So these people, even though they were working together for the same thing, they still kept their individuality in check and in place. That never got lost. And next time, if you like, maybe we can get together, because you say that you're a descendant from Indian. Well, I don't know if you ever met him, but Vasai, he is a descendant of John Horse. And clearly they knew
John
who they
Moores.
were.
John Moores came later, man. That's
John
Black
Horse.
Seminole talk. Yeah,
John
John.
Horse.
I know who
Didn't
you
come
talking
later.
about.
He was
John Horse
doing
came
that
later. He
time
came
here.
later, man. He
And
came
can we
after
talk about
Tuscarora.
Osceola? Because I think somebody tried me on this. You know, he also had an African wife. I don't know if you
That's
all
not
know
true,
that,
Mama.
but
That's
they
not true.
understood the
Hey,
difference
listen,
in
Mama.
their culture.
Osceola is
So
my
please
great
do
ancestor.
not confuse
Osceola is
it.
my great
Yes,
ancestor.
Osceola
So
is a
be
great
careful,
person when
Mama.
it comes to Florida history because he went
Osceola had
ham.
a
So
Osceola
I
woman
don't
was
know
an
what to tell
Indian.
you. All I'm saying when it comes to Gullah Geechee culture, I don't know what the hell you talking about, but
I
most
showed
of
him
It
the
proof.
ain't a culture.
Africans
It's not a
that came to the
culture.
United
It's a
States
language and
I
it's a
came
showed him
through
proof.
lifestyle.
Gullah Geechee is a people, is a culture. It
Okay,
is
no
what it
problem.
is. It does not separate itself from each other also.
Okay, no
It's
problem.
a group.
I
It's
can
a
be
group of
long-winded
people
all I want.
identifying with that
You can
language.
call
It's
me
a group
stupid
of
all you
people.
want.
It's a group of people in South Carolina identifying with that language. You come to Goose Creek, they will not
There's
say
the
they Gullah
Gullah
Geechee.
Geechee
Hold up,
is the
stop
people,
real
is
quick.
the
Juju,
culture, is the
you just
language. It has over
it's a
3,000 African loan words in it.
listen.
Now, the reason
All
why I
right,
bring up
everything
John
good, baby.
Horse
Everything
and the
good,
Seminole
Juju.
amalgamation, because if you
Oh
want to
my
talk about a creolized tongue, then that's what it was. But it still
So
is
what is Creole?
inherently
So where do Creole
African.
come from,
It's
ma?
still inherently African. Creole
Where
is
do
a
Creole
French
come from?
word.
What
Creolized
happened?
language has nothing to do with French. It's two different
What
definitions.
African word do we use in America today in South Carolina? Please tell me a word
Gumbo,
that we
you
use. Gumbo, that's bullshit. How can you make gumbo without
God,
tomato?
you make it out
How
of
can you
okra.
make
It's
gumbo
actually
without
okra
tomatoes?
based.
Stop.
Real
Stop.
gumbo,
Stop.
that's jambalaya. You need to
Stop.
stop. There's a
You
difference,
use
bro.
tomato in gumbo. What are you
Gumbo
talking
is
about?
okra based. Anybody who knows
Gumbo
what the
didn't
hell
even come
knows
from
that.
South Carolina, baby. Let's be for real.
Hey, can I help out on that? For as gumbo is not okra. Okay, because everybody
Gumbo
don't put
is
gumbo.
okra. The word
Everyone
gumbo
don't put
itself
mama.
is
I
an
gave you the floor,
African-derived
mama. I
word,
gave you the
bro.
floor. I gave you
No,
the
it
floor,
ain't,
right?
baby
So
girl. No,
listen,
it's
And
not.
Ugichi is not where
okay,
Geechee
so we'll do
come
this here.
from.
So
We're not
obviously you don't know how to cook
native.
gumbo, okay? So I'm from the Gulf Coast.
DNA is
I'm from Gulf
a
Coast where we cook gumbo.
certified science.
All right, so
They
the
tell
gumbo is
You ain't
for
even did
training
your
purposes as
DNA.
a disclaimer
You
for
ain't
many
did your
different reasons,
DNA.
but it is definitely a certified science.
You didn't even do your DNA. So why is you talking on that?
Hey, gumbo
Because
has
I'm telling you what my
nothing to do
grandmama
with
told me.
okra,
That's what y'all
okay?
say. You just had this
Gumbo is
long
a
little
roux.
crying spell about how niggas gonna get punched if they talk about what your grandma a liar, nigga. So here I go.
Yeah,
Nah,
niggas get killed.
go
Niggas
off.
get killed
All
over
right,
that shit
can I tell
around
my
here. And
story?
if you from
Can I
South
Go off.
Carolina, you know that.
Go off,
And if you
nigga.
from South
Go
Carolina,
off.
you know that.
Can I
Go
tell
You know,
off,
my
nigga.
story,
nigga.
man?
Buford
Goloff
and
is made with
Bluffton. You forgot
tomatoes.
to tell him. Buford and Bluffton, homie.
And Bluffton. I'm from Goose Creek, baby. Ain't no bluffing
Good
around
for
here. You
you.
better
It's a
get your
sad.
shit
You're doing your
together.
culture
Hey,
a
listen,
mad
baby girl. Hey, listen.
injustice.
Let's don't
You
even go
can't
there.
find one elder
Hey,
to
listen.
agree
Hold
with
up.
the
Let's
shit you
don't even go
talking.
there because you about to start a
Hey, yeah,
friction
let me just share
between
my
me
story.
and
Let
South
me just
Carolina
give you
people, dog. And
information.
I love my people, but I bring
You
real
can't
history
love
to
your
South
people by
Carolina.
misrepresenting the culture the way
How
you're
you
doing.
mean, baby girl?
You
I'm here
hate
in
yourself. I
Charleston.
wish
I
you could
know what
look in the
culture is
mirror
here.
and see how
It's still Indian
beautiful
schools
and
here.
black you are
Socorro
and stop
Elementary is
hating and
still
wanting to be
here.
everything but African. It's
No,
sick.
I told you I
It's
could
sick.
have that in my DNA, baby
It's
girl.
sick.
I didn't never
It's
knock
some
no African.
cognitive dissonance type BS. And I hope you get some help for that, brother. Somebody, I wish I was near you so I can give you a hug and tell you what a beautiful black African that you are. So you will not be feeling the way you feeling and have to
I don't
prove
need no
that you're
hug. I got a bunch
anything
of
but
female.
so
I got a bunch
bad.
of family members around me. I'm good. I don't need no hug. But I'm gonna tell
You
you
need
though,
a hug.
Juju, on some
I
real
need
You
shit,
a
definitely need
Juju.
a
hug.
hug.
I'm telling you from where I'm at. I'm actually right here in Charleston, next to Charleston. My family been here since the
You know, there are a lot of
longest.
Africans that sit
No,
on this
hold
app
up,
on the
Juju,
continent right
Can
now
you let
that
me
don't know
finish?
nothing about
God
no kind of
damn.
African history. So,
God. Why is that African museum called International African Museum? And I'm going to film it this
I don't
Saturday.
know. You tell me.
And
Shit.
I'm going to show you.
You
I'm
tell
going
me
to
why it's
show
called
you
the
why it's
International
called the
African Museum.
Why it's called the International African
Africa
Museum.
actually can be proven to be an
Yeah.
indigenous word or indigenous
Hey, can I
title.
share my
But also, it can
that's
define
enough
what
of
you
that,
was
Jay.
wondering why. Let me answer
That's
you.
That's
enough
what
of
I'm
that.
trying to
It's
let
not,
you
guys, when
know,
people want to say
Zuzu.
that African is white man's name, it's not. Actually, what is it? Am I gonna get it wrong? Scipio Africanus. Let me tell you how it works. In Roman culture, at times when they went to war, usually they were named after the place that they conquered. Okay, it didn't
So
mean
that's
that
how
they
Africa
conquered it
got
and
its
they
name.
named it. So Scipio Africanus took on the name of the place where he was, which would have been considered like Carthage, right? In North Africa, where you have these people called the Afris, okay? To clear it up for some people if you didn't know.
That ain't no different. That ain't no different than Amerigo Vespucci changing his name to say
I don't know
he
nothing about that. I'm
found this.
speaking on African
I
right
know.
now,
That's what I'm
dear.
trying to tell you.
And
I don't know nothing about
I'm
that shit
speaking on
you
Well,
talking.
African
she's
and
just saying
Romans.
that the
You're
land was
moving the
named that
goalposts.
first, and then the Roman conqueror came.
Well, heck a bus.
Let Big Chief Top Cats take over with his source, and
It's
I'm
not
gonna
wrong,
drop the
Humble
link
Duck.
in the chat. And yes, go.
Look like heck a bus coming.
All right, y'all. All right, I'm gonna be gone in a few, but before I go, I'm gonna drop this. So, She incorrectly said that Herkovich owned the YMCA's. I'm sorry, Mama.
No, I didn't say
Mrs.
he
Herkovich.
owned it, but I know the buildings that those people utilized, they also had to rent them. So when you keep
Okay,
saying
Mama,
that
Herkovich had
Herkovich
nothing to do
started
with
this
that. I
and
never
started
said that.
that
I
and
never
came up with
said
all
that.
of this, you was
I
a
never
goddamn
said
lie.
that.
That's what I'm
I
trying
never
to tell
said
you.
that. That would be wrong. Herkovich had nothing to do with that. Okay? It wasn't Herkovich. Now, who is
Well, who was
Herkovich?
it
For
then?
those
Because
who
that's
didn't
what you
know.
said. That's
Julius,
what you
it was
said,
Julius
homie.
Rosenwald. Okay, Julius Rosenwald. Thank you. All
Oh,
right,
okay.
so
Same
right
difference. They
here,
still
no
had to rent
problem,
it.
Mama.
But
No
you said
problem.
it was the
It's all good.
CIA and they had
Mama,
something to
Mama,
do with all
it's okay.
yeah, that was
It's okay.
some
It's okay.
bullshit, bro.
It's okay. So this day in Jewish history, the white Jewish father of African study dies.
Make sure you
Melville
read the
Herkovich
whole article too.
no
Put the
problem,
article, put
Mama.
this link in the chat.
This is
Can you put this
incorrect. This
link
is
in the
No
chat?
incorrect.
problem,
If you're
Mama.
using Melville,
It's
hold on, let me say this real
incorrect.
quick
How
That
is
is
it
before you
correct.
get
correct,
The
started.
brother?
title's correct,
If
but
he's
listen
How
to
is
using
the
it
Melville
whole
incorrect?
Herkovitz, if you're
How is it
using
incorrect?
Melville Herkovitz, dude, I
So
have his
who's the
book, The
father
Cattle
of
Theory.
African studies?
Yeah,
Who's
but
the father of
they
African
Excuse
gonna
me,
studies?
I have
misrepresent
his
the
book, The
source,
Cattle
Chris.
Hey,
Theory.
one
You're gonna
mic, one mic,
misrepresent this source
one
big
mic.
time.
Exactly.
Let me
One
show
mic
you.
they
Okay,
always
so what
do.
they're doing,
Hold
the
on, man.
reason why they
Can I
call
get my
him the
shit
Jewish
out?
father
Can I
of
get? Can
African
I
American
finish, brother?
history is because
Brother,
he
can
was
you
a
wait till I'm
Jew
done?
at the
Can you wait till I'm
time
done, brother?
racial tension
Can you
that
wait till I'm
supported the
done,
idea that black people had a history of their own. So they call him the
Facts.
Jewish father of African American history. Go ahead and waste your time. I have his work. I've studied his work, The
Oh,
Cattle
because
Theory.
that's y'all
I've
white
already
daddy.
studied it. You
That's
garbage.
y'all
You don't even
white
know what you're
daddy.
Top
talking about.
Cats.
That's
You
y'all
are a
white daddy. Now
mod.
watch this here,
You're a
y'all.
moderator, Top
Now
Cats.
this is
Drop
the
the
guy,
source in the
okay?
chat
He
and
had the
let people read
theories.
it and decide for
Listen, come
themselves.
on, man. Listen,
Please
listen. They
drop
can
the
pull it
source in
up.
the
I
chat.
don't have to
Let
work.
us
I
read
don't
it
work for
and let us
them.
decide
I
for
don't work for you,
ourselves.
mama.
Because you be lying.
We're
Because you
reading
stay
right now.
lying, bro.
We're
Drop
reading
the
right
source
now. It's
in the
okay,
chat. You're
mama.
a
It's okay,
moderator.
mama.
You're a
It's
moderator
okay.
over here. And
It's
the
I'm
fact
okay,
getting it
that
up.
you
mama.
won't
Hold
You
on.
worry
allow
I'm
about
the
the
getting
wrong
it.
people
thing.
to
Y'all, I'm
read
getting it. I know Hurwitz. I got it.
All
and
right, can you
comprehend
read
for
it?
your
Can you read
own
it since they don't want to let me
is
talk? Can you read
wild.
it?
It says Melville Herkovich didn't buy the anthropomorphic theories that blacks were inferior. He went to Africa and disproved the tenet that black Americans had no cultural past.
So this is
Disprove.
the guy that came and told niggas that it's not true. Black people do have a culture, and their culture is in Africa. This is the guy. They created African studies in 1957, 1958, and this is the guy who led it. Guess who worked under him? John Henry Clark. John Henry Clark.
Drop
So,
the source in the chat and let the people
lady,
decide.
please. Okay, I don't work for you.
Because you
Okay,
cherry pick.
I don't work
Nigga,
for
I
you.
would have fired you on the first day.
Jewish
You could
word.
never work for me.
I don't work for you,
Since
lady.
right.
Screenshot it. The proof is
Right.
up there. The people read it.
And I don't take questions
It's
from
over.
peasants. You right.
It's over. It's over with.
Or
It's
bottom
over with for
kittens.
y'all.
You
Y'all
right.
do something about that. Y'all
You
got a
right.
white daddy. A white man
You
came
right.
and told y'all that y'all was from Africa.
You right.
Period. Prove differently.
You right.
I know. I'm
You
legendary.
right.
Big
Everything
Chief
you
Top
say
Cat.
is right. That's why you won't drop that source in the chat. I'm waiting.
Keep waiting.
Because you're disingenuous and you always misrepresent your sources and you
It's
die
too
by
late.
them
Y'all can't
every
do nothing
time.
about
Your
it.
sources
A
be
white boy
sticking
is
up
the
like an
daddy.
upside down sword and you die by that bitch every fucking time. You be playing Russian roulette with your gun loaded, nigga.
That's why I be
Stop.
whooping all these niggas, right?
You be playing Russian roulette with
why I
a
be
loaded
whooping all
gun.
these niggas.
Stop. All the time.
That's why I be
Crazy.
whooping these niggas. I know.
You don't whoop
You
nothing.
mad.
You be shadow boxing
You
blindfolded
mad.
in the corner.
You see what the
Beating
chat
your
say?
own
Top
ass
Cat
and
always
crying
wins.
for your grandmama.
Top Cat
Boy,
always
stop.
wins. You see that? Well, look, Dosey dropped the link. If you wanted
She
the link,
dropped
they
it
go
in
to
the
link.
back chat. I said
No, she
drop
dropped
it
it in
in
the.
the
No, she
chat.
dropped it in the
Hey,
chat.
Top Cats,
Okay,
have you ever
thank you.
read Melville
Thank you,
Herkovitz's works?
Dulcinea.
Excuse
Brother,
me, Top
I
Cats,
am
have you ever
familiar
studied any
with
of his
his works? What was the cattle theory about?
He y'all white
What was the
daddy.
cattle theory about? What was his
Y'all white
anthropological
daddy.
study on the cattle
He
theory
y'all
about?
white daddy. That's why you think you from
Exactly.
Africa. 'Cause
Like
of
a grown
Melville
man, you
Herkovich.
can't even sit up there and have a
'Cause of
logical
Melville
conversation.
Herkovich.
Trash.
A white man had to come tell you you had a culture and it was in Africa. That's a damn shame. And Dr. John Henry Clark worked right under him. Yes, he did. Worked for that colonizer. It's a damn
I want
shame.
the culture to please type in the chat, what do I look like then? Please.
They had a source up there, y'all. Ooh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. They got White Daddy up there. He's the father.
Well, let's go through the article, Juju. So it says on February 25th, 1963, Melvin Herkovich, the white Jewish anthropologist who was the father of African studies in the U.S.
Oh, hold on. Time out. Was what?
Say
that again?
He was the father of African studies in the U.S.
Oh, okay. Not a black man. Okay.
And he is also a studies. He wasn't a teacher. No, he was just in studies.
Nah, he was a teacher. He
No,
was
he
the head man. Everybody worked under him. If you was gonna put out information under African
Right.
history, you had to go through him. He had to stamp it. That was Daddy.
And just to let y'all know, just to let you know, that gentleman that was saying that the Gullah people are a language, no, the Gullah Geechee people are in fact African people, because they still say it to this day.
Brother, get
This
out
is
of
what
here with
they
that.
say. And they
proved-
were the ones that sat up there and taught the Seminole how to farm and aggregate the
Well, show
land,
us-
because the
show
Seminole
us Gullah
Indians
Geechee.
ran off with them. Excuse me, sir. The Seminole Indians ran off with them because they didn't know how to do nothing. Straight up. I can show the sources on it. Matter of fact, I got a lesson on my channel about it. Not a bunch of non-citations or non-vetted sources, and I already proved it. Get out of here, man. You be lying. You need a library card, man.
Okay, this is where it get good at right here. Come on. Right
Yes, so that's why I wanted to read, because I think this is important. This
is real important.
Distinction of what he was studying.
What
So
he
it
can
says
prove.
a longtime professor at Northwestern University outside Chicago, Herkovich or whatever, was not only among the first among American academics to study the cultures of Africa, in particular of the West African countries that supplied so many slaves for the New World. So stopping here by this sentence, it sounds like he was the first one to actually go to the West African countries that supplied the slaves.
So this
And
coming
is that
from-
not it? What he did?
It's a white man, right? Not a black man.
Yeah, he's definitely a
okay,
white
so
man.
it's a white man who's saying this. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But he only studied for
He also, specific based on
and that's it.
the West African cultures
Right, that's it.
that
White
were in the
man.
slave
That's
trade.
what but
No, it
slaves.
doesn't necessarily say he studied the slave trade or anything like that. It said that he went to the West Africans that he knew were a part of the slave trade
That's
cultures, and
That's-
he's the first one to study them. So he also pioneered a then novel, if not revolutionary, approach to the links of between the culture of American Blacks and that of ancestors in Africa.
in comparison.
In comparison.
Exactly. So it's not what they say, it's what they don't say. You got to read in between the line in that gray area. So that's what made this part important. He compares.
Why? Because a white man said
No,
it. Why
no,
didn't
because
why
you're not gonna call everybody ain't my daddy. So when you say what he did,
Pan Africans, that's Pan Africans, daddy.
Okay, well they say that part.
I didn't say the yes, ma'am. Well, that's Pan Africans, daddy.
Pan Africans, daddy.
That's their daddy. That's dad.
Oh God.
Do you see the article? What's the title on the article? Okay, there ain't
The
no way
white
around
Jewish
it.
father of African studies.
Ain't no way around it. Sound like daddy to me. Dad. Dad. And you know what? Let me share my screen one more time.
Okay.
Just for that. Well, let's clear up something too, right quick first. Let's deal with these Gullah people. So, can you read this for me? Because I don't want them, Miss Dosey, to think that I'm cheating.
Read what you're sharing. Hold
Yes,
on.
ma'am.
They saying Foster Daddy Gemini crazy.
That. Yeah, that. Okay, well, I'll read it for y'all. The Gullah was a historic Native American chieftain in the Mississippi coast, people located along the coast of present-day Georgia and the Sea Islands. Ain't that what they say? He go to Sea Islands, so everybody can know. Ain't
That
what
is
they
not
say?
Gullah.
Hold
That's
on,
the
that's Gullah, lady.
Guale.
Lady, that
Please
say
stop
Gullah.
it.
That
That
say
is the
Gullah.
Guale.
That say
And Gullah
Gullah.
and Guale are two
Come on,
different
can y'all
people.
moderate?
Stop
Can y'all
it.
do
You
better at
are a
moderating?
liar.
Can y'all do
Stop
better at moderating?
lying. Stop
Okay.
lying,
So
bro.
as we see here, okay, this is the
Guale.
area where they.
It's not
Can y'all
Gullah.
do a better job
It's the
moderating?
Guale. How about you type it into
Can
your
y'all do a
Google
better
search
job
bar
moderating?
and push the microphone and see what she has
Can
to
y'all
say?
do a better
It's
job
not going to say
moderating?
Gullah. It's
Can
going
y'all
to
do a
say
better job
Guale.
moderating? And I continue my bill. I know it's hurting.
This don't hurt.
It
You
hurts.
a liar.
It hurts.
And that
It hurts.
shit Aggie.
I know it hurts. It's hurt. I told you it's
Punch
aggy.
like a
You
girl.
aggravated.
Don't nothing you do can hurt.
Can
You a
we do a
liar,
better
bro.
job at moderating, y'all? You know I am a guest.
Okay, she's gonna calm down. Just go ahead.
Okay, so right here is the Sea Islands. This is where they're saying that these Gullah Geechee people are from. Correct? The Sea Islands.
No, in the article
Georgia
doesn't say anything
to
about
Florida.
Geechee. Stop.
Okay, so we'll get there because the Gullah and the Geechee are two different people. All right, so right here, who are they? They're scholars.
The Gullah and the
The
Geechee are the
scholars say
very
that the
exact
Gullah
same
speak a what?
people.
A
I cannot
Muskogee
let you lie
language.
on me.
They speak a Muskogee language. Okay, all right, the same language stock that my people speak. We are associated with the. So she said they didn't bring up the Geechee. Well, let's go to the Geechees. So right here we go to the Okeechobee River. Hold on. I hit the wrong one. Ogeechee River. Let me go to the Ogeechee, the Okeechobee. That's my people now. Cause she say he didn't bring up the Geechee. So let's take care of that. Very, very simple. All right. So hold on, take me out of here. And then I'm gonna show y'all how the Pan-Africans were working with the government through this program, which was headed by Melville Herkovich. Real simple.
Ms. Herkovich had nothing to do with anything Pan-African, dear. Nothing.
We just read it. I'm sorry, Mama. We just read it. There's nothing you can do
I
about
don't
it.
see your source on the screen.
You
Show me
saw
the
it.
source and show me where it says
Everyone
it.
saw it.
Bottom
Everyone saw it.
kitten.
It's in the chat. Miss Dosey dropped it. Okay, so we're gonna go here to the Ogeechee
You
River.
goddamn lie,
We're
bro.
looking for the Geechee people. Okay, so who were them? They were Indian society arrived in the area of the Ogeechee.
Where does it say that?
11,500 years ago.
That?
Okay,
You're a
and they settled
liar,
the
bro.
century of the Mississippi and the Uchis. Okay. The
Oh.
origins of the name Ogeechee derived from Muskogee. Okay, the Uchis referring
The
to the Uchis people. Okay,
and Geechee?
Scholars have drawn a connection between the river's name and the name called who? Gullah Geechee for the Gullah people.
That's a fucking lie, bro.
Come on, mama. Well, damn,
that
you
is
don't argue
nowhere
with
in
me.
your article.
You can't argue with
that
me,
is,
mama.
Show your article on the screen
Man,
for all the
goddamn, we
people
just
right
saw
now.
that, man.
I
Come
put
on,
money
man.
on it that
Oh,
you
they didn't
lying,
put that
bro.
work on you.
You
Hold
lying.
on, now, let me kill y'all master
Put
teacher.
the source on the
Mama, we just
screen.
saw it. We just saw
Because
it.
you lying.
We just saw it.
You lying. You ain't
All right,
so
let me do
shit,
it again,
homeboy.
y'all. Put it back up there, y'all. Let me do it again. Okay. Now, in the highlighted version, Dosey, can you read this so they won't say I'm lying?
Dawson, man?
Or anybody?
I can't even see it. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay, she don't mind.
Some scholars have drawn a connection between the river's name and the name Gullah Geechee for the Gullah people who inhabit coastal Georgia.
Okay, thank you, Mama. So here it's coming from the Indians who were in this area for 11,500
That's not what
years.
you said when you
Mama, I don't have to say it. You read it. I don't have to say it.
That
You
ain't what
read
the
it.
fuck you said when you
I don't
spoke.
have to say it. You read it.
You tried to say that the Gullah
read it.
Geechee was Indian people when
That's
you
what
spoke.
That's what the
source though. Wait a minute,
says
wait a minute,
something
Top Cat.
different.
That's speaking on that.
Source though. You need to pull a better source. You know that's not a credible source.
Stop it, Mama. We just went to the
That source
Ogeechee, where the
doesn't
name
say
comes
that
from.
they were Indians
These
either.
people, why it just
That
said
source
they were
doesn't
Indians
say
in
that
there
they were Indians.
11,500
Pull the
years.
source back on the screen.
Mama,
Let's
listen.
read it in its entirety. Stop
You
cherry
just read
picking.
it.
See, this is what you
Too
call
late.
pseudo
You
judo
even read
people.
it.
This is what
You can say
pseudos
what you
do,
want.
but
You
they
know
can never
now.
find
If
a
you didn't
source
know,
that
you know
supports their
now.
argument. So they got to make it up as they go,
If you
or
did
they have
not
to
know, you know
plagiarize,
now.
or they have to cherry pick it and be disingenuous
If
on how
you
they
did not
interpret
know,
it without
I bet you
allowing the
know now.
audience access to it so we can interpret
Yeah,
it
all is
ourselves or the right way.
All
Ladies
is
and
cool.
gentlemen, I present to you the master of pseudo judo
Yeah.
itself,
Thank
Bottom
you.
Kitten. Give
Right,
him a
right,
round of
right.
applause.
Yeah,
Please
give me a
and
round
thank
of
you.
applause for killing
Fuck outta here, boy.
Pan-Africanism. For killing Pan-Africanism. Here go your boy Melville.
You can't kill
Here go
Pan-Africanism.
your
It'll
boy
never die.
Melville.
As long as there are Africans in the diaspora around the world,
Here go your boy
Pan-Africanism will
Melville
always
Hergovitz,
live.
right?
And every day I can show you how Pan-Africanism is winning, homie. So go somewhere with that.
No
Try
problem.
again.
No
Try
problem.
again. Try again.
Okay, that don't work on me
Pull
though,
the
Mama.
source up. No, I want you to go back to that
So
source
we're
and
gonna
talk about
go
Gullah
here.
Geechee was Indians and stuff.
It's
So
too
this
late.
is what I
That's
have to
over
teach
with.
people.
That's over
Ladies
with.
and gentlemen,
It's over
because
with.
of transitional culture and the intertwining of cultures,
That shit over with. Ain't nothing
I
said
can
yet.
honestly
Ain't nothing
say
said
to the
yet.
audience that perhaps there is
Can we get this
a
work real quick?
connection, or there is
Can
a
y'all do a better
possibility
job at
that
moderating?
Geechee comes from the Ogeechee
Can y'all do a
River.
better
But
job at
let's
moderating?
understand that
I'm
Africans
fine,
and
but I can't
Indians
do
at the time were
y'all do a better job
intermingling,
at
trying to
moderating?
find ways to beat their
What do you
oppressor.
mean?
So if indeed
With
that
this lady,
Geechee came
can
from
I speak?
Ogeechee, no,
You gotta get a chance
that
to finish.
even though it may have come
Damn,
from that,
Miss
those
Margot.
people were
This lady
African
is
and the
talking.
culture was African.
She
And
can
they
go after I
proudly say
go.
that and they proudly display that. So
No
don't
problem,
get their
Mama.
shit twisted,
Okay,
homeboy.
no problem. We've seen the
But
sources.
listen, okay, y'all. Okay.
All right, so right here, let's go in. The African Studies Association Conference to be held at the Hotel Roosevelt in New York from March 22nd to the 24th. This is 1957. All right, the participants were selected. Now we're gonna come down here. The cost of the conference was met $6,500, which was taken up by who? The Carnegie Corporation. They didn't tell y'all that. They paying for the African Studies Association. Okay, so we finna find out who's bringing the money down. The conference opened, it had big cocktails, and you had people there. You had Melvin Fox, Wayne Fredericks, the Ford Foundation, representing for the Ford Foundation. Now these people in the government put up money into these institutions, okay, to create this African studies. So right here, when we see the money that they put up for the language development program for Africa, okay, these institutions, they went through California, Howard University, Michigan and shit. Here go the money that they put up. And they were teaching what these languages, Afrikaner, Iwi, Swahili, Igbo, Yoruba. They teaching this shit. Here go the budget for it. Here go the total budget down here, 292. That's from 1 year, 1959 to 1960s. These white folks sitting around teaching niggas this shit. So let me go down here, right? Because they're gonna create and this is a good
This looked like a 5th grade science project that you just
okay.
copied and
No
pasted
problem.
some shit and put it together,
No
which is
problem.
crazy. And
That
let's
don't-
get it
that don't
clear.
work on me.
We were teaching
That don't work on
ourselves
me.
there.
That
We
don't
were
work on
teaching
me. Let me do
ourselves.
what your
Do you
teachers
know that
didn't
we were
do.
enslaved?
let's
If
calm
someone knew
down,
how to
though,
read or
brother
write,
and
that they were
sister.
secretly teaching each other. Do you know that? And beyond that, we were teaching ourselves. Now with the
Nah,
Sorrel
y'all was
dude or
teaching
whatever
y'allself.
There were no white teachers
That's
when
a
they
damn
used
lie.
that building by Servo or the YMCA. Those were black people teaching themselves. Do you realize that, Bottom Kitten? Do you know that?
Okay. Do
Or
you
just gonna keep
realize
making shit
that
up
your
as you
master
go?
teacher was working with
Man,
them
now you
people?
finna bring
Do you
Baba
know that your
Clark
master
in here?
teacher was
Now you
working with them
know,
people?
man.
So now y'all met Melville Herkovich, who's the father of African Studies, correct? Well, as a result of political dispute, the leadership position of black academics, the ASA, which is the African Studies Association, that we seen these white philanthropists put racist niggas put up this money for, right?
Boy.
Okay, they split ties, what they say, with the who? The U.S. intelligence and military. So Dr. Clark is working under the U.S. intelligence and
Show
military.
us the source for that.
We're looking at it.
Not your science
the
project.
ASA split
We want
in 68.
a valuable
Now watch this
and
here. It was
verifiable
led by
source.
who?
Where
Led
is
by
the
John Henry
verifiable
Clark,
source?
founded
Where
the
is the
African Heritage Studies.
verifiable source? You
Now
are
let me show
making the
you. That's
claim.
not gonna work
You
on me,
must
mama.
provide
You
a
gotta
source.
get this
And
work.
we're not talking
You
about
gonna
your
get
science
this work.
project that you have
We
posted
gonna
on the
get this
screen,
work.
homie. We want
You
your
gonna get
source.
this work.
Because this is the
We're
product
gonna
of a
get
mad
this work.
scientist. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Nothing but
That shit ain't
a
gonna work
product
on
of a
me.
mad little scientist. Where's the verifiable
Not
source
gonna work
to
on
say
me,
these
mama.
things?
So watch this.
Where's your verifiable source?
I'm about to show you that he was working with them.
Where's
and
your
that they never
verifiable
split.
source?
You're looking at it.
We want the that's the science project,
Go
homie.
on there.
That's
Yeah,
a little
okay.
science
What?
project.
Okay.
Y'all
It's a
all be
hell of
over
a
there like
science
Pinky in the
project.
brain, trying to
It's a
figure
hell
out
of
a
a
way to
science
rule the
project.
world. And every
You
time
must be
y'all
drunk.
fuck it up. It
You
never
must be
works.
drunk.
Do you
You
get
must
that?
be drunk tonight.
Pinky in the brain.
What you been
That's
drinking?
what you looking
What's
like.
in your
Pinky in
cup?
the brain, boy. We don't want to see your science project. We want to see a verifiable source. Please and thank you. And please don't say, I love it when y'all talk about the Library of Congress. Like the Library of Congress have like, you
I
know,
haven't brought that up
non-fictional
tonight.
sources.
You're
They have non-fictional
delusional.
sources. Ladies
You're
and gentlemen, to let
delusional.
you know, if you didn't know, the Library of Congress also has fictional sources. The Library of Congress is like the epitome of libraries. It is like a historical
All right, y'all,
reference
man.
for
I'm
the
gonna holler at
country.
y'all, man.
So they
'Cause,
have all kinds of
y'all
sources, literature, poems,
got
books,
me, lady.
stories.
I'm gonna let
Not
her
all
teach
of
y'all
these are
tonight.
quote unquote factual.
I'm gonna let
Just to
I'm
put
gonna
it
let her
out
teach
there
y'all
for the
tonight.
people. So every time these what did I say? Pinky in the brain and his peoples be trying to pull that. Well, it's in the Library of Congress. It could be a fictional piece of work. Just so you all are aware. You got to do better, bro. You got to do better. Brother Law wants the link, ladies.
Dulcie.
I hope y'all enjoyed tonight's.
We enjoyed your fairy tales. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, we did.
No
we
problem.
enjoyed the fairy
Anytime.
tales.
Anytime, you know. Anytime. I'm here to help. I'm only here to help.
He said he here to help.
Whatever
I'm
it
only
is,
here to help.
remember, in all situations that we still, as Juju said, there is when we come together.
Can you drop the link for Brother La?
I think about coming together when niggas start lying on my peoples. Sister Freedom, no disrespect. I'm just saying it's a trigger for me. And ain't
I didn't hear you because I was
ain't no kind of therapy gonna ever alleviate that trigger because it's everything that's me. So it's like them lying on my peoples is lying on me. I can't.
She passed.
Nzinga, the inner Nzinga gonna jump out every time, and I'm gonna kill a nigga every time on that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm sorry. Not.
Wait a minute.
You got that work tonight, mama. No sources, all talk, all preaching.
Tanea.
Like
Wait a minute. I gotta make sure somebody can bring Brother Lot, and if not, I gotta hook back up. What is going
all
on?
talk, no sources, just like a pan.
I'm on my phone. Just like y'all always say, I'm on my phone.
They always
I can't
have
share my
excuses.
screen. I'm on my phone. I don't know how to pull it up.
They always have excuses.
I'm on my phone, Pinky. Shit.
Wait a minute, y'all, please, y'all don't argue, please.
Listen.
I let the information talk for me. You know,
good. She good. You know, top cats like to rub somebody the wrong way.
well, it's her. She's touched by the information. You know, I'm only here to help.
Every once in a while, he like to rub somebody the wrong way. Every once in a while.
Pinky in the brain. My master plan to rule the world always fails.
But I am glad to say, hey, Juju.
Hey, Sister Freedom. What it do, girl?
They doing good. I learned so much today though, on both ends. On all
what?
Because Chris was here too. So y'all is doing a good job for me. Because I'm learning a lot. Seriously.
You know what though? Ladies. Please forgive me, ladies, that I did not come in here and was ladylike enough to acknowledge you all. To say, hey, how you doing? Nothing but love. Mwah, to you ladies. Thank you. Dulcinea, you having Jane Elliott here today was fire, sis. Like, where is the sound effects? Y'all need to drop the bomb. Like, it was literally 3 or 2 lives going, and I was jumping back and forth trying to get the meat. But that was dope. Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
We're gonna get her in because this is messed up, so we're gonna do it next week. Hopefully. Again, Brother La, I'm gonna have to hook back up because I don't know where Dulcinea is. All right, Brother La, I'm gonna hook back up so we can. I was supposed to be over here at 12. I don't know where Dulcinea is. She's on there, but I don't know what happened. Dulcie.
And yeah, I have to forgive me, audience, for not dropping a source, but if you all like me to provide references on where you can find what I'm talking about, if you want to pull in the chat, and I will. And as far as Mazak, I don't know what Gullah Geechee mean. All I know is I'm Gullah Geechee, and it stands for people. What you want me to tell you? They have several. There are several kind of theories on where Gullah comes from. One is Angola, which a lot of our people were taken as slaves from there. And as far as Geechee, see what the Bottom Kitten and his crew, or Pinky in the Brain, or I'm sorry, Top Cat, what they don't tell you is there's also theories on Geechee also coming from the Geechee tribe.
We don't believe in theories.
Sure, I believe I adhere, because I don't subscribe to that belief so much, but I do adhere to scientific theories. And when we're talking about cultural anthropologists or whatnot, when we're talking about like how they're theorizing their theory, like they're strong, extremely strong. Well, I don't want to mix that up. Historians, when they say theories, extremely strong hunches to that. So, and the reason why I can say that they can't pinpoint where those terms truly originate from is because, again, we're an amalgamation and the cultures have, intertwined so much. And I'm talking about from the ethnic groups that we as West Africans and American have derived from. All right. So that's why. So Ogeechee River is just one of those quote unquote theories. It's not everything. Geechee tribe in West Africa also can be the origin of
We don't believe in
Geechee.
theories. Sorry.
But y'all have already fussed enough. Now, come on now. Stop fussing, y'all, please. Please. I'm trying to, if Brother La, if he hit it again, I can try to get him in now. I seen what to do it. While Juju was talking, I was trying to figure it out, so I did.
Yeah, right.
I didn't see the link drop either.
Zugeechee, you're right. We don't care. We don't care where Geechee or Gullah come from. We know that it's West African inherently. And again,
we just proved that not to be true. Source
so
up.
The words in all these may be theorized or suggested.
Didn't you say source up and shut up?
Culture,
didn't you say source up and shut up?
It's hardcore facts.
Didn't you say shut up and source up?
It's in stone. Like, you can go there now, and the material culture is everywhere. You don't even have to go to just, South Carolina. You can go to Florida. You can go anywhere African American is, and our material culture is there. So stop it. Y'all just want to get hung up on the formalities. And that's stupid. Pinky,
well, anyway, y'all,
you got to stop it, Pinky.
Stop,
you
y'all.
Gotta stop.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
What country in Africa do they speak Gullah Geechee?
So Gullah Geechee is an African American.
So Africans don't speak it. So you saying Africans don't speak it?
Dialect.
So how in the hell is it an African language if Africans don't speak it?
Americans, and particularly
So what
those
African
in
tribes?
South Carolina,
What African tribes speak
and
Gullah Geechee?
the Barrier Islands
What
off the
African
coast of
tribe
South
in
Carolina,
Africa
Georgia, and Florida speak Geechee, or what some people call
So why the
Gullah.
people in Africa don't speak it?
So
why the
that's where
people
it
in
comes
Africa
from.
don't
Like I
speak
told you, Geechee, Gullah Geechee, however you want to put it, is a creolized tongue. Okay, and it is part of the African American vernacular English. Yes,
I
it
thought it
is.
was African. What tribe in Africa called Gullah Geechee?
You don't listen well. What was
tribe
said
in
is
Africa
that
called
Gullah
Gullah
Geechee
Geechee?
people are
That's what I'm
descendants
saying.
of
All
West
this is made
Africans.
up. This
Again,
is made up, mama.
and
This is
the
from
Gullah Geechee language
1990.
has over
This shit is from
3,000 loan
1990.
words
It's not even
from
40
over
years
30
old.
different
It's
ethnic
not even
tribes
40
in
years
West
old,
Africa.
mama.
That's what we've told you.
It's not even
And
40 years
ladies and
old.
gentlemen, I
We
don't have
proved that
sources, but if you
tonight.
want to
She
go
don't have
ahead and put
sources.
Gullah Geechee in your computer
She don't
search
have
bar
sources,
and go to
y'all.
Wiki itself,
And
it
go to
will pretty
Wiki
much tell
itself.
you
She
the
don't
things
have
that I've said
sources,
here.
y'all.
And if Wiki is not enough for you,
No sources.
Wiki, you can go to the sources at the bottom that Wiki has provided, and you can do
Brother
further
Lie ain't gonna
research,
do nothing.
ladies
He
and
ain't gonna
gentlemen.
come up here. He
Stop
another
it,
nigga that don't know nothing.
Oh, come
Stop it,
on,
Pinky.
y'all. Come on. Come on. Yes, stop. And
You
He
put
don't.
on the link, Peter?
helping each other, but it's late now. It is late now. So I'm actually gonna end everything. Not because it is late. Y'all getting it in, dog. We'll have to say that. But what time is it? Well,
It's late.
7 more minutes. But like I said, I do appreciate the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because I love it. I guess a little debate, Gemini, and y'all said it earlier, a little debate ain't gonna hurt nobody, huh? Long as we know at the end of the day, we still who we are, brother and sister. That we don't take it to bed with us. We just know tomorrow's another day.
Maybe, but I know for a fact Harry Tubman would have shot a lot of y'all. So
Oh,
I
you
just
know
gotta
what?
say that.
Oh my
Everybody can't go with me. I'm just saying.
Oh,
but I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely love you, ladies,
and
on the
love you
panel
too,
on
Jay.
Scrambled Minds. And
So
I'm out.
glad you never
Peace.
feed into the bull crap or the twisted up stuff. So glad you never do that.
Thank you.
Love you back.
Absolutely.
Next time we want to see some sources, not preaching.
Come on,
Have
now.
a good night, though, Miss
Stop.
Zachary. Nice
Stop.
meeting you, though, Miss Zachary. I do think you're a sweet young lady, and I do think you're a sweet queen.
All right, Pinky. You have a good
Yes,
night.
ma'am. You enjoy yourself too.
Thank you. That's right. Podcast always end with a
Right.
nice.
I'm a gentleman. My mama taught me.
Good thing to do. I
My mama
appreciate
taught me
that.
well.
She is
He's a hot mess.
she's very intelligent, and she comes. She really do. She don't play. But I'm just saying, the way that you end that nicely and gentlemanly.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Why Brother Lie talking about he needs to unsubscribe? Why is he in his feelings?
Why you say that?
Hey, and y'all got to give me a shout out too. I help y'all get over 800 today.
Why you drop the link for
Y'all ain't give me no love. I help y'all get over.
Brother Lie, I am not
800.
being disrespectful. Can I say this, Top Cat?
Yes, ma'am.
Brother Lie, I said I didn't know. I'm not in my office because I had a storm last night. It messed up my office. So I can let me join
She been down in the basement. So yeah, she told us that now she in the bed. So
I'm upstairs. I'm not in the office. And I don't know why Brother Lie just said that, because he knows he's my heart. Okay, I don't know why he said that.
And y'all always good to him when I'm over here. You know, he's
Let me
not
go
a
in here and
regular.
I don't know why. I wish Dulcie would have told me that she was. But let me go in here and try.
Everybody take a nap.
He can't talk to me tonight. Is he? Wait
a minute. I'm getting ready to try to do it. Give me one second. I'm going to try to hook this.
He mad. He didn't get to talk to Top Cat. He down there to threw a fit.
Don't y'all stop.
He threw a tantrum down there. Somebody he leaving the channel.
On chat.
He didn't get to talk to Top Cat.
Don't do that. Don't do that to him.
I'm so sad, that little baby.
Juju, the woman king tonight. Woman king, yes. Nisha, you was the woman king earlier, yes.
Juju gonna have to go take her
There
some
it is.
Tylenol extra strength tonight. I know she got to hear that
There
all
it
that
is.
hollering.
There it is.
She was not looking bad, Clement. You stop it.
Brother La, I just dropped the link, didn't I? Yeah. That's for Brother La.
For the brother lie, him down there mad. I'm leaving. Boy, stop it.
Yup.
He do a whole fit.
Oh, I just
I don't know
let
if
people
using the
it doesn't.
profanity in the chat.
Top Cats gonna think how he gonna think, and that's just what it is. And
Nisha, you so mean to me.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Mean to
minute.
me.
Salamu alaikum, Brother La.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I was not see Brother La. I don't know if you know it, but I had a bad thing that happened.
Sis, I understand everything that you're saying, but one of my main reasons for getting on here is because Top Cat got on here and he was real disrespectful to one of our elders.
Huh?
Oh.
He put something up about Dr. Henry Clark.
What did he say about him?
Man, you don't know no damn Dr. Henry Clark, and he
What
don't
I'm
know
saying
you.
to you is this: he's not qualified. Y'all let him do the pseudo judo all night.
And prove it wrong. Where your sources at?
Pseudo judo all night, bro.
Hey, yo, Top Cats about Dr. Clark. What did you say about Dr. Clark? Because I might have dozed off y'all for a second there. But what did you say?
I don't know what he talking about, mama.
Now you don't understand. Now you don't know what I'm talking
Unless
about.
he have a source
Come on, bro. You sat here, brother.
A source to disprove it, then pull his source. If not, I don't want to hear
Brother,
no
you sat here all night.
No whining.
Ain't nobody whining,
Source
brother.
up then. Source up.
You sat here and drew up a whole
Where are your sources, brother?
crayon
Did you come up here
laced together quote. Come on, brother, man. Come on, man.
Priest, brother.
You do this all the time,
You in
brother.
the temple? You think you in the temple, brother? You with all this preaching? Where's your sources? You know how this
tired of seeing the goofiness, brother. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I'm gonna say this. Let me say this though, seriously, please. Can I really seriously say this?
You're gonna lose a lot of subscribers, sis, because of this goofy stuff.
Well, she got a lot today.
Brothers and sisters come here for knowledge.
Brothers, kings.
On,
can I say this with no, please?
Yes,
please,
ma'am. Yes,
not.
ma'am.
However, we are given knowledge. Can we please refrain, please, from disrespecting our elders? I don't know what was said. If I would have caught it, I would have said something, but I don't want us disrespecting our elders, especially our leaders and teachers.
Especially when they're not qualified.
Whatever opinion you may have of them, let's not take it there where we're saying things that,
Why
that
didn't
are
say anything wrong, Sister?
I don't remember that. I didn't say you did.
Well, let me
I
say what was
understand.
said. Let me say what was said. What he said was he called he called him an agent.
I didn't use those words.
You called him Dr. Clark an agent when
No, ma'am, I didn't use those words.
That's exactly what you said, brother.
Pull it back up and say that he worked for the government. I didn't say that to source. Y'all know I was reading.
Yeah.
He worked for them. That's not, I don't have anything to do with that.
And once Juju asked you, where did you get that information from? Source up or shut up.
Not argue.
He's like Juju held her ground, and with that being her,
hey, brother, lie, motherfucking Juju ain't showing like one source.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute.
No, it's okay, y'all. It's okay, y'all.
I just felt like Juju held her ground, and that was between you and Juju. And
right,
I felt like
and we are right now. We hugged it out after that.
Right, so I didn't feel like it was for me to have a say in it.
Yes, she did.
Okay, but let's do this now. Him and Juju had their say,
and we hugged it out.
Respect, right, but we will not, no matter at any time, for no reason, however it comes. Let's just try. I'm just asking y'all, as kings and leaders of the, the queens or what have you. That's what y'all see yourselves. So let's not, please, let's not do that. Let's not disrespect our elders.
On some real shit, we respect Dr. Clark. We respect all of those scholars.
Knowledge, I can hear them.
Yeah, we respect all those, brother.
Dosey was here. Dosey ask Dosey who's my favorite scholar. Dr. John Henry Clark.
Dr.
But
Clark.
in this
You say
game,
that all the time.
I say it all the time, but I
Open
have
the
to
knowledge.
be honest.
Open the knowledge.
I have to be honest when it comes to the information. If that's
Open
the
the
choice that
knowledge.
man made,
You
in his
ain't
life,
been
that's
honest
what he
about the
made.
information all night, brother.
That's
Open
what
the
he made.
knowledge. Open
So
to
this
knowledge.
brother
Peace,
coming
brother.
up here, if you want to defend that, prove that he didn't work for that organization, brother. It's simple as that. Since you have so much of a problem about it, source up and prove that it's not true.
Like
Because
I
it's
always say,
100%
I'm on my phone.
Oh man, here we
But
go.
brother,
We got another one. We got
Brother Lau,
another
all
one.
he was proving was that John Henry Clark came up underneath that tutelage. He wasn't
That
saying that
being
John Henry Clark
Let's
is one
just
of
trying
his
to come
favorite
in.
scholars. And if you go on his channel, he always say John
that would
Henry
never
Clark
happen.
is one of his fun.
That would
He
never
said that's
happen.
one of his favorite scholars, brother. He always say that,
No, I'm
brother
speaking about
Lau.
in regards when we going on the channel. That would never happen.
Dosey can confirm. Dosey can
No,
confirm
no,
that.
Top Cat always say that, brother Lau.
Peace,
Dr. Clark is his favorite scholar. He always say that.
Okay, but we're gonna stop talking about and let him rest. We gotta let.
I'm saying, brother Lau, why you don't go at
We have
Reggie?
to
Why you
let
don't go at Reggie and Garfield and boys who
When
talking
they
about
be
their
saying
own
it.
master teacher?
Well, yeah. Why
Why
you
you
don't
don't
tell
go at
them you over
Reggie
there
them boys?
supporting them, liking they shit?
Yeah, them boys going at their own master teacher. Even Seti, and they came right up underneath him. Why you ain't going at them, brother Lau?
Well, wait a minute. Let me make sure I understand. Who's just saying Dr. Clark don't need you to defend him? What do you mean by that? Fire. What is it? Beats.
First eye beats.
I'm just
Oh,
saying.
that meaning that
Open to knowledge. You gotta let me talk, please. I have the right to defend Dr. Clark. I think I'm about older than everybody on here. I can defend him if you're talking about me. But everybody here loves Dr. Clark. You know, we are going to defend him and any other the elders that's coming on here. So please don't do that. We're not going to take it further. You know what I mean? We're not going to do that. We're not going to start arguing with each other and all of that. All I'm saying is please don't disrespect our elders. Please. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I was saying.
That's all we're saying. So, I mean,
don't mention their name.
Okay, come on.
I'm not going to lie about history, okay?
Let's not take it any
It's
further.
over with. It's over with. We're past it. If the brother Lau has a problem with it, prove that the brother did not work for the government.
Oh my God. This Topcats, can you please let
yes,
it go?
Yes, ma'am. I ended at that, Mom. I'm sorry.
Peace, Hucklebuss. How are you?
Greetings, everybody. Goddess, Sister Freedom, Yashira, Sakina Ra, Nisha, Dot's daughter of the sea, legendary big chief Top Cats, brother law, open knowledge, Greece. Peace and greetings to everybody. I just wanted to come up and say thank you for the conversations that have been on this open platform that you've allowed me to listen to. I see a lot of contradictions and controversy, and I think that's based on everybody's own personal experience and knowledge and their research. And I just urge everybody to keep expanding that research, because that's the only way we're going to truly come together. I see everybody talking about their lineage and their origins. And even as a Caucasian man, I think we all have the same point of origin when it comes to the source of life. And I think that's the biggest proponent in coming together, is finding what we have in common and not the differences.
I'm sorry. Were you here earlier when Jane Elliott was here?
I've been in and out for a little earlier, but I've been around for like the last hour now.
Oh,
anything before that kind of missed.
You really missed the charm, but with missing Miss Jane Elliott, she's but she will be coming back. She will be coming back next week, I think. That's when we're gonna try to have her back.
You see, your therapist is here, Top Cat.
Oh, yeah, he asked some really good questions to her. Yeah, you really asked her a lot of good questions.
Took her back. That's because when we talking to the others, that's when we say, that's like talking to our elders. Like I remember when I came to my grandma and I was asking about her family, she told me to come see her, but I stayed over there like 2 hours and I ain't bring it up because she wanted me to really come see her. Don't just come if you want something. So finally she took me by the hand and, she started breaking down some things to me. But yeah, when you asking them questions, a lot of times they'll shut down, bad memories or traumas or whatever. But you get them to go back in them times where, they were vibrant, they were moving around, what are your best
Yeah.
memories? Yeah. So just got a woke her spirit up. Think she appreciated it. And I appreciated her. And y'all as well.
I always appreciate all the knowledge that comes. I know sometimes it gets a little heated, but I enjoy and appreciate all the information, the new information that I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? I was really glad to hear even Juju come up here tonight. That's my girl. To hear her come and give the knowledge that she has is wonderful as well. You know what I mean? And I like to see the brothers come and defend the elders. I like that as well.
Not just the elders.
I'm talking about our heroes. Listen, brother La, please. I do like to hear when the sisters and brothers, the kings and queens come and defend our elders. You understand what I'm saying? Our heroes. Even if it was, even in the fact that it might even have been misunderstood, whatever it is, I still love it. I still love that we do it, that we can do that. But this was a good session tonight. You know what I mean?
Hey, can we celebrate y'all getting over 800? I told y'all we're going to help y'all get over 1,000, get y'all channel monetized. These Pan-African channels, these people y'all be supporting, we want to see them do the same thing. Share the videos out. Y'all shared it out. We let the people know. It was like 2:30 over there. I say, hey, everybody, we coming over to Unscrambled Minds. And
Please.
so, we wanted to support y'all, and we
I appreciate
wish the best for y'all on y'all journey.
No, Sister Freedom,
When I
Sister
was
Freedom,
coming up, ain't nobody help me.
Sister Freedom, I'm about to get open on because I got to get up in a couple of hours, but more so for everybody that came on, peace and blessings. Juju, thank you for coming on, sis. I appreciate you coming on.
I'm so excited
Thank
that
you.
came on.
Juju, thank you.
Juju.
Brother Lie, you Muslim or African?
He's
Muslim. Muslim.
Confused.
Then what you telling Juju thank you for when they dagger squad?
Come on now, we're not gonna go
there.
I'm saying, why the fuck
Knowledge
is
is
you saying
knowledge.
thank you?
It is.
Thank you again, Juju. Y'all have a good night, man. Thank you,
Trying to
Juju.
find out. You can't talk good and then end it off on some old sideways
Open
shit.
to knowledge at the
See, we ain't sideways. See, one thing about real motherfuckers and real Indian business. My bad, but one thing about us, dog, we speak what the fuck we feel, and that's how it goes. Yeah, man, because we ain't with that old snake in the grass and all that hidden agenda or the most sideways talking shit. Speak your fucking mind, man. That's all we saying, man. You can't say everything good and then on the back end throw a fucking jab.
But he didn't. He said, he all he said was, I'm glad to have heard that Juju came up. Like, what is wrong with that?
No, he said, thank you, Juju. Thank you, Juju. Okay, so he was saying, thank you, Juju, for what Juju brought out. No
that
source.
Is not, but he was not. No, he did not say
regurgitated
that.
info from Dagger.
That's okay. Juju good. Juju all right. Juju our sister. It's okay.
Yeah, I rock with Juju.
Let me say this real quick to calm this down.
My bad, Sister Freedom.
Okay, y'all, listen to this. Let me say this real quick to calm this down.
I'm a fucking wild Indian. I'm sorry.
Listen to me. Just let me say this to calm this down. And I want to address this to the chat. Once somebody passes away, especially your elder, via your parent or your grandparent, that person becomes an ancestor.
Yes.
So let's don't disrespect the ancestor.
Right.
Because once that person passes on, that person becomes an ancestor. So while we making these jokes about an ancestor, you need to pray or hope or wish or meditate or whatever it is that you do, that you can keep in contact with that ancestor. Because Lord knows you gonna be the one that's gonna be crying and missing on that ancestor when they pass across that to the divine. So let's think about that. So now you know better. I hope you show better, because they say if you knew better, you do better. So now you know better. I hope you show better.
Phil Minor, what do you mean? I don't have you locked or nothing.
And I
like
feel
that.
the same way about my grandmama and my grandparents.
Okay,
You know what I mean? Those are elders. The one that passed on, my greats, I feel the same way that y'all or other people feel about Dr. Clark, which I do too. Dr. Clark, all those boys brought awareness. They brought awareness. They brought awareness. Let's not forget it now. They brought awareness to our community, period, regardless of what you is. Those boys went out and they did the research. I respect that to the fullest. So I you know what I mean, Top Cat, and he never disrespect Dr. Clark. And I'm telling you, that was taken out of perspective, man. We ain't never disrespect no elders in no community.
Let's off that. I don't want to disturb the ancestors.
Right. I'm just telling Shakina though, like we respect the elders.
Please. I don't want to disturb the ancestors. It's already been said. So can we leave it alone, please? I don't want to continue on speaking on negativity.
Now let's leave on a good note, because it's been a great day. You know, we had a great day all day. Y'all came over.
Yeah.
Brought y'all energy over there. Came here. We had Jane Elliot in the building today. So we're gonna end this off on a good note. You know,
what is this question? There was a question. What do you call the European man from South Africa that moved to America?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Huh?
Elon Musk.
Okay.
That's what really, if y'all didn't catch it, what he was saying was that white people, Elon Musk, who even said African, I guess he's an African American. So he even made a joke about it. So
Yep. And one last thing before I leave, folks, on that positive message. You were speaking about knowledge earlier, and I think that's the benefit. Hosea 4:6 says, my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So that's truly the benefit. And in that knowledge, the numbers that you're receiving today, the new subs and stuff, I've got 5 actual accounts on YouTube. So I subscribe and get 5 likes today. So I up your number just a way to point people out. If you've got more than one profile on YouTube, if you want to support these channels like that, go ahead and give them all the likes and subs from all your different accounts. And you can create as many accounts as you want, so you can create your own subs to your own channels, folks.
You know, you be trying to keep us.
Peace, Heckle Bus. Peace, Heckle Bus.
Thank you so much.
Right, you have a good day.
Smooth criminal. We love
you know that song, Secret Agent Man?
Yes.
They truly gave you a key in that. They gave you a number and took away the name.
Hey, Sister Freedom, y'all. I apologize. You know what I mean? Peace out. I'm sorry. I get a little hectic sometimes, man. You know what I mean? I apologize. Though.
Yeah, we know you're a little passionate about something.
Yeah, I'm a fucking firecracker.
Oh my God, please. You know, let me tell you something what profanity does. It brings a very, very negative energy. Stop doing that, please. It's too late for that. I don't want to have those words in my mind before I go to bed.
Yeah, they had Chris cussing. Shoot.
Chris!
Sometimes you just got to let it out. I mean,
Nisha,
you say shit and fuck when you're doing it before you go to bed. So
Nisha, I thought you was asleep. Nisha, I thought you was asleep.
I did doze off for a minute, but I woke back up.
You know it's someone. Chris started cussing. I was like, oh Jesus.
Dulcinea, you did me wrong. You did me wrong, Dulcie.
What a friend. I had to call our friend.
Okay, hey Chris. Oh my God, Chris.
What's going on? What's going on, sis? How you doing? Look, I'm gonna close out like this. These guys need library cards. They need to go get their 8th grade education. They need to go understand executive, legislative, They need to go understand all of these things, and they definitely need to go learn definitions as it pertains to emancipated slaves in this country. I asked this gentleman, what is an indigenous person? An indigenous person, by definition, are the people who resided here before the colonizer arrived. He did not know. I asked him, what did freedmen mean? He said he did not know. Then he tried to say that freedmen only qualified to those people in Oklahoma when a freedman is actually nothing more than an emancipated slave. And the freedmen that were emancipated within the Choctaw, Muskogee, with the Cherokee, and many other tribes, or the Seminoles, they became what you call Seminole, Muskogee, Choctaw, or Cherokee freedmen. These people identified as being African, and this is why he acts like a 6th grade child whenever he's receiving an education on here. So one more time, I'm sorry, sir. That is what the freedmen are. That is an established history in this country. And if you could, Sister Robin, can you? I'm not giving you no history lesson that you don't accept.
You can't, brother. I've been teaching you.
Okay, one at a time. One mic, please.
If you can just, if you can get him to be quiet while I close out, because my closings hurt. These guys be trying to ask us questions about history, and they don't even accept history. Instead, they have taken history and they've taken the African American legacy out of our history over here in our sojourn over here in the United States of America, and they've tried to replace it with some stupid pseudo indigenous American bullshit that they done learned from the Moorish Science Temple. That's where it came from. These are sciences that were taught at the Moorish Science Temple, and what they've done is they've taken them and actually ruined these teachings. That is the root of all of these teachings, easily proven, and this is why he and this is why he continues to act like a 6-year-old child every time somebody's speaking. They talk about your mother, they talk about Jabari's wife. They do all of this because they don't know history. These guys are ridiculous. And this is, yes, you did. I heard you today. I heard you today. Sister Robin, can you please quiet this dog down?
Come on, y'all.
Okay. This is ridiculous.
About Jabari's
all right. Sure you didn't.
Beautiful,
all right. And like I said, we heard you today, bro. Stop it. I'll play it on Morning Coffee and show everybody you say it. Easy work. Like I said, y'all. Like I said up there, these guys come around with misrepresenting sources all the time. And I'm so happy that sister.
Play my video.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Hey, I'll play it. I'll put fair use up. All right, look at him. Look at him. This a grown man. A grown man acting like this. Thank you, Sister Freedom. These guys are pseudo.
Okay, so what you have to say, Top Cats? Just so as you close out, please. I got to
we had a great day today. Yeah. We had a good day today. That's all I have to say, I guess. I close out on that. Today was a good day. And then for the record, I have. Why would I say anything about Jabari's mother? I don't know Jabari's mother. Let me tell y'all something. I lost my mama almost 20 years ago.
Oh.
So one thing about me, man, I'm not finna play about nobody's mother. It's not my game. I'm not finna say nothing about Jabari's wife. I think that's a beautiful, intelligent queen. I always have said that, bro. Jabari has a beautiful wife. When they went out to Tariq Nasheed and his wife and all that, I said Tariq has a beautiful wife and a beautiful family. I don't do that type of shit. I don't allow that type of shit around me. So this brother here, hey, listen, man, I'm only here for the information. And so it's source up with me, man, because I'm going to bring my sources. So, Brother Chris, I know he's, however he feel about me, man, and he can't win with the information. But we're not going to put no lies out there, brother, about me getting down on somebody's mother when I lost my mother, brother, and that's something that I don't play about. And definitely not gonna get down on no one's family. So I did want to point that out. That's a bald-faced lie, and that's anybody know me, know I don't get down like that. So that's what I was saying. Closing, appreciate y'all beautiful ladies. Enjoy the rest of y'all night.
Thank you.
Today was a good day.
Have a good evening. Thank you so much.
Y'all, we're gonna have to get to bed because I'm tired.
Yeah, this has
I didn't know it was that late, and Dustin got me good. She swooped off.
She in the chat.
Yeah. I see her in the chat. That's messed up. I had to literally get up to come in here and get Brother Lie in.
Well, I'm going to close out, ma'am.
I'm like they're doing a D'Angelo.
Y'all as angry as I don't know what, you girls.
Listen, it was a good day, all the way around. And I appreciate everybody that came in and supported us. That was beautiful. And I just want everybody to understand that to each his own at the end of the day. Bottom line, we're going to disagree because we have different schools of thought. Everybody is not going to think alike, and you can't force nobody to think like you, period. And I look at it like this when it comes to people that has went before us.
Yeah.
This is how I look at it. Just because somebody has went through things, went before us, researched this, that, and the other, I don't necessarily agree with everything that somebody said. I don't care how old they is. I don't care what they've been through, because that's through their eyes, period. So just like if somebody is for the Bible, just like you got a Christian or whatever, I believe none of that. So it's not disrespect to me if I disagree with the Bible. I could say F Jesus, because I don't care nothing about that. So if someone doesn't care anything about what another person said, it's not disrespect. It's how they feel. And people gonna feel how they feel. And you can't get mad because somebody have their own perception of life, period. To each his own. Let's look at the bigger picture. Okay? We fight all the time. I love the debates, but it don't make a difference to me either way, because all of that shit fake to me. That's just how I look at it, period. So I just want to say thank you, everybody. It was a great show. I enjoyed this. I love to hear us speak intelligently, whether if I agree with it or not. It doesn't even matter. The thing about it is that we can't come together sometimes. And we could come together on this level. We could do it on bigger levels also. So that's it for me.
I'm going to end up mine saying I love y'all all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for helping and supporting us and always coming in, giving us your input and information. I love the information, because then I get to teach my little ones on the information that I learned from y'all. So it's always good to hear everything that everybody's got to say, because then I can pick what I feel as though is right, that I can choose and pick for my little ones. So I appreciate the knowledge. Thank you so much. And that's what I had to say.
And I want to say it was an awesome evening, and I thank everybody for coming. I thank all my beautiful sisters for showing up tonight. Right, Juju held her ground.
She ain't no joke. Y'all know that.
Yes, that was the Woman King tonight. Prizes. Yes. And Gemini showed up tonight, even though she didn't come in the chat. Yes.
Gemini.
Yes.
Hey, you know I'm gonna call that phone in the morning.
Yes. My little sister Yes, yes, yes.
Text all your phones in the morning, because I'll be up.
Yeah.
So I'll call y'all first thing in the morning.
Our kings was holding it down in the chat. They came in the chat on the panel. I mean, listen, I love y'all. Y'all was showing out. I got so much knowledge from the panel, from the chat. Y'all was out here, and I love it. And I just want to say, add a little sugar.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. Because you're making a long song.
Honeysuckle rain.
Hey, Mary J.
Big expression.
Oh, come on, Mary.
These are the
Danielle. Oh, you know what? All right.
I love y'all.
I don't know if Dots is there or not. I think. But good night.
I love you.
Dots.
I love y'all.
Sleep.
Love.
Okay. And if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right.
Say love. Suck it to me one time. Ow!
Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm about to end the broadcast. I want everybody to sleep.
Love.
And have a nice dreams tonight. Not
found.
that damn microphone and stuff.
Like a rose. Woo! Come on. My kids want me this one. I got a whole karaoke thing. I'm be, whoo! My neighbors hate me. I bet my
you love that song. What that song is. It's not a song. Get me straight.
Gonna take more than love to build it up. Is there a heart? Is there a heart in the house tonight? Stand up, stand up. Let me know.
You gotta tell her she was not a member of the 5 Heartbeats.
Stand. Is there a heart? Come on, Nisha. Is there a heart in the house tonight? It takes more than love. Y'all ain't gonna help me out.
See
how close I need you. But boom, boom, boom.
I know.
Yeah, come on, Freedom. You know your power.
I'm tired. Good night.
Love. And I learned that it takes more. What is it?
That
okay.
It don't take much to
putting that battery in my bag. Okay. Tina, please let me end this, please. God, today and every day.
Come on, Otis.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, y'all. Good night, Juju. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Black Green. Good night, Dale. Good night. Good night, John Boy.
Come back, Jack. You're so stupid, Rose.